We are very pleased to announce on behalf of the company that ESPN today announces we have committed a donation of $1 million to the V Foundation for Cancer Research. Those dollars earmarked for the V Foundation's endowment fund, which helps cover operating costs of the foundation. Now, what does that mean, you may ask? Well, what it means is that's the reason that 100% of all cash donations go directly to research. The endowment at the V Foundation is powerful enough, and donations like this are what makes the difference, that when you donate whatever you can, whether it's $5, $10, $100, $1,000, you can be assured that 100% of that, 100 cents of every dollar, go directly to fighting cancer, which is what you want to be donating it to in the first place. So wonderful news. George Bodenheimer made the announcement today, a donation of $1 million to the V Foundation for Cancer Research. And if you would like to help ESPN and everyone at the V Foundation fight cancer, the website is jimmyv.org. jimmyv.org. With this, the kickoff of Jimmy V Week for Cancer Research. You'll see the speech tonight, 7 Eastern, across all the ESPN platforms. It's one, in my opinion, right alongside Lou Gehrig is one of the great speeches in sports history, and a wonderful day for all of us at ESPN, and we're very proud to be the ones making the announcement.
I mean, what all your donations have done is let the foundation award more than $100 million to fund cancer research grants nationwide. I mean, that's what's going on here. We're ESPN's doing everything they can with this to help fight cancer, and I know there are so many great, foundations out there all trying to accomplish this, and we're very, very proud to be part of it.
So $1 million today on behalf of ESPN to the V Foundation, and if you would like to help ESPN fight cancer, the V Foundation website is jimmyv.org. All right, Mike and Mike, back with Eric Mangini here in our studio, and quickly take us back to that decision, if you will. Drew Bledsoe will join us in a moment. Bledsoe gets knocked out. Now, he was out for a long time. It wasn't like, well, he could come back in a week. Tom Brady comes in and is playing extremely well, but Bledsoe is an established pro, and Brady wasn't even what Colin Kaepernick is. He was a sixth-round, basically nobody. Take us back. How hard was that decision on behalf of the coaching staff to stay with Brady when it did?
Well, the significant difference is Tom came in very early in the season, and at that point we weren't very good. We hadn't been very good the year before, and then we were moving along, and we were on a streak, a win streak. So when Drew was ready to come back, it was a different set of circumstances. It was later in the season, like the situation is now, but Tom had been the quarterback, and we were rolling. We were winning a lot of games, so part of that was not disrupting that chemistry and what we had at the time.
Was that the meeting? Take us inside that meeting to make that decision?
Well, there was the meeting with the staff, and then a lot of it was Bill's decision, and he had to make the hard choice. So some of it was the input from the offensive coordinator, from the offensive staff, and there were some private meetings with Bill and them as well. It didn't necessarily encompass the defensive group. Our opinion was more just how we viewed them from the outside looking in, from practicing against them, that type of feedback. But the significant difference was where we were in the season, the win streak that we were on, and whether or not we wanted to disrupt that and what that would mean. And it wasn't that we felt that Drew couldn't win for us, but we just felt like what we had with Tom at that moment, we didn't want to change.
Now, obviously, history completely rewritten 3 championships later for Tom Brady, and who knows how many more there'll be. Really quickly, how close was it to going the other way?
It's a tough decision, but I think at the end of the day, it came down to where we were and the fact that we were on that win streak. So it's hard for me to talk for Bill and how much he had to go back and forth, because that set a decision. He ultimately owned that decision.
Eric Mangini, it's always great to have you here. Thank you very much. Drew Bledsoe will join us next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the next edition of The Herd.
The first ever Brooklyn Nets New York Knicks game to the new kids on the block. Thrilling OT win in front of a rowdy crowd. The NBA now has a new rivalry on their hands. It all starts. The Herd at 10, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details. You're listening to Mike and Mike in the Morning. Coming up next, The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
He chose New York just like they chose him. He could have gone to Jacksonville.
Listen on your radio, online, and on your phone. ESPN Radio.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Trending now. Eagles fall again. Cuban rips NBA marketing. Giants Bennett saves falling fan. It's what's trending now on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Colin Cowherd.
Warren Moon comes on our show all the time. And I like Warren, but I think he's off his rocker. He said the criticism of Cam Newton is possibly racist. I would say, you give me an African-American quarterback in football, I'll find you a contemporary Caucasian that gets as much or more heat. Want to play the game? Let's go. Great African-American rookie quarterback, RG3. He's getting far more praise than Andrew Luck. How about pouty quarterback? Cam, racism. I know Jay Cutler has a winning record, and for 5 years has been clobbered by you, the fans, and the American sports media. How about an enigmatic quarterback who wins? Michael Vick, that's racism. Well, Tony Romo gets more. I mean, Romo's the most criticized quarterback with a winning record in league history. Folks, quarterback's a criticized position. It's the highest profile position in sports.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dickssportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com. Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
129 yards, 4 touchdowns, and interception. The 4th touchdown was in overtime, a 36-yard pass to Michael Timpson to give them the win and effectively end my NFL career.
That was the last play of Golick.
Yep.
Drew Bledsoe.
I was on the field for that, too.
You authored the last play of Golick's career. Drew is with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. It's got to make you feel pretty good, I would think.
Oh, man, that was a fun game. I remember I threw that touchdown pass, and Marco Coleman had hit me as I released the ball. He was laying on top of me, and I'm just laying on my back, with this huge guy, and all of a sudden I hear our crowd go crazy. I remember I just patted him on the head and said, "Hey, man, good year."
Thanks, Drew. It was great.
Talking junk on the field.
Yeah, it was great memories, Drew. Thanks for the memories, my friend.
It actually
let me just say, I didn't go get his autograph after that game like Jamal Charles did.
It ended Golick's career, and frankly, it was a relief for everyone else in the NFL. All right, Drew, obviously, you know why we called, because it's a complicated situation right now in San Francisco, and it's one that you've lived. We were just talking to Eric Mangini about it a little bit. For those who didn't hear, Jim Harbaugh's still not really committing to a quarterback between Alex Smith, who was hurt and is now back and ready.
Alex Smith is our starting quarterback. He has not done anything to lose that job. He's playing at a very high level. Also, Colin Kaepernick, you can't categorize him as a backup quarterback because he started games and played very well in those games. So in a unique situation, you have 2 quarterbacks that are playing at a very high level.
So here's the situation that you find yourself in, Drew, is that you were an established, very good player. You got a very serious injury. You were out longer than Alex Smith has been out, and you come back. Don't you feel like you have a right to expect my job will be waiting for me when I work my way back? I would imagine that's part of what Alex Smith is thinking. Was it what you were thinking back then?
It was. There was this supposed code that you don't lose your job due to injury, but we all know that's been thrown out a long time ago. But all of these situations are unique, and this is a unique situation. My situation with Tommy was unique. I was out for a long time, and the time I was out, the team really started rolling and so on. But in this situation, there are a couple of points I think that are important to consider. One is you've got 2 positions in all of sports that have a 1-loss record in terms of the positions you play. You got quarterbacks and you've got pitchers, right, in baseball. Mm-hmm. And in football, sometimes it's a little bit misleading to assign victories to a quarterback. For example, this last week, the 49ers scored 2 defensive touchdowns. And I haven't run all of the numbers, but I know if you score 1 defensive touchdown, you win about 90% of the time, no matter who's playing quarterback for you. When you score 2 defensive touchdowns, I think that the stats kind of go through the roof. I can't imagine that teams lose very often. So, to assign, everybody's talking about Kaepernick's 2-0. Okay, well, yeah, and he started 2 games. They won both of them. But this last week, when you score 2 defensive touchdowns, you're probably going to win the game. I mean, let's be honest, regardless of who's there. But the other thing, that I think that you have to look at in this situation is there's one time in the year when you can analyze your quarterbacks in somewhat of an apples-to-apples comparison, and that's during training camp in the preseason. That's when guys are getting similar numbers of snaps. They're getting, running similar plays. They're making similar reads, and that's when you can really analyze them. And so, to me, in looking at this situation, it's not like Alex Smith has been out for 2 months. He was out for a week. Now he's back. But if you look at it and you just take the evidence, you come out of the preseason, you come out of training camp, and you decide that this guy played the best in training camp, and he's your guy to me, nothing has really changed there when you look at the time you had really to analyze these guys. Accurately together.
And Drew, we just have a moment here, and I apologize for the brevity of time, but if that job were not going to go back to Alex Smith at this point, do you think he would be within his rights to be really angry with the way the whole thing played out?
Look, man, it's a replacement game. We all know that when we come in. There's really only been one guy that I know of that ended it the way that you want to, and that was John Elway, where he plays the whole career with one team, wins the Super Bowl, and then rides off into the sunset. Everybody else that's really ever played this game, including Golic, has not gone out exactly the way you want to go out. And that certainly is and so you got to understand that. And Alex Smith is a high character guy. I know that he'll handle the situation in the best way possible, no matter what happens.
Drew, we appreciate your time. By the way, I just happened to flipping channels, saw Jerry Maguire last night, and saw your cameo in there. Really, really a great job of acting. You threw a better touchdown pass.
I was really disappointed I didn't get a nod from the Academy. I thought a best supporting actor nod would have been right in that situation.
And Drew Bledsoe now in the wine business, and you can find all the information on that at doubleback.com, doubleback.com. It's always our pleasure, Drew. Thank you for a few minutes, and thank you for ending Golic's career.
I think I just started his next career.
There you go. Glass half full. I like
every
that,
time
Drew.
a door closes, another opens. Thank you,
Thanks,
Drew Bledsoe on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Good guy and good recollections and good perspective. I mean, all these years later, it is what it is. And he and there certainly were some hard feelings at the time, but they have patched that up. Robert Kraft and Bledsoe love each other, and we know they've long since patched that up.
And I don't think there's any doubt where he was going here. You made the decision in training camp, and basically I think it sounded like he was saying that Alex Smith has done nothing to lose that.
Well, if you look at the body of work that Brady had put together, I mean, again, Bledsoe, we just showed you on ESPN2, if you saw it, they hit it. It was in a game against the Jets. He had like a ruptured spleen or something. He was out for quite a few weeks, and there's a much bigger sample there. The Patriots also were not as good going in. I mean, the 49ers were a championship caliber team. So as he said, every situation is unique and certainly interesting, but we appreciate his time and his perspective. Again, at this point, it seems to me, just reading the tea leaves, that Harbaugh is going to go back to Smith.
I agree with that.
Which is not what I thought yesterday.
Shockingly enough, in this game I did not have a sack.
Well, did you have 11 and a half sacks?
I did not add to my 11 and a half sack total in the last game of my NFL career.
Well, you basically averaged about 1.3 sacks per season.
I call that consistency.
It would have been quite the upset had you registered one. We'll see you tomorrow. Thongless. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the next edition of The Herd. The Herd.
The first ever Brooklyn Nets New York Knicks game to the new kids on the block. Thrilling OT win in front of a rowdy crowd. The NBA now has a new rivalry on their hands. It all starts. The Herd at 10, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com. An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. You got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in, and you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Colin Cowherd.
The Atlanta Falcons are very similar to Ben Affleck. I really liked Argo, and I loved the town, but I can't forget Jersey Girl, Pearl Harbor, or 200 Cigarettes. So listen, Atlanta, I am impressed with your recent films, but a 24-2 drubbing to the Giants last year in the playoffs, or a 48-21 drubbing to Green Bay at home, very fresh in my mind.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So getting into college, I've got what it takes. So do you.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org. Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan. Jamie McMurray. This is Carl Edwards here for RED,
the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Drive my car. Yes, I'm gonna be a star.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
Sports news happens fast.
The Lakers' search for a new head coach is over, and the team has hired Mike D'Antoni to replace the fired Mike Brown.
An incredible fight ensued. The crew for Boyer pinned down Jeff Gordon on the ground.
Texas A&M knocks off #1 Alabama,
when
29.
The latest scores, updates, or breaking news. Turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Seahawks cling to the final NFC wildcard spot. We'll have cornerbacks Richard Sherman and Brandon Browner on Sunday when they continue their playoff push. Appeals of their 4-game suspensions for positive Adderall tests won't be heard this week, so they can both play against the Bears. Source tells USA Today that Sherman accidentally drank from a bottle that a teammate had poured a crushed Adderall pill in. That teammate does have a prescription for the drug. Browner insists the official who performed his test didn't follow proper protocol with his sample. Tomorrow's D-Day, as in Decision Day for the 49ers. That's when Coach Jim Harbaugh plans to announce his starting quarterback for Sunday.
In a unique situation, you have two quarterbacks that are playing at a very high level. So I think the thing that's best for us, we got two good guys.
Niners coach Jim Harbaugh. Colin Kaepernick's led San Francisco to back-to-back wins in place of Alex Smith. Baseball, Andy Pettit's closer to finishing a new deal with the Yankees in the range of $11 million for 1 year, reports ESPN MLB insider Buster Olney.
Protect the football. Watch every game at Buffalo Wild Wings. Go to protectthefootball.com to find the location nearest you. Because at Buffalo Wild Wings, it's football the way it should be. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway, Fresh Take, Hotline, simulcast on ESPNU. Lakers coach Mike D'Antoni in 30 minutes. Rick Riley, Devin McCourty of the Patriots, Peter King, and maybe the coach of the year in college football, David Shaw. He's up there with Brian Kelly of Notre Dame this year. A remarkable job. Man, did I whiff on Stanford. Wow, did I whiff. So let me start with this. It's a Tuesday. We got a lot of different things today. But this just interests me all the time. I've been in this business 23 years. Full disclosure, I don't have a single autograph. Not one. I'm not against guys in my business having them. I think it's kind of cheesy. But in most instances, I wouldn't do it. I'm only bothered when it falls into unethical. When somebody you're covering, you'd ask an autograph for. Like, I don't have a problem with a sportscaster, guy in the media, going up to a retired head coach and wanting an autograph. But if you're actively covering somebody, it is inappropriate to ask for an autograph. You have to cover that person. You're supposed to be objective. So just full disclosure, I'm not an autograph guy. I don't get it, never have. I don't have a press pass after 23 years in this business. I'm not into it. But there are guys in my business that are. So Jamal Charles, Kansas City, asked Peyton Manning for an autograph after Denver beat him. And a lot of people are outraged. I'm not. I'm bothered when a person in a supervisory role, in a monitoring role, in a position of authority, a boss, asks for an autograph from an underling or a person they will potentially have to rule on. Roger Goodell, NFL commish, he can go ask David Stern, NBA commish, for an autograph. But Roger Goodell should never, ever ask Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, or the Patriot owner Robert Kraft for an autograph. Because he may have to rule or make a judgment on those three New England Patriots. A principal can't ask a student for an autograph. An umpire, though they do, can't ask a player for an autograph. An FBI agent can't ask a suspect for an autograph. A prison guard, although he did, shouldn't ask O.J. Simpson for an autograph. An IRS agent shouldn't ask somebody he's auditing for an autograph. When you may have to rule, be an authoritative, definitive figure, you don't ask those beneath you for an autograph. Cops should never, ever ask anybody for an autograph, ever. It is the one job in this country, a cop. You should never have an autograph. Because you, whether it's a celebrity, whether it's a regular citizen, could be asked to make a judgment on that person. But I guarantee you, there's cops all over this country with autographs and autograph collections. It's inappropriate. But asking peers for autographs, somebody you're on an equal playing field with, go for it. I wouldn't. But it's not unethical. I mean, listen, I was cool signing a few things for Ryan Russillo. He was awestruck. I understand it totally. I mean, who wouldn't be? He's a young broadcasting spark. He stopped by. You know, I wanted to give him a few things for his wall in his apartment, his very lonely apartment. But I don't have a problem with players during a game. You fight, game over. Hey, good game. Can I get an autograph for my kids? Now, it's not me, but it's not unethical. And there are a lot of things that people have a right to do that I wouldn't do for myself. But it didn't, like, I would never have that job in a mall, that kiosk job, where you basically haggle people, accost people as they walk by. Your daughter could be a model. They don't really think that. They want you to sign up for something. Then they'll send it to your Gmail and get your cell phone. I would never do that. But I don't think we should outlaw the kiosk industry. I will never try to sell cell phone covers in the middle of a mall, interrupting conversations, grabbing people by the arm as they walk by Christmas shopping. But I don't think we should outlaw it. So it's one of these things where Greeny was all apoplectic this morning about it. He's like, I can't. Listen, peer-on-peer autograph has never bothered me when a game's over. I wasn't even bothered by the Olympic Games. Remember the Dream Team? And Tunisia comes up after a game. Can I get a shoe autographed? I get it. It's peer-on-peer autograph. I don't like, and I find it completely unethical, supervisor on underling, power on less powerful. That's where you get into trouble. The opening rant in the herd brought to you by Regis. They know success. They've helped over 50% of Fortune 500 companies offer smarter offices. Find out how. Call Regis now. 2 months free, 1-800-OFFICES. The NFL, by the way, can't infer intent on Ndamukong Suh. So the league will not, because they can't tell whether Ndamukong Suh intentionally kicked Matt Schaub. I think he did, but the league can't guess. It's almost like instant replay. They've got to have enough video evidence to overturn, without question, a play call. They don't know Ndamukong Suh's intent. Did he kick Matt Schaub in a very tender area? Yep, there's video proof. But they don't and can't tell of his intent. So he will not be suspended. I think he's a bad guy. I think Ndamukong Suh hides behind the NFL shield of semi-permitted violence. It's a violent sport, so some violence is accepted, and Ndamukong Suh hide behind that. I think Ndamukong Suh is like the bad cop who roughs people up regularly, abuses his authority, and hides behind, well, I deal with crooks all day, you got to be rough. Yet 96% of crime, cops never draw a weapon. Yet there's always that one cop in every police force that draws it regularly. And he hides behind, hey, we deal with bums and crooks. You got to be rough out there. It's called, in law enforcement, the God complex. The cop who regularly abuses his power. I think that's what Ndamukong Suh does. That's what I think he does. But he can, like a bad cop, hide behind that semi-permitted violence. There are certain industries where some violence, because of your job, is semi-permitted. Law enforcement, working the streets, is one of those. NFL is another one of those. But for the record, it's very well known in law enforcement. You know, there's one guy in every police force. There's always that cop. And remember, statistically, this is data. Statistically, over 90% of cops who have served 20 to 30 years never draw a gun once. But there's always that cop in every law enforcement, in every precinct, who is overly aggressive. Come on, you know there's a guy like this. I am on patrol. Everybody's safe in my world. Hey, what's that? That little boy just steal a lollipop from that little girl? Everybody down! Don't move! Hands up! I said, get down, little boy! Finally got this thing under control. Chaos. Need a strong cop. I'm going to need backup on this. Chaos here. That's what Ndamukong Suh has become. Coming up next, how much change will there be in Philly this offseason? And how much Suh can the Lions put up with? We span the globe. Next in the Herd on ESPN Radio.
Brooklyn! Let the games begin.
The rivalry has officially begun. The chants of Brooklyn rang out in the Barclays Center last night as the Nets dropped the Knicks in overtime in their first ever meeting. We're talking Knicks-Nets on the Michael Kay Show today at 3 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Join Hofstra basketball this Saturday for a doubleheader as the women take on Harvard at 1 p.m. and the men face Southern Methodist at 4. For tickets, visit GoHofstra.com. Mention ESPN Radio to get 2 tickets for the price of 1.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Bah, black sheep, have you any wool? No, sir, no, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake me up. Wake me up.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio.
They are, even at their best, in my opinion, limited by how good Alex Smith isn't. The reality is Alex Smith is, even when he's playing at his best, is only so good. This kid gives them dimensions offensively, and it's not just the way he runs. He throws the ball, in my opinion, better than Alex Smith does.
But doesn't throw better just yet.
I think he throws better. I understand he's only made 2 starts. He's only really played 2.5 games, and that's the reason I say you will have to live with the bad games because you know they're going to come.
Wow.
But Alex Smith has them too. Wow. You're talking like Alex Smith is guaranteed to go 18 out of 19 every week. He does not do that. He's not. Alex Smith is not a great player,
but
and
what
this kid might be.
Alex Smith doesn't turn the ball over. Alex Smith is efficient.
Doesn't turn the ball over because he never throws the ball.
Let me go. Yes, 18 of 19 and 3 touchdowns. That's something you don't want your quarterback to do. You're right. I would probably pull my guy as well.
19 passes. Mike, show me the team in the NFL that's winning right now by throwing the ball 19
Well,
times.
I'll tell you, a team that won a Super Bowl, the Pittsburgh Steelers, when Ben Roethlisberger was throwing 18 to 20 times a game, they happened to win a Super Bowl that year. So score one for goal.
That's not true.
No, that is true.
You're talking about his first year. His second year.
I don't care. I don't care when it was talking.
In the playoffs like crazy.
I don't care. Did they win a Super Bowl with a quarterback throwing 18 to 20 times a game?
No, absolutely not. Go get their numbers. Look at their playoff games. That year in the playoffs.
I'm not talking about playoffs. I'm talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers in the regular season. Ben Roethlisberger were throwing 18 to 20 times, and that year they went on to win the Super Bowl. That's a fact.
Get me the numbers. I don't think that's actually a fact.
I think it's closer to fact than you think. Now, back to what we were talking about. They don't have an elite quarterback. Elite quarterbacks win Super Bowls, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to win a Super Bowl without an elite quarterback. You're making my argument for me by saying you may have to live with a couple or a few bad games. Why would you put yourself in that position? Why would you do that? When he's not, Colin Kaepernick by the end of the year is not going to be an elite quarterback. Alex Smith is not going to be an elite quarterback. So you want that position to manage or help you win, which is what Alex Smith does. And when he was called upon to throw the ball, he did it last year in the playoffs against the New Orleans Saints to get a win for them to advance in the playoffs. Why would you want to put yourself in position to possibly have a young quarterback make mistakes at the least time when you want him to make mistakes?
Because what I think you're doing is you're looking at the potential downside and not at the potential upside.
Yes, I am.
But there's a huge potential upside. I think that the other way to look at that is Alex Smith is only going to be so good, and Colin Kaepernick can be better.
Okay.
Now, would I feel better if he had a whole season?
Yeah.
Well, to me, there's not even a discussion about next year.
I would agree.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com is presented by Progressive. Colin Cowherd.
You are in the herd.
I'm still amazed. Like when you watch the Ndamukong Suh video, it is amazing because Ndamukong Suh speaks quietly and he's got endorsements. Oh, I don't think there's any intent. I mean, give me a break. It's just every time. Remember, the Lions are rarely on national TV. Every time they are, he's ticketed. What does that tell you? You know, but again, it's just like Lion fan doesn't want to hear it. He plays hard. Everybody in this league plays hard. That's a lame argument. Everybody in radio works hard. So what? I don't want to hear that. Everybody works hard. Do better stuff. It's like football. Oh, well, you know, he plays hard. Everybody plays hard. I mean, outside of punter, you have to play hard or you get hurt. So that's a lame argument for Ndamukong Suh. We've got visual evidence like 6 different times. Quit being a fanboy. Come to terms with it. He's a dirty player. It's not that hard to figure out. By the way, there's another story out with Ndamukong Suh. He just, again, according to Fox News in Detroit, was pulled over again, driving at a high rate of speed, passing cars. The incident is the 4th that Suh's been involved with on the road in the last 12 months. Fanboy, come to terms with it. He's out of control. The Herd brought to you by Ferguson. Contractors score points online. Visit Ferguson.com/ProPlus. Let's span the globe. We do it every day at this time. We call it our daily sports page.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
Spanning the globe. Philadelphia.
All right, Eagles lose to the Panthers, and defensively it was just ugly. Tim McManus, 97.5, the Fanatic. Troy Vincent said Philadelphia lacks leadership. What do you make of those comments?
I think that he's pretty much spot on. In fact, I was in that gaggle of reporters when Troy Vincent was talking, and he was showing more emotion, Colin, than a lot of the players themselves have shown at any point this year. And when you have a guy like that speaking from his heart and showing the kind of rage in his eyes that has been lacking from a lot of guys in the Eagles locker room, it's really hard to ignore what he's saying or disagree with it.
You know, Andy Reid leaves, gets fired. How many of these problems go away?
Well, I don't think all that many, to be honest with you. I think that there is, right now, there's a culture problem that's happening within the Eagles. And some of it, on the offensive side of the ball, you can pawn off to injuries. The defense has zero excuses as they're pretty much healthy. And it's just been kind of an unresponsive team. You look to Andy Reid, the architect, and you look to Andy Reid, the coach, for that. But when he is gone, I think there's going to have to be a flushing out process of what's happening and the culture that's been infused over the last 2 seasons to try to weed out those that have made it gone sour and find the right kind of recipe moving forward.
Tim McManus, 97.5, the Fanatic. Eagles lose to the Panthers. It just was an ugly loss, especially on the defensive side. Thanks, Tim.
You got it.
Detroit.
Ndamukong Suh avoids the suspension. NFL says we can't prove intent. Kevin Seifert, ESPN.com, NFC North blogger. Were you surprised by that?
No, because I think NFL's in the same spot as we all are, which is, without Ndamukong Suh admitting that he meant to do it, it's hard to watch that tape and be 100% convinced that he had intent. I guess that small percentage of chance that his leg just flailed up and hit Matt Schaub in that area by chance, but without an admission, it's hard to prove intent for 100% certainty.
You know, Kevin, you got sources all through this league. Detroit Piston players loved Bill Laimbeer. Everybody else hated him. How do you think Suh is thought of in the Detroit locker room?
Yeah, I think they probably could do without some of the sideshows that occur, whether it's his fault or in some of their minds, the fault of the media outside. I think they would probably love to not have to deal with the distractions and the questions weekly basis. But I also think they know he's a pretty good player, and he's the kind of player that can help you win a lot of games over a long period of time. His stats don't always show that, but he does create a lot of havoc inside. And so ultimately, players want to be around other good players, and I think he's definitely one of them. I don't know that he's socially friendly with a bunch of those guys in the locker room, but I don't think they're ready to throw him over the side of the ship either.
Is he considered a leader, Kevin?
No, I don't think so, and that's not his role in that locker room. They have some other guys, Kyle Vanden Bosch at the top of the list, I think, who the players look to and expect leadership from. As he gets older, he's going to have to be in one of those positions if he's going to continue on with that team. But at this point, I think he's still kind of on the younger side, and then there's other players in that locker room that fill that role.
Yeah, Kevin Seifert, good stuff, Kev.
Hey, thanks, man.
Seattle.
Well, this is bad news for a team that lives and dies with its corners and its pass rush, really its front seven. 2 Seattle cornerbacks awaiting word on a possible suspension linked to Adderall. Mike Salk, ESPN 710 in Seattle. Richard Sherman and Brandon Brown are great players. What do you make of it, first of all?
Well, the new one, Colin, is the excuse, too. Richard Sherman telling USA Today, or somebody telling USA Today anyway, that his defense is going to be that somebody put it in his drink. which I don't know. That doesn't seem like something that's going to fly with the NFL. We've only had one player overturn his Adderall suspension. That was Brown, the running back Brown in New York. So, yeah, I think you're probably going to be looking at 4 weeks without your two best corners. Richard Sherman has turned into the best cover cornerback in the league. Peter King wrote it just this week. I completely agree with him, especially with Darrelle Revis out. Seahawks defense is based on these guys playing bump and run, one-on-one coverage on the outside. They don't get a ton of pressure on the quarterback, especially on the road. I think it's a huge, huge problem for a team that right now controls its destiny in the NFC wildcard race.
By the way, can you explain to me the whole road game thing? Seattle beats New England at home, Green Bay. What is it with the road games? Why? What's the personality of the team? What's getting in the way here?
You're a Northwest guy, Colin. You know how long it takes to get anywhere from here. First of all, the team plays fantastic football at home. Some of it is just artificially inflated at home where they are so good with a great crowd and how long it takes everyone to get here. As for why they are so bad when they travel on the road, I don't know. If every single road game they've lost this year, Colin, they've lost by less than a touchdown or less. They have not been blown out one single time. They've been in every game, and it's always been one or two plays. Sometimes it's been an undisciplined penalty, sometimes a bad pick, sometimes a receiver falls down, sometimes it's a missed catch. But they've been in every single game. They just need to start winning a couple of them.
Yeah, good stuff. Mike Salk, ESPN 710 in Seattle. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, Colin.
That was Spanning the Globe.
To bring you the constant variety of sport.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Test drive snapshot. Even if you have insurance with another company, see how much you can save before you switch. Yeah, the Ndamukong Suh thing is, listen, I took my son to the local police department, and I'm a big supporter anytime I can be. I asked him, you want me to do any speaking engagements, any auctions? I'm a big supporter of local police, but I could take calls from cops all day. There's always that guy, the over-aggressive ticket writer, the guy with a chip on his shoulder. I mean, to be a cop, you got to be a tough guy. It's not a finesse job. It's a tough job. To be a fireman, you're generally a tough guy. To be an NFL football player, to be a commercial fisherman. There are certain jobs. To be in the military, if you're not tough, you'll get tough fast. And there's a fine line between tough and overly aggressive. And, you always get the defensive cop who probably is part of the problem, not the solution. How can you say that about law enforcement? I'm a huge supporter of cops and law enforcement in my own town, everywhere. But no reasonable police officer who has been serving for a period of time would deny there's always that one guy with the ego, with the vanity, the tough guy, the power guy, the God complex guy. That's the reality of it. Heard, I'm a cop in Georgia. If I go to a Hawks game, see my favorite player, I can't have an autograph. Demetrius, no. You're potentially, certainly not in uniform. You shouldn't. Heard, I'm a cop in my car listening. Can I get an autograph? Scott. The whole Ndamukong Suh thing, we have visual evidence. If my son came to me and said, Dad, I'm a really good driver, yet I had 4 pieces of video evidence of him backing into people in our driveway, I'd say video evidence proves you're not a great driver. We have video evidence of Ndamukong Suh. Stop being fanboys. He's a dirty player. He's got road rage issues, all sorts of them, 4 and 12 months. Mike D'Antoni of the Lakers coming up next. It's The Herd on ESPN Radio.
The Giants look great in their win over Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. They now look forward to a date with RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday. OCU Manura joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare with your children being raised by someone else? With our free information, you can lead a less stressful life, work from home, and start earning money as soon as next week.
I was about to be laid off from a company that was going bankrupt. On top of that, I wanted my kids to have mommy care, not daycare. My first month, I made $1,000 part-time. After 90 days, I was home with my children. And for the past 7 years, I've been here for my 3 little girls. I love this business.
Go to freedom105.com. Get out of the rat race and start earning great money as soon as next week.
I was skeptical. However, I had to get out of corporate America. Both me and my wife were able to quit our jobs and now make over $10,000 a month from home.
Go to freedom105.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom105.com. Freedom105.com and start earning great money as soon as next week.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. So far, so good for the holiday shopping season. The National Retail Federation says 2/3 of Americans did some holiday spending over the long Thanksgiving weekend, spending up 6% compared with last year, and Cyber Monday projections are very strong. But it's still way too early to estimate just how well the 5-week season will go. Some retailers worry that all the excitement now will take away from spending later. The brightest spot so far is online shopping, one estimate putting the weekend increase at 20% compared with last year. That could well eat into spending at many brick-and-mortar malls. Stock futures down this morning after solid gains last week. The Dow Jones Index opens for business above 13,000 for the first time since Election Day. European finance ministers are holding more talks about Greek debt. They've been deadlocked over the terms of a rescue package. Global oil prices down slightly this morning, $88 a barrel for West Texas crude. Richard Davies, ABC News.
Mike and Mike discuss the love and hate of Golik's Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame's accomplishments have been artificially inflated by the greater public.
Right.
They have had lesser teams that have gotten into bowls they didn't deserve to be in based upon the fact that they have this big national following. They have been treated as though they quote-unquote matter at times when they didn't. Now, stunningly, it is actually working 180 degrees the other way.
Did Notre Dame do any of that? Did Notre Dame invite themselves to a BCS bowl? Well, did they rank themselves? I got one email of one guy that says, I can't get over the fact they signed the TV deal with NBC. I'll always hate them for that. If your school was approached by a network and said, we'll sign you for a X amount of years for X amount of millions of dollars, you're going to tell me you would tell your school not to do it, and I'll call you a liar. I'm sorry. Any school would take the deal.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Are we closing in on the end of the Andy Reid era in Philadelphia? With the 30-22 defeat to the Panthers on Monday Night Football, the Eagles have now lost 7 straight and are 3-8 on the season. Remember, owner Jeffrey Lurie said in the preseason an 8-8 record would be unacceptable. So speculation's growing that Reid's probably on his way out, but the coach not concerned with any of it.
We're going to keep battling. I'm going to control what I can control, and that's getting better as a team. And I've got to do a better job with that, obviously, by how we've played here. I'm not worried about all the other things. I'm worried about winning football games, making sure that I get my players coached up where we or we do a better job of that.
Andy Reid. 49ers coach Jim Harbaugh plans to announce tomorrow whether Colin Kaepernick or Alex Smith starts Sunday against the Rams. Harbaugh making the call midweek so his players won't have to face constant questions about who the starting QB should be. Kaepernick's won 2 straight in place of Smith. Baseball, Andy Pettit's close to finalizing a 1-year deal with the Yankees in the range of $11 million, reports ESPN's Buster Olney. And the daughter of Marvin Miller says the former baseball union leader has died. Marvin Miller was 95 years old.
Dr. Pepper is changing lives with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. Tell us your story by uploading your video to drpepper.com, and you could win up to $100,000 in tuition. No purchase necessary, so head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
This is The Herd.
All guests on The Herd appear via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline.
Listen, we've said it before. In Los Angeles, it's not Cleveland. People have lots of options. They've got the beach, the beautiful girls, lots of pro sports, and you need to be interesting. And Mike D'Antoni's NBA teams are interesting. He's now the coach of the Lakers, joining us in The Herd on ESPN Radio. Coach, first of all, physically, how's your knee today?
It's pretty good. Every day gets better, and, from where I was a week ago, it's night and day.
All right, you take the Lakers over, and you're like the CEO of that team. What was the first thing you said? You watched film, you sat down, you watched the practice. What was the first thing that needed to change for you immediately?
Well, I don't think there's a magic button. There's a couple things that we wanted to do. We wanted to get a little bit more up tempo and break some habits of how we approach that. And it's the first thing, just try to get a rhythm to the offense, and then little by little put guys in the positions where I think, right or wrong, that they can succeed the best, and develop the bench a little bit, get a little bit more power out of there, and go from there.
Mike, when I watch your teams historically, you need, with Steve Nash especially, your offense flourishes with shooters. Do the Lakers right now have enough shooters?
I think so. Meta World Peace has been a surprise. I mean, the guy, I don't know if he's on fire or he's just like this, but he's shooting the ball extremely well. Powell can make outside shots. Steve Nash is one of the best shooters in the league. Steve Blake when he comes back. So we're missing 2 big shooters, and the rest of them are capable shooters. And so, I do think we have Jody Meeks is a very good shooter. So I do think we have enough.
Listen, I all coaches are different, and you have a style, and it works for you, and I don't have a problem with that. If I come out and I say, I don't think Paul Gasol necessarily fits perfectly into your offense, that's not a criticism of him or you. Is that a fair statement that Pau Gasol is not a perfect fit for this team and your offense?
Well, if you are trying to do it ideally, then you would want a Sean Marion that can shoot threes. That would be like ideal. But Sean Marion couldn't make threes, but he was great. Powell is not that athletic running, but he is a smart basketball player. And what you try to do, you tinker a little bit. It's not, ideal what your system will be, and you try to tinker it for the players without getting too far away from it. If you get too far away, then obviously you change personnel up a little bit, but he can play the way we want to play. We might not be 7 seconds or less or whatever you want to call it, but it will be fast enough with a good rhythm that he will be a heavy contributor to what we do.
You don't feel he impedes what you do, though, at the highest level? Couldn't I argue he slightly impedes what you do?
Well, he gives a different look, let's say. I don't want to say impede because he's been too good too long. He's won 2 titles. You know what? And he's won the titles. I need to tweak my philosophy a little bit because obviously what he does works pretty good.
In the NBA, it's a small locker room. NFL, you got 55 guys. Baseball, 25. NBA, you got about 12. And it's a star-driven league. If you got LeBron or Kobe, you win a lot of games. Some said you and Melo didn't get along. You and Kobe seem to connect. Is your relationship with Kobe the most important thing going forward?
Well, that's hard to answer because obviously if that relationship's not there, you're not going forward. So you could say yes, but I think the same thing is to be said of Dwight Howard. I think the same thing could be said of different guys on the team. Steve Nash, we're not on the same page. He becomes ordinary, then I'm in trouble. So to a sense, I agree with you totally. But it's got to be everybody pulling because, a balloon, you just have one pinprick, and it's not holding air. And I don't care who that, how big the hole is. But, if you don't get along with Kobe, it's a big hole.
But if you don't get along with somebody else, it's a little hole, and you're still in trouble.
Do you treat stars the same as everybody else?
Do you treat them? Yeah, normally. You might let them have a little bit more leeway. I'll tell them straight up. If you're a rookie and you're on a bus and then you got my star player sitting there waiting to go and you're just a hair bit late, you can have problems. But if you're a rookie on the bus and the star player comes a hair bit late, hey, he deserves some kind of consideration. So there's always a little give and take. But I think everybody knows, and everybody just try to not make hard, fast rules that put yourself into a corner. Just, hey, look, guys, here's where we want to go, and let's all go there.
Yeah, by the way, I'd like to use that philosophy with my producers. I'm going to use that one. If the bus is late, guys, we're leaving if you... By the way,
it depends on who's not on that bus. There's some people I'm not leaving because it's not going to be a good outcome when we get there.
Yeah. What's your timetable for Steve Nash's return?
He's making progress. We're being very careful. When he's without pain totally, then he will ramp it up. And then if he's without pain after a couple practices, then he'll play. I told him and Steve Blake both with about 68 games left. There's no difference with playing 68 straight games and playing 62. But there is a big difference. You play about 6, and then you're out 20 more, and then you got to play the last 30, 40. So we want to avoid that scenario, and so be it if he has to miss 1 or 2 more games before he's ready.
It is an older roster. How many concerns that they're not ideally fitted for your up-tempo style?
No, I don't think many. I think we can get there. We can be exciting. We can have a good. Again, it's more of a rhythm. It's not going to be like the Phoenix Suns because that's a completely different. But also, Phoenix Suns didn't win the title, so there are some things that I'll trade off. But I've gotten back in return. So we have Dwight Howard, who is the best defender in the game at the rim, and we got another 7-footer right beside him. And I never had that, so we're going to use that to make our defense better. And our offense maybe a little less, won't strike you hard, but it should be very efficient.
By the way, people you're a high-profile coach. People will say your Knicks resume was a failure. So without labeling it, what is something you learned in New York that you wouldn't do again?
Well, it's hard to say because when you do something, you do it with the information that you have right there. Obviously, if you have different information, you react differently and you go a different route. But I thought Donnie Walsh had a plan. That when we went there, he had a good plan. We were going to destroy it or, keep trying to build people up to trade him to get cap room in the third year. He thought the third year we could make the playoffs, or we're going to try to make a push and get a big-time free agent. We kind of did that, not totally, but we did a pretty good job where we were 6th place and made it. And then we happened to make a trade. And we went into a strike where we didn't have any, time to put people together. But so I would make little decisions here and there differently. I'd got along better with different people probably. It may take more time, but it didn't happen. And I'm not satisfied with what happened in New York, and bums me out. But we left them in a pretty good spot, and they're a good team right now.
Did you watch any of the Knicks? Now I watched the Knicks Nets for about an hour last night. Pretty good clubs, right?
Oh, yeah, no, real good. That's good basketball for New York. I'm sure they're excited, both teams, and they should be. And it's good for the league. So it's, somewhere down there it's good for me. I don't know if I feel it yet, but it's good for me somewhere.
Mike, continued success. Good luck to you and your health as well in the knee. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, Mike D'Antoni. I did watch. I watched the Knicks and the Nets last night for about an hour. And Knicks, Carmelo missed some free throws down the stretch, which were pretty crucial, but it was good basketball. They're pretty good teams. They're both playoff teams, which is you got a new rivalry in the NBA a little bit. I thought it was pretty sweet. Get your hands on the Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt. Coming up next, there's about 6 coaching availabilities, college and pro. We're going to kind of rank them up here coming up next. Do you have the legal protection you need? Think about it. Maybe you'd like to incorporate a business you're starting. You have to protect your personal assets. You're forming an LLC, an S-Corp, a C-Corp. What about your family? You got to protect their future. Do you have a will or a living trust? Maybe you just need an attorney to guide you along in a little business venture you're doing. Whatever it is, where do you turn for legal protection? LegalZoom.com. They have an A rating from the Better Business Bureau. LegalZoom has been helping families and businesses get personalized and affordable legal protection for the past 12 years. In most states, their legal plan, an attorney can answer questions about your documents. So go to LegalZoom today. LegalZoom.com. Make sure your family and or your business are legally protected. Now, it's not a law firm. You get self-help services at your specific direction. For more savings, enter Colin, C-O-L-I-N, in the referral box at checkout. LegalZoom. LegalZoom.com. Best coaching jobs available. And can't we just be honest about a very uncomfortable topic? Next in the herd.
Big Blue will look to get after RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday just like they did Aaron Rodgers. Will they be able to catch the rookie sensation? Chris Canty joins Michael and Don today at 6:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
At Metro PCS, we'd like to give holiday shoppers a shortcut, a way through the blizzard of advertising so you can save time and money. Metro's having a phone sale, a big phone sale. You'll get instant rebates of up to $200, and not just any phones, but 4G LTE phones, like the next big thing, the Samsung Galaxy S3. Instant rebate, $100. It's the phone that's outselling that 5 thingy. Or you can get the LG Connect 4G, instant rebate, $200. Leave the store price, $149. And you leave the store without an annual contract, with a plan that gives you 4G LTE speed for the best price in town. Even a plan that comes with unlimited everything, including no caps on data. The big 4G LTE phone sale. Instant rebates up to $200 on the hottest 4G LTE phones on the market. Only at Metro PCS. That's why everybody's moving to Metro. Metro PCS. Wireless for all. Limited time offers. Sales tax not included. Availability may vary. See store or metropcs.com for terms and conditions of service, including arbitration provision.
You want to...
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's. Never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Trending now. Eagles fall again. Cuban rips NBA marketing. Giants Bennett saves falling fan. It's what's trending now on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
It's Mike and the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell.
You've made so many changes. You've done so many things to try and make the game safer, some of which have led to my partner here yelling and screaming that you're going too far. And yet, in a given week, you see quarterbacks Cutler and Smith and Vick and Roethlisberger going down. How do you gauge success with regard to player safety?
Well, Mike, I think the big thing is, what we see is progress. The changes that we're making are effective, but we're not declaring victory. There's still work to be done. We still have to make changes in our game, whether it's rules or equipment, but the awareness has never been higher. What we saw this past week, and as unfortunate it is having those injuries, they represented progress because those players left the game. They did not return to play. They're getting the proper care. Just maybe a few years ago, that wouldn't have even occurred. And I think that's what we're focusing on. How do we continue to make progress in this area? And there's no simple answer to a complex problem.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
For more than 75 years, one award has been synonymous with excellence. December 8th, a new name will be forever linked to college football's highest honor. Will it be Kansas State's Colin Klein, Notre Dame's Manti Te'o, USC's Marquise Lee, Ohio State's Braxton Miller, or Texas A&M's Johnny Manziel? The Heisman Trophy presentation presented by Nissan. Saturday, December 8th at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Player subject to change.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play!
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three. Throws it down.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA, Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
The Giants look great in their win over Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. They now look forward to a date with RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday. O.C. Umanura joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coming up in the Herd. Who would be Rick Riley's surprise coach of the year in college football? Find out via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 11:15 Eastern, 8:15 Pacific. In the Herd.
Don't forget next hour, not only Rick Riley at 15 minutes after the hour, Rick Riley said Notre Dame did not deserve all the credit it got for years and years. And he will come on today and acknowledge that he was wrong, that Notre Dame still is a very good brand. Now, maybe he won't acknowledge that. We'll talk to Rick Riley. That'll be 15 after the hour. Peter King in the final hour of the show, 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. Next hour, by the way, the Herd Hierarchy, bottom of the hour, my top 10, which all of you love my picks on Friday. It's the same teams in the same league, but when I do my Herd Hierarchy on Tuesday, you call me an idiot. So I get all the picks right on Friday. I clearly kind of sort of know the league, but on Tuesday, I'm dumb. I can't figure it out. The Herd brought to you by CarQuest Auto Parts. Over 3,000 locations across North America. Great people, great products, great prices. A lot of job openings right now in football in this country. Some colleges nobody cares about, some big NFL jobs. Philadelphia, San Diego, Kansas City, Carolina in the NFL. Carolina, not for sure, feels that way. Dallas Cowboys, I don't think, are going to fire Jason Garrett. I think they think he's a smart guy. You know, much like Lane Kiffin, he hasn't proven anything, but he has the backing of the guy who signs the checks. So I think it's Eagles, San Diego, Kansas City, probably Carolina, Tennessee Volunteers, all sorts of rumors about John Gruden on the internet. Family owns property in the state. What do I know? I would say this, though. It's a good college job. I've been in Knoxville. It's a great college job. If you're asking me what the best job is of all these, I'd take San Diego because I believe in the NFL it's all about the quarterback. So if I get Phillip Rivers, who right now is about a B-, C+ quarterback, I believe part of his erosion last 2 or 3 years is Norv Turner. If you don't think Coach can assist or puncture a quarterback, look at Alex Smith. Look at Alex Smith with Singletary. Look at Alex Smith with Harbaugh. Okay, look at Drew Brees until Sean Payton. He took him to another level. So there's no question a quarterback is helped or hindered by his coach. If we think Norv Turner is as bad a head coach as the league has, and many believe that, he's certainly not helping Phillip Rivers. Every year in San Diego, more issues, more turnovers. I think Norv is part of that. So I think Phillip Rivers is a good, solid B quarterback who, with a coaching change, better offensive line, better personnel people around him, better GM, can be a really good winning quarterback. He's proven that before. So you get a quarterback. It's San Diego. It's 75 degrees most of the year. Players want to play there. They do need a new stadium. Could arguably be leaving town in a couple of years for Los Angeles. The worry there is you get the job, and if they do move, they want to clean house and start over. That's a very real possibility. Philadelphia has a history of being a very dependable franchise. They don't have a quarterback. Mike Vick's not the answer. How many coaching staffs does he have to clean out? Nick Foles, quality kid, maybe. I don't think he's the next Andrew Luck. So, again, if you're Kansas City, again, a lot of good things there, loyal fans. They don't have a quarterback. And remember, in this year in college football, there is not a guaranteed HOF, first ballot, big-time RG3 Andrew Luck guy. There's not. There just isn't. I don't think Geno Smith or Matt Barkley are that guy. I don't believe the Cowboys will fire Jason Garrett. I do not believe the New York Jets will fire Rex Ryan. I'm not a Rex Ryan guy, but I do believe this. With Mark Sanchez, he got the Jets in back-to-back years to the AFC Championship. Dude can coach. Rex Ryan was on 98.7 FM in New York yesterday, the Michael Kay Show, and he said he's not even thinking about his job with 5 games to go. Said he's not even thinking about it. So, my feeling is they'll be fine. Here's something else that it's I thought was interesting in the Mike D'Antoni interview, is that Mike D'Antoni, Laker coach, was just on, and there's rumors all over Los Angeles the Lakers are going to move Pau Gasol. And he just doesn't fit the offense. He's up early 30s. It's fourth different offense in 3 years. Pau Gasol right now doesn't fit the system. But he's a high-end player. He's a B-plus NBA player. I don't think he's today as good as Chris Bosh. I think Chris Bosh has surpassed him as sort of a finesse big in this league. I think Chris Bosh is the best finesse big right now going in this league. I think Dirk Nowitzki falling behind him, total game, same with Pau Gasol. But I asked D'Antoni if Pau even fits in his offense, and Mike D'Antoni's answer was, refreshingly honest.
Pau is not that athletic running, but he is a smart basketball player. And what you try to do, you tinker a little bit. It's not, ideal what your system will be, and you try to tinker it for the players without getting too far away from it. If you get too far away, then obviously you change personnel up a little bit. But he can play the way we want to play. We might not be 7 seconds or less or whatever you want to call it, but it will be fast enough with a good rhythm that he will be a heavy contributor to what we do.
Listen, first of all, this team's built around Dwight Howard right now, Steve Nash, and Kobe Bryant. Pau Gasol is high-end, smart guy, incredibly valuable in certain systems. I don't think he's overly valuable in this system. I think they need another shooter. I don't think they can rely on Jody Meeks, good player in Philadelphia, can shoot a little, and I do think D'Antoni will get the most out of him. But to me, there is something there with Pau Gasol. He is a B to B-plus big. There's somebody in this league. Remember, just because he doesn't fit you, it's just like owning a business. Just because somebody doesn't work for you doesn't mean they're not great with the company next door. Pau Gasol has real value in this league. A lot of people could use Pau Gasol. To me, he's not a great fit with the Lakers. If you could swap Pau Gasol and give me a younger, athletic wing who can shoot, man, that goes a long way for the Lakers. Because everybody admits between Kobe, Metta, and Nash, Anton Jameson, it's an old roster. I guarantee the Lakers have to be on the phone. If you can move him and get young, fresh legs and a shooter, home run for the Lakers. Because I asked D'Antoni, do you have enough shooters on the roster?
I think so. Metta World Peace has been a surprise. The guy, I don't know if he's on fire or he's just like this, but he's shooting the ball extremely well. Pau can make outside shots. Steve Nash is one of the best shooters in the league. Steve Blake when he comes back. So we're missing 2 big shooters. And the rest of them are capable shooters. So, I do think we have Jody Meeks is a very good shooter. So I do think we have enough.
I disagree. Steve Blake's not going to be in at crunch time. Either is Jody Meeks. You can get a high-end B to B plus NBA player for Pau Gasol. Somebody in this league, give me an idea who, on Twitter or our email, somebody in this league needs a highly skilled 6'11 guy, and they have a wing guy to give away. It's the Herd.
Coming off their dominant performance versus Green Bay, we asked the question, are the Giants in the driver's seat for a return to the Super Bowl? We'll ask the question today at 3 on The Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. Got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in. And you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Mike Golick was pleased that Ed Reed's suspension was overturned, but he still had suggestions for the NFL.
They need to go more on intent, but they don't. And the refs have said it, and the refs have been told this. So really, I can't blame the refs. The refs have been nerved and scared into this thing. Throw the flag. How many late flags have we seen? A hit where no flag is thrown, and all of a sudden the receiver stays on the ground an extra 2 seconds, and the flag comes out. That's what they're doing. So I don't blame the refs. The refs have been absolutely told, mandated by Roger Goodell in this league, safety first, throw the flag. And it is a joke, a complete and utter joke of the game of football, a joke of the men who play the game of football, that they're now doing this. And it's all because of the head injuries. I get it. Sorry, they're still going to happen, and you have to pick out more and intent on what's going on.
Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio. ESPNRadio.com.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Marvin Miller, who had a major effect on the business of baseball, has died at the age of 95. Miller, the first executive director of the MLB Players Association, created free agency for baseball players and revolutionized all of pro sports with multi-million-dollar contracts. Miller had been diagnosed with liver cancer in August. ESPN's Buster Olney reports Andy Pettit's close to finalizing a one-year deal in the range of $11 million with the Yankees. NFL, who gets the start for the 49ers on Sunday, Alex Smith or Colin Kaepernick? Coach Jim Harbaugh says he'll make the announcement tomorrow so players won't be bombarded by questions about the matter. Kaepernick, clearly an upgrade, says ESPN's Chris Carter.
I've seen Alex Smith. I've seen enough of him. I mean, you analyze their roster. If you can improve one position, it would be the quarterback position. I believe they can do more things offensively with Kaepernick
Chris Carter with Mike and Mike. NBA Lakers forward Pau Gasol says he's been playing through tendonitis in both knees, and that's affected his performance.
People love cars, and Pennzoil loves them just as much as you do. That's why they work so tirelessly to pursue the latest advances in oil technology to help keep your car running strong and keep America's love of the car rolling right along. Long love cars, not just oil. Pennzoil.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. Rick Riley will be a good listen in 15 minutes. He wrote an article about Notre Dame, I don't know, several months ago, and a lot of people got defensive about it. I've always said this about Notre Dame football, and they're going to play for the national championship against Georgia or Alabama, whoever wins that game. And I've always said this, is they're always relevant. Now, it's like the Yankees. They're always relevant. Even when the Yankees, if they finish third place in the American League East, they're relevant because they're imploding and they're going to get somebody fired. Notre Dame, and that's where I disagreed with Rick Riley, their brand is gigantic. That USC Notre Dame game got a 10-5 rating on Saturday night. And remember this, in baseball playoffs, there's only one game at a time. Like a World Series, there's only one game at a time. So if you want to watch baseball in America, it doesn't compete against any other baseball game. Of all the sports, college basketball's rating is actually greater than you see it. Because even when Notre Dame and USC are playing, there's 4 other, 5 other, 6 other games on television. So when a World Series game is on and it gets a 7.7 rating, that's everybody that can possibly want to watch that game is watching it. When a college football game gets a 10-5, it's closer to a 13-5. Because there's all sorts of people driving home from games, people at games, or people watching other games on TV. And if you've got a big Southern game on where college football is huge, they're not going to watch Notre Dame USC. They're going to watch South Carolina Clemson or whoever's playing. So the 10-5 rating for Notre Dame is even bigger than that. Because if every college fan had an opportunity to just watch that game, they'd have gotten to 12, 13, 15. The only time ratings are really true is like NBA Finals or the World Series. It's the only basketball or only baseball game on. And we don't need to go into baseball's ratings erosion. It's obvious, it's true, it's inarguable. But it just showed how powerful Notre Dame is. And can we give Notre Dame credit here? Listen, a lot of Notre Dame fans are like, Colin, you were so wrong. Yeah, but I've been right for 15 years on Notre Dame. I was wrong. I said this is an 8-win team. I said I did not believe in the trenches they can go toe-to-toe with the top SEC teams. And for the record, we still don't know if they can. We'll find out, though. But I will say this. Notre Dame is not only good for my business, but they're good for college football. You know, in Notre Dame, they actually make kids go to class. No junior college players. We interview all sorts of people on this show. We've always had a rule. If a guy goes to Notre Dame, we don't have to pre-interview him. We know he'll be able to handle himself on radio. He's a bright kid. I mean, I don't need, like a lot of times we will literally go online. Is the guy interesting on radio? Is he compelling? Does he have something to say? You never have to do that with Notre Dame guys. They're always interested. They've always got something to say. They're bright kids. They're doing it the right way. They're not in cheating scandals. Their fans aren't poisoning trees or doing some sexual gyration on a passed-out fan. No junior college guys. They don't redshirt very liberally. Very rarely. You got to go to class. You have to have a certain status academically to get in. They do it the right way. That doesn't mean all their kids are perfect. Michael Floyd had his issues. Jimmy Clausen had his issues. That doesn't mean every kid's a perfect kid. Kids are kids. They're 20 years old. They're on the college campus. There's booze, there's girls, there's stuff. I get it. But I got to tell you, I've been in this business, long enough. Notre Dame kids are good kids. They're good. They're bright kids, and they're always a pleasure to have on the show. And they're doing it right. They're not getting investigated annually by the NCAA. Their fans can be a little arrogant. I'll take that over guy poisoning other rivals' tree. I'll take that. And Brian Kelly, who is going to win the Coach of the Year, I think Bill O'Brien at Penn State has to get some votes. I mean, that guy has done, that's unbelievable. If you follow college or pro football, it doesn't take much when Mike Singletary coached the Niners to watch that team and think they're not well coached. And then to watch with Harbaugh and go, they're well coached. You can see a well-coached team. Remember when Jim Zorn coached the Redskins? Remember that? And they didn't have a 2-minute drill? I mean, you fans saw it. You saw it. You emailed us. They didn't have a 2-minute drill. They got to the end of the game, they had no 2-minute drill. You can watch USC against Notre Dame in the goal line. They didn't look well coached. Wasting timeouts, kick a field goal, please. Same play over and over. Didn't look well coached. Penn State looks well coached. May not have their scheme rich, talent average. I don't know how great Notre Dame is. I think defensively they're exceptional. And Brian Kelly said a couple of days ago, this Notre Dame team, it just sort of embodies the spirit of the Fighting Irish.
It's who we are. I mean, it's Manti, the inspirational leader on our defense, and obviously our team, and Theo Riddick, the guts, the toughness. That's who we are. We're the Fighting Irish, and we've tried to make that part of our DNA since we came here just 3 short years ago to get it to where we are today.
I got to be honest with you. Some of Notre Dame's success this year was a lot of Big Ten teams. The Big Ten is awful. I don't think Notre Dame would be playing for a national title if they were in the SEC. I don't think they'd be playing for a national title if they were in the Pac-12 and had to play Stanford and Oregon on the road. But you know what? They played a good enough schedule, and they won all their games. And, yeah, there were some close calls. And, yeah, they got an officiating break against Pitt and maybe Stanford. But you know what? They're unbeaten. They won big at Oklahoma. They dominated USC in the Coliseum on a Saturday night. And the one thing I like about this team, they've got 29 seniors. That is a ton. Teams have 80 to 85 players on scholarship. Over a third of their roster is seniors. It is a really smart veteran team full of 23-year-old kids. And they've got NFL prospects in the front seven defensively. So, good for Notre Dame. They're doing it right. It's a good story. They went unbeaten. You can look at all these SEC schedules. They've got real holes. I mean, who's Alabama played? 2 good teams. One beat them and one had them beat with a minute to go. And Notre Dame's here. They won their games. They beat Stanford. Stanford's excellent team. We'll have their coach on later. John, you're in the herd. Go ahead.
Good morning, Colin. Hey, I'm an Auburn guy, first of all, so I have absolutely no dog in this hunt, and I love your show. And even if you come down on me, I'm still going to love your show. But, hey, it wasn't that long ago where you yourself was saying that Notre Dame would not win again because they were a school located in cold weather and they had religious overtones. Do you remember that? And
no question, John. That's why I'm stunned. That's why you're stunned. I still think Notre Dame has limitations. I do. Listen, I know I said it. You're right. I am the first guy to admit I am shocked by it. Some of it is they won 4 games they could have lost. Some of it is 29 seniors. Some of it's great coaching. Some of it's breaks. But I'm not going to sit here and bang on Notre Dame. They went undefeated. They won all their games. Yes, they played Big Ten teams who all ended up being mostly bad. I thought Michigan State was going to be a loss. Michigan State ended up being very, very weak. Michigan, we all thought would be pretty good. Michigan ended up being pretty weak. So, listen, it didn't get warmer in South Bend. I mean, they haven't gone agnostic. They still have limitations. That's why I say I'm shocked by this. I don't think they're going to do this every year. I am shocked. I think you lose 29 seniors. Go ask Nick Saban what it's done to his defense. It's hard. It's hard when you have young kids. Rick Riley joins me next to eat some crow, potentially. It's the Herd on ESPN Radio.
Coming off their dominant performance versus Green Bay, we ask the question, are the Giants in the driver's seat for a return to the Super Bowl? We'll ask the question today at 3 on The Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The New Jersey Lottery Powerball jackpot is now estimated at $425 million. That's right, $425 million. The next winner could be you. Play Powerball with Power Play from the New Jersey Lottery. Give your dreams a chance.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drop screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Mike and Mike can't seem to agree on who should be quarterbacking in San Fran.
I'm not saying Kaepernick's a bad quarterback. I like him as a quarterback, and he's going to be the quarterback next year for this team. I just don't know if I'd be upsetting the apple cart right about now in that situation. Maybe it won't.
I think the apple cart got upset by itself.
He wouldn't have upset it. Who upset
Alex Smith getting hurt. They had to put the other guy out there, and they discovered the other guy is better. Where Mike and Mike were, he is better.
Mike and Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So we're getting into college. I've got what it takes. So do you.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org. Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan.
Jamie McMurray.
This is Carl Edwards here for RED,
the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk. Drive my car. Yes, I'm gonna be a star.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting,
getting chewed out by
so
your
why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
Up in the herd. Can the the Patriots defense keep up with Tom Brady and the offense? We asked Patriots safety Devin McCourty via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 11:45 Eastern, 8:45 Pacific. In the Herd.
Beating a crowd, make the right call with the easy, affordable Subway catering. Subway Cater Fresh. By the way, I just came up. You're going to think I'm nuts. I just came up with a Pau Gasol trade. Don't kid yourself. The Lakers are thinking of trading Pau Gasol. Come on. I just came up with it. NBA salaries have to match within 10%. I'm going to tell you what it is in 5 minutes after Rick Riley. Can we get a hold of Bill Simmons? I'm going to call Bill Simmons during the break. I think I got a trade, and I think it's a good one. And I think I'm not kidding you. I'm a total trade nerd. Colin, Kobe Bradford, Jose Calderon, I'll take your answer off the air. You know, I hate that guy. I've become that guy. All right, Rick Riley, ESPN. All right, this whole Notre Dame thing, Rick. Brian Kelly, all the seniors, perfect storm, signature wins. I'm shocked. You wrote an article. You're clearly shocked. You said they weren't quite worthy. Have they proven themselves worthy to you?
You realize they didn't have a top 20 finish in the last 5 years. They started out of the top 20. USC was number 1. By the end of the year, it had completely flipped. USC unranked. Notre Dame ends up number 1. And I, like an idiot, said Notre Dame would lose to USC. I was so sure of it that I said I'd polish their helmets, which is really a stupid thing to say. And now I got to go there Wednesday and polish their helmets.
Isn't college football, though, just better when Notre Dame's good? USC Notre Dame got a 10-5 rating. You know the rating game. The sport is better when Notre Dame's good, is it not?
Of course it's better, but the original column, I stand by parts of it, which is I don't think Notre Dame should have a seat at the BCS decision-making table. They're the only school that represents itself. Everybody else in the conference. I don't think they should get a $1.3 million bonus when they don't make a bowl game. But they did prove to me and you and everybody else that they are a national brand. I said they no longer were a national brand. They hadn't competed for a national championship in 20 years. And I said it was time to stop thinking of them as a national brand. Well, I was wrong. I mean, people come up to me every day saying how wrong I was, that ratings have been through the roof. There's so many great stories. Monte Teo, a kid who lost to both his grandmother and his girlfriend within hours. This kid Everett Golson, who got benched in the second game, and yet in the last 8 games has only thrown 2 picks. I mean, it's terrific. The running backs, especially Theo Riddick, it's just been there's so many great stories, and I was just wrong.
Switching gears, though, I said yesterday on my show that I would give Bill O'Brien at Penn State my college football coach of the year, that including transfers like Silas Redd and graduates, they returned only 2 of 11 people offensively, and yet today have more wins than USC. Do you know Bill O'Brien?
Well, I spent a half hour on the phone with him yesterday and a half hour with his wife. I think he is the coach of the year. But what a year it's been in the Big Ten for coaches. What about Urban Meyer? What about Kelly at Notre Dame? But O'Brien, to me, I mean, Colin, that was like, coaching football on the last day of Saigon when everything around you is melting and you're trying to go, this is going to be fine. Nobody believed it would be fine. Nobody thought they'd win 8 games. Do you realize Silas Redd left to go to USC, and then he would have won more games if he'd have stayed at Penn State, a school that we all thought would just be a mess. So Bill O'Brien has a 9-year deal. He has the longest honeymoon you can have in college sports, and I think he'll stay. I mean, just talking to him yesterday, and that guy is emotional about what they did there. And by the way, something interesting, that city, that town, has sort of become a metaphor. You think of it and you think of child abuse of young boys. He's got 2 boys. He made a statement going there. He says, it's not this town. There's one sick person that did this, and he's hoping to turn around the image of Penn State. And, I mean, he made some big steps this year doing it.
Rick Riley joining us, ESPN. Eagles-Panthers, Monday Night Football. You were there last night. First of all, the environment in Philadelphia, and then your thoughts, and can you win big with Cam Newton?
Well, Cam Newton is he's such a gift. I mean, his athletic gifts, but you stand next to the guy, you can't believe how big he is, what great shape he is. He's like some sort of Adonis. But he's also, he acts like it. He acts like he knows it. For instance, and this is just a small thing, but when Eli Manning finishes the game, he knows he's on the podium right after his coach, because he knows guys have deadlines, and especially on a road game, he wants to get on the bus so they can get on the plane. Peyton Manning, same thing. Aaron Rodgers, they get ready and go. Last night, Cam Newton took 54 minutes from the time he got out of the shower to the time he was ready to talk to the press. And I know because I timed it. And meanwhile, all the press is waiting on deadline, and his whole team is waiting on the bus to go to the airport. So there's just sort of an entitlement that he has that I think would rub you the wrong way if you're on that team. And I just noticed it last night, how he was sort of his own country, if you will, who got to do whatever he wanted. So do I think Cam Newton is going to be a great quarterback in this league? I think he's got to change his attitude.
Yeah. By the way, I heard from somebody I trust deeply that there were people in the locker room that felt the exact way about Cam that you just described, that there is a diva quality that you can see regularly around Cam Newton. Rick, great talking to you. Continued success, bud.
All right, buddy. Thanks so much.
Rick Riley. Okay, here's my Laker trade. We had Mike D'Antoni on earlier. There's all sorts of rumors and speculation. I do sports radio. I can talk about this. There's a lot of sense that, Pau Gasol, 32 years old, kind of a finesse player, D'Antoni's system, and D'Antoni's going to be there for years now. They're already paying off Mike Brown. They got Mike D'Antoni for years here. So you better acquiesce to Mike D'Antoni's system. Steve Nash, Kobe, Dwight Howard are the bedrock of this franchise. It's not Pau Gasol, who, by the way, 2 times in the last 5 years has sort of curled up in the playoffs. Here's my trade. What do the Lakers need? They need wing players who are athletic, and they need to get younger. DeMar DeRozan for the Toronto Raptors went to USC. He only makes $3 million. In the NBA, the salaries have to come within 10% of matching. Meanwhile, the Raptors have guards they like. Kyle Lowry, Landry Fields. They have guards they like. They could use a big. So you send DeMar DeRozan for Toronto at about $3.5 million a year. You're going to also have to send a big contract to even it out, like Andre Bargnani, who's a 27-year-old stiff, mostly. But, again, you got Dwight Howard. He needs a backup. So you have to take a bad contract. So you give Toronto, Pau Gasol, a sophisticated city, close to Europe. He'd probably be okay with it. You get him out of the conference, don't have to face him again. And in turn, the Raptors don't have to face DeMar DeRozan, and you send Bargnani and DeRozan to the Lakers.
Nerd alert!
I know I'm a nerd. I'm telling you, it's possible. Get Simmons on the phone. Take your answer off the air. The Herd Top 10 hierarchy next.
Let the games begin.
The rivalry has officially begun. The chants of Brooklyn rang out in the Barclays Center last night as the Nets dropped the Knicks in overtime in their first ever meeting. We're talking Knicks-Nets on the Michael Kay Show today at 3 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Listen.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Hey, Golick, what if I said the birth of your child is no excuse to miss a game?
Couldn't disagree more. I think it's idiotic almost, bordering on that, to make a statement like that, to say that should overtake any other thing in your life. I think it's a ridiculous statement to make.
Why?
Why? Because it's family. I mean, this is the birth of your kid, birth, death, funeral, whatever. I mean, your family is first. Your family is first.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
I'm a champion, real-life checks mechanism. Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's Shaquille O'Neal for Rad. It's not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
Sports news happens fast.
The Lakers' search for a new head coach is over, and the team has hired Mike D'Antoni to replace the fired Mike Brown.
An incredible fight ensued. The crew for Boyer pinned down Jeff Gordon on the ground.
Texas A&M knocks off #1 Alabama,
when
29.
The latest scores, updates, or breaking news. Turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Do you ever want to tell Greeny to just shut up? Or make sure Colin knows that baseball fans aren't all nerds? Or perhaps think SVP and Ryan have Boston sports fans all wrong? Make sure your voice is heard with ESPN Radio's all-new Fan Feedback, brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. Fan feedback allows you to engage with our hosts about whatever's on your mind via email, Twitter, Facebook, and text. Go to ESPNradio.com and look for the 1-800-Flowers.com fan feedback link to engage with your favorite hosts. And remember to visit 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN to discover exclusive offers for ESPN Radio listeners. 1-800-Flowers.com is the preferred floral provider of ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Marvin Miller, the first executive director of baseball's Players Union, has died at the age of 95. Miller's credited with creating free agency for baseball players and revolutionizing pro sports forever with multi-million-dollar deals. Miller was diagnosed with liver cancer in August. NFL hoping to avoid what happened last week when 49ers players faced a barrage of questions about who their starting quarterback would be. Coach Jim Harbaugh will announce tomorrow if he'll go with Colin Kaepernick or Alex Smith. Either option works for the Niners, says tight end Vernon Davis.
Really just let Harbaugh make the decision, and we go from there. So whatever decision he makes, we have to support it, no matter what it is, because he is the head coach, and we have to look at it that way. But we were fine with Kaepernick starting. We were fine with the Alex starting. It doesn't really matter.
Kaepernick's led San Francisco to 2 straight wins in place of Smith. Former Philly corner Troy Vincent, pretty critical of the current Eagles players, told USA Today he's offended by a lack of leadership, also criticized a lack of chemistry. Vincent also believes that Coach Andy Reid deserves to finish out this season.
Nissan Heisman House is a collection of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Coming up in the Herd, what will be the best available head coaching job in the NFL this offseason? Find out from SI.com's Peter King via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. In the Herd.
All right, good to have you in ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Test drive snapshot, even if you have insurance with another company. See how much you can make before the switch. We do it every Tuesday. I think the funniest part about this is that on Friday, everybody's like, Colin, I love your picks. You're amazing. We're hitting 75% of the year. Same league, same players, same teams. On Tuesday, I do my top 10, and I'm an idiot. All right, let's go. The Herd hierarchy, our top 10. We do it every Tuesday.
Number 10.
Begrudgingly, Baltimore. Now, they've won 6 straight games, but the teams have losing records. I still think defensively, between the loss to Ladarius Webb and Ray Lewis, it's an issue. They did clinch their 5th straight season with at least 9 wins. I think culturally, it's an excellent football team. But I just look at that defense, and I just look at how they narrowly beat average teams all year, and there's something about Baltimore. I feel the same way about Atlanta in the NFC. I think they'll get toppled very early in the playoffs.
Number 9.
Green Bay Packers. Said it for 2 years. I think they have a ton of flaws, but they remain a top 10 team because they have the best quarterback in the league in Aaron Rodgers. He's the highest-rated passer. But they have surrendered the 2nd most sacks in the league, which is shocking when you consider how quickly Rodgers gets rid of the ball and how great his arm is. With all those weapons, they still have surrendered 37 sacks.
Number 8.
Matt Ryan in Atlanta. Lead the NFL with 6 game-winning drives in the 4th or overtime this year. They're a little bit like Notre Dame. They don't blow you away, but they keep winning close games. They have also, though, played the NFL's easiest schedule to date. Their opponents thus far have won 39% of their games. Baltimore and Atlanta. Everybody else loves them. I'm not buying it yet.
Number 7.
San Francisco. Am I worried a little bit about a quarterback controversy? Not at all. They're creating depth. And Colin Kaepernick has the highest total quarterback rating in his first 2 career starts since Aaron Rodgers in 2008. They are unbeaten in the last 5 weeks, 4-0-1. I still think, in the end, they need to become more vertical to beat teams like the New York Giants in the playoffs.
Number 6.
Everybody loves Houston. They share the NFL's best record. They're 10-1, and they are 5-0 on the road this year. But they've allowed more than 30 points in back-to-back games. And it's troubling to watch their lack of consistency on defense. Jacksonville had them beat. Now, I think Jacksonville's got more talent than people think. But Jacksonville should never, toe-to-toe, have Houston beat. I still worry, big game, Gary Kubiak, is he going to outcoach a Bill Belichick, a Mike Tomlin? I'm not sure of that.
Number 5.
Still love Chicago. Just like the Pittsburgh Steelers, it depends on who starts at quarterback. In Chicago's last 22 games, with Cutler, they're 13-2. Without him, they're 1-6. What does that tell you about the value of not only quarterbacks, but Jay Cutler? In the last 22 games with Cutler, they averaged 28.7 a game. Without him, 13 points. Jay Cutler will play. And that's why I still think the Bears have a shot to get to the Super Bowl.
Number 4.
I don't care Pittsburgh's lost the last 2 weeks. They haven't had Big Ben. The Steelers are 8-7 without Roethlisberger since his first career start. 86-36 with him. That's why they remain in my top 4. He's coming back. They should win the rest of their games. They now have 4 healthy running backs. I still think third down, best offense in the league, except maybe New England, and maybe better than New England.
Number 3.
New York Giants, their best is as good as anybody's best. Now, they lost running back Andre Brown, broken leg. Doesn't help. They're going to have to depend on the rookie David Wilson. But Eli Manning, first game without a pick since the middle of October. Again, this team sometimes can be mercurial, especially at home. But I get an A-plus coach and an A quarterback, maybe the best road team in the league. I've got him at number 3.
Number 2.
Man, Denver played poorly and won on the road. I don't care if it's Kansas City. 4th straight road win. 6th straight win. And, you know, they've been remarkably healthy on offense. Decker, Demaryius Thomas, the tight ends, Brandon Stokely. I don't think they can afford a loss there. They need all those offensive weapons. There are a lot of B guys. But so far, to me, Denver can line up with everybody in this league. The only team I think would beat him and already has.
Number 1.
The New England Patriots. The last team to beat Denver and did by 10 points. They've won 19 straight games in the second half of the season. Think about that. The New England Patriots have won 19 straight games in the second half of the season. That tells you about the culture and the coaching and Tom Brady. They've had 190 points in the past 4 games, the most points scored in a month span since the 1950 Rams. Eric, you're in the herd. Thanks for calling. Go ahead, bud.
Hey, Colin, how you doing?
Great.
Hey, I want to talk to you about your power rankings right now. I don't understand how you can have the Broncos over the Giants, Texans, and the Falcons. I mean, what teams have they beaten this year? And plus, they play in the AFC West.
Well, first of all, you know, you can go to that. Who's New England beaten? I mean, seriously, you can say that with everybody. Who's New England beaten? Who's Houston beaten? Who's Chicago beaten? I never go into that. It's the NFL. If Jacksonville's the worst team, they should have beaten Houston and went to Lambeau, and if not for a red zone fumble, we're giving the Packers fits. And they just won. Didn't they win this weekend? I've sort of stopped watching. So, you know, the old who have they beaten, my eyeballs tell me Peyton Manning and that offensive line and all those weapons tells me they're pretty good. Tells me they're pretty good. Tony, you're in the herd. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
Hello?
No point, really. There's no point. Patriots roll the Jets. I'll bring a member of the Patriots on next. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. Traffic, parking. Come on, it's outdated. It's the post office. It'll be packed this time of the year. We recommend Stamps.com instead. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Everything you can do at the post office, now you can do from your desk. You can buy and print official U.S. postage with Stamps.com using your own computer, using your own printer. You can print postage for any letter, any package, the instant you need it with Stamps.com. Easy, convenient, an efficient mailing and shipping solution for your business needs. Right now, special offer. Use my name, Colin, no risk. Plus, free digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. But don't wait. That's only if you go to Stamps.com, click on the radio mic, and type in my name, Colin. Stamps.com, enter Colin, C-O-L-I-N, an efficient mailing and shipping solution for your business needs. Stamps.com. It's the herd.
Big Blue will look to get after RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday just like they did Aaron Rodgers. Will they be able to catch the rookie sensation? Chris Canty joins Michael and Don today at 6:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Trending now. Eagles fall again. Cuban rips NBA marketing. Giants Bennett saves falling fan. It's what's trending now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. So far, so good for the holiday shopping season. The National Retail Federation says 2/3 of Americans did some holiday spending over the long Thanksgiving weekend, spending up 6% compared with last year, and Cyber Monday projections are very strong. But it's still way too early to estimate just how well the 5-week season will go. Some retailers worry that all the excitement now will take away from spending later. The brightest spot so far is online shopping. One estimate putting the weekend increase at 20% compared with last year. That could well eat into spending at many brick-and-mortar malls. Stock futures down this morning after solid gains last week. The Dow Jones Index opens for business above 13,000 for the first time since Election Day. European finance ministers are holding more talks about Greek debt. They've been deadlocked over the terms of a rescue package. Global oil prices down slightly this morning, $88 a barrel for West Texas crude. Richard Davies, ABC News. Mike and Mike discuss the love and hate of Golic's Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame's accomplishments have been artificially inflated by the greater public.
Right.
They have had lesser teams that have gotten into bowls they didn't deserve to be in based upon the fact that they have this big national following. They have been treated as though they quote-unquote matter at times when they didn't. Now, stunningly, it is actually working 180 degrees the other way.
Did Notre Dame do any of that? Did Notre Dame invite themselves to a BCS bowl? Well, did they rank themselves? I got one email of one guy that says, I can't get over the fact they signed the TV deal with NBC. I'll always hate them for that. If your school was approached by a network and said, we'll sign you for a X amount of years for X amount of millions of dollars, you're going to tell me you would tell your school not to do it, and I'll call you a liar. I'm sorry. Any school would take the deal.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play!
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA, Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare with your children being raised by someone else? With our free information, you can lead a less stressful life, work from home, and start earning money as soon as next week.
I was about to be laid off from a company that was going bankrupt. On top of that, I wanted my kids to have mommy care, not daycare. My first month, I made $1,000 part-time. After 90 days, I was home with my children. And for the past 7 years, I've been here for my 3 little girls. I love this business.
Go to freedom105.com. Get out of the rat race and start earning great money as soon as next week.
I was skeptical. However, I had to get out of corporate America. Both me and my wife were able to quit our jobs and now make over $10,000 a month from home.
Go to freedom105.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom105.com. Freedom105.com and start earning great money as soon as next week.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com is presented by Progressive.
You are in the herd.
By the way, ESPN Radio fan feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every order back with their 100% smile guarantee. Special offers, 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. TMZ Sports yesterday. If you get off a plane in Los Angeles and you're even marginally, reasonably recognizable, there's always a TMZ camera. Phil Jackson yesterday in Los Angeles was pursued by TMZSports.com. And he talked about that, that whole thing with Mike D'Antoni. Phil Jackson should have had the job. Here's what Phil Jackson said.
We never discussed any terms, so there was never anything that was fair. Right. It was just a midnight kind of coup.
I don't take anything out of that. He said there was a little bit of a coup, but he said they never discussed terms. Well, I've been in 23 years in this business. I've probably had 6 or 7 or 8 contracts around there, probably 7 or 8. If you don't discuss terms, you're not talking about a real deal. Then it's just, seriously, that's like a divorce with no kids. It's just dating with paper. If you're talking jobs with no terms, that's just exploratory. That's all it is. That's dating with paper. So if you're not talking, nobody talked contract and nobody talked terms. Now, it may not have been the nicest way to do it. Phil Jackson calls it a midnight coup, but it should also be noted the Lakers did give him a phone call. At least the boyfriend called, told you he was dumping you. Give him a little credit. Give him a little credit. Also, I think it's fairly breaking news. I have become a gigantic NBA trade nerd. Pau Gasol, $19 million for DeMar DeRozan of the Toronto Raptors, and maybe an Andre Bergnani, who would play some. I know I'm a gigantic nerd. I make fun of people who do these goofy trades. I get it. But Mike D'Antoni was on the show earlier. He was brutally, refreshingly honest. Pau Gasol is not ideal for his team. And the Lakers are old. They want to get younger. So they want, what do they want? Young wing players for Nash to get him the ball. By the way, D'Antoni's contract, remember, they're already eating Mike Brown's deal. They're not eating Mike D'Antoni's after a year. He is there now for 3 or 4 years. So you're going to have to get players who acquiesce to his system. His future is more certain than Kobe's. Kobe's contract may run out. Mike's doesn't, and they're already paying Mike Brown a ton for not coaching. So you got to find the guy. You got to find him. I think it's 1-888 say ESPN. We're trying to get a hold of Bill Simmons. I don't think it's kooky. Coming up next hour, Peter King, NFL meat sandwich, and did I whiff on Stanford? Their very smart head coach David Shaw, who has done a remarkable job. How do you beat Notre Dame? He's the guy that got closest. The Patriots are my number 1 team in the Herd hierarchy. Their safety, Devin McCourty, joining us in the Herd on ESPN Radio. Devin, all I heard first couple of weeks in the NFL, Patriots are great, blah, blah, blah. Back end of their defense is terrible. Those guys in the back end of their defense, you're one of those guys. When you hear that, Devin, what do you think?
We don't pay attention to that. We just try to keep improving throughout the year, and we know if we just keep working on that as a team, we'll be where we want to be.
Listen, in the early part of this season, there were some issues with receivers getting behind the secondary. I have not seen it in recent weeks. Can you tell us what happened early?
A lot of it was, our guys just not making plays, sometimes being in position and, coming up short, not making a big play. And I think, guys have really harped on it, and we've worked hard at practice, and I think guys have stepped up. I think we've done some things that have helped guys out. We got some new guys back here, and it's simple. Go out and make plays, and good things will happen.
So you guys go out and acquire Aqib Talib. Now, he's a guy that had some problems off the field, super talented guy, comes in, makes a play. How do you look at him as a teammate?
I truly believe you don't judge somebody off what you hear or what other people say, and since he's been here, he's been a great teammate. He's helped us out on the field and, in the locker room and everything else. He's been a great teammate. He's been a good addition to our team.
The critics of the Patriots say it's a finesse team. How accurate is that?
I think that's just an opinion. We believe we're a hard-nosed football team. That's how we try to play. But, I think everyone's entitled to their own opinion. We just go out there and try to play football and win football games.
Do you guys ever hear that, though, that criticism?
Oh, yeah, we hear that. But, we hear a lot of things. And I think, Coach Belichick always tells us just ignore the noise, ignore what everyone else says, and just focus on what we're trying to do as a team and from everybody inside this organization, our beliefs. And if we stay to that, we can win games.
Devin McCourty of the Patriots, the Herd on ESPN Radio. When you guys really humiliated the Jets at MetLife Stadium, were you surprised by how vocal the fans were about the Jets? I mean, it was a fairly ugly situation. Were you surprised by it at all?
Not really. You know, that happens. Fans want to see wins. Fans want to see good things happen for their home team. So I think all my years in sports throughout college and now they're pros, you've seen that different times. But it's something I think as players you can't worry about. You just worry about fixing whatever you have to fix.
You ever been booed?
Yeah. It's happened a couple of times.
What is it like to be booed by home fans?
I think a lot of guys are saying, you know, it is what it is. You know, the fans support you, but they want to see good results. They want to see wins. And, you know, we work hard. That's what we want. So at the end of the day, I think it's both sides really wanting something, and they're just showing their dissatisfaction in play sometimes.
Devin, as you look at your schedule, you're in first place. You're on a winning streak. You have a secure lead in your division. How does Belichick keep you focused and not looking ahead to the playoffs when you're in the position you're in?
I think we know as players this season's a long season, and if you don't get better each week, somebody else passes you, and it makes it harder for you.
Devin, appreciate you stopping by the show.
Oh, no problem, man. Thank you for having me.
Devin McCourty, New England Patriots. By the way, I'm getting all these trade proposals. Give me the nerd alert again. I'm a gigantic NBA trade nerd.
Nerd alert!
All right, Kai, you're in the Herd. NBA Laker trade. Give it to me, babe.
Colin, what are your thoughts on this? Pau Gasol for Amari Stoudemire. Now, look, I know Amari's getting older in age, but he knows the D'Antoni system. He plays ball with Steve Nash. At the least, what would you think about a Pau Gasol, Amari Stoudemire trade?
I don't think the Knicks want Amari. Who wants Amari? Yeah, I don't think anybody wants Amari. I got to take those knees? Can you get me Amari with a fresh set of knees? I don't think anybody wants Amari Stoudemire. I think my trade's really good. I really do. Jeff, you're in the Herd. I think the Lakers need a wing young player, and they do. They need youth and a wing player. And by the way, Toronto has Kyle Lowry and Landry Fields. They like their guards. So why can't you get a legitimate finesse big? Jeff, you're in the Herd. Go ahead.
Yeah, Colin, let me ask you this. Why would Toronto want to trade a young and upcoming star in DeMar DeRozan for a guy that's got maybe 2 years left?
Well, because expiring contract in 2 years, and DeMar DeRozan's a good player. Does anybody really think he's a star? You have Kyle Lowry, who you like, and Landry Fields. You know, I'm saying, do you think right now you can win more games in the East with Pau Gasol? I'm not saying I'm saying it works for the Lakers more than Toronto, but I think Toronto would listen. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they want all these, DeMar DeRozan, high-flying dunk guy. Toronto needs to get fans. He's very exciting. Maybe he's really popular. They wouldn't do it. I think it benefits the Lakers. I'm not sure what it does for Toronto. That's why I've become a gigantic NBA trade nerd.
Nerd alert!
Hey, I make fun of that guy. Today I am that guy. I don't know. Is it me? Coming up next, is it me? Or I can't figure this out. Nobody in the nation is giving Georgia any shot to beat Alabama. Have we not learned anything from the past 3 weeks in college football? Am I nuts? Or does Georgia have a real shot to beat Bama? It's the Herd.
The first meeting of Brooklyn and New York goes the way of the Nets. The Knicks are now losers of 3 of their last 4, and Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. and Rucco at 1:15 to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every dollar small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN. An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. Got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in, and you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Come here. Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio. They are even at their best.
in my opinion, limited by how good Alex Smith isn't. The reality is Alex Smith is, even when he's playing at his best, is only so good. This kid gives them dimensions offensively, and it's not just the way he runs. He throws the ball, in my opinion, better than Alex Smith does.
But doesn't throw better just yet.
I think he throws better. I understand he's only made 2 starts. He's only really played 2.5 games, and that's the reason I say you will have to live with the bad games because you know they're going to come.
Wow.
But Alex Smith has them too. Wow. You're talking like Alex Smith is guaranteed to go 18 out of 19 every week. He does not do that. He's not old. Alex Smith is not a great player,
but
and this kid might be.
Alex Smith doesn't turn the ball over. Alex Smith is efficient.
He doesn't turn the ball over because he never throws the ball.
Let me go. Yes, 18 of 19 and 3 touchdowns. That's something you don't want your quarterback to do. You're right. I would probably pull my guy as well.
19 passes. Mike, show me the team in the NFL that's winning right now by throwing the ball 19
Well,
times.
I'll tell you, a team that won a Super Bowl, the Pittsburgh Steelers, when Ben Roethlisberger was throwing 18 to 20 times a game, they happened to win a Super Bowl that year. So score one for goal.
That's not true.
No, that is true.
You're talking about his first year. His second year.
I don't care. I don't care when I was talking.
In the playoffs like crazy.
I don't care. Did they win a Super Bowl with a quarterback throwing 18 to 20 times a game?
No, absolutely
yes,
not. Go get their numbers. Look at their playoff games. That year in the playoffs.
I'm not talking about playoffs. I'm talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers in the regular season. Ben Roethlisberger were throwing 18 to 20 times, and that year they went on to win the Super Bowl. That's a fact.
Get me the numbers. I don't think that's actually a fact.
I think it's closer to fact than you think. Now, back to what we were talking about. They don't have an elite quarterback. Elite quarterbacks win Super Bowls, right?
Yes.
So they're trying to win a Super Bowl without an elite quarterback. You're making my argument for me by saying you may have to live with a couple or a few bad games. Why would you put yourself in that position? Why would you do that? When he's not, Colin Kaepernick by the end of the year is not going to be an elite quarterback. Alex Smith is not going to be an elite quarterback. So you want that position to manage or help you win, which is what Alex Smith does. And when he was called upon to throw the ball, he did it last year in the playoffs against the New Orleans Saints to get a win for them to advance in the playoffs. Why would you want to put yourself in position to possibly have a young quarterback make mistakes at the least time when you want him to make mistakes?
Because what I think you're doing is you're looking at the potential downside and not a potential upside.
Yes, I am.
But there's a huge potential upside. I think that the other way to look at that is Alex Smith is only going to be so good, and Colin Kaepernick can be better.
Okay.
Now, would I feel better if he had a whole season?
Yeah.
Well, to me, there's not even a discussion about next year.
I would agree.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Our very own Buster Olney reports that the Yankees are very close to signing Andy Pettitte to a one-year contract for the 2013 season worth $11 million. And the Yankees are also hopeful that Mariano Rivera will spend one more year with the Yankees. A report out of ESPNNewYork.com says that Mo Rivera is close to signing a deal, and they hope to have him inked up to a contract before the winter meetings next week. He redefined the game of baseball. Marvin Miller, executive director of Major League Baseball for 16 years, starting in 1966 to 1982, died today in a Manhattan hospital at the age of 95. There were 3 work stoppages during his span of time over 16 years. He also won free agency for the players and is, of course, a mentor to Donald Fear, who right now is in the midst of negotiations with the NHL for a new CBA. Again, Marvin Miller dead at the age of 95. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, it was a good game last night between the Knicks and the Nets. It was an overtime game. It was the game that was supposed to start the season. And if you think about it, it's the biggest sports event they've had in Brooklyn in only about 55 years. But that doesn't mean it's the 50s again in baseball in New York, or that it's the 55 World Series all over again. This has a chance to be a nice rivalry. It sounded like a rivalry in the stands like last night. But there's 70 games to go. Everybody take a deep breath and relax.
This is the Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Mike Lupica Show. We come to you each weekday afternoon at noon. And we start off today talking about Knicks versus Nets at the Barclays Center last night. A terrific game. Raymond Felton became the dominant figure in it because my old friend Paul Westphal has a line. It's a terrible thing in basketball to be hot and not know it, which means you got to shoot to find out if you are. Well, Raymond, you weren't hot, but you kept shooting, and that 3 for 19 was the biggest stinker he's thrown in the season so far. The Nets finally win in overtime. A very big win for them. All of a sudden, the two New York teams, and you can say that, two New York teams, Brooklyn and 33rd Street, where I'm talking to you from today, have the same record in the Atlantic Division. And so that is the preamble. Good afternoon, Mr. LaGreca.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lupica. How are you?
Well, what did you think? What did you think last night? Were you fired up for it? It sounded like the crowd was fired up. It was all the Brooklyn nationalists were out. It seemed like it was close all night long because it was close all night long. Little bit of an odd shot selection just in terms of the timing by Carmelo, who's now not done the job in the last 10 seconds twice in the last week. Gave the Nets time to score, which they didn't do, and then they went in overtime.
I thought it was terrific. I had fun watching a Knick-Net game, and I can't say that since they met in the playoffs in the early 90s. There was no rivalry, and I'm a Jersey guy, and I'm prideful of being from New Jersey, but I never got a sense looking at the Nets going to the Meadowlands or going to the Garden watching Knick-Net games that there was any rivalry that had been anything other than just a regular season game. And watching that game last night, I felt both teams really wanted to win. They both played great.
Yeah.
And I think Brooklyn's added an atmosphere that make this a legitimate rivalry that can be up there, with Rangers Islanders or Rangers Devils or Yankees Mets or Giants Jets, and maybe even a chance to surpass all of that if this continues the way it's going.
It may. But this idea that somehow this first regular season game between Brooklyn and the Knicks was somehow weird. I just didn't feel. I thought I was watching a good basketball game, Donnie. I did not feel that I was watching a battle for the heart and soul of New York City.
Well, here's the difference. And I've been in the Meadowlands for Knick-Net games, and it was always 60-40, 70-30 Knick fans, even in New Jersey. And the building never had any atmosphere, so you never got a sense of the chants going back and forth. Watching that game through the television, you got the sense that both crowds were getting into it, and they're trying to win over each other with different chants. Knicks, go New York, go to Brooklyn. That's the vibe you didn't get. That's what makes the Coliseum and the Garden great when the Rangers and Islanders were playing in the 80s, when both teams were really good. That's what you get with Mets-Yankees when both teams are really good. Knicks-Nets was always just a game where two teams happen to be 7 miles apart from each other. There was an atmosphere that I don't think we've gotten, again, since they met for the first time in the playoffs in the early 90s.
You're right about something. The most fun any of these things are, and the Jets and Giants, it just doesn't happen often enough to sustain anything. And the Subway Series is such a tired idea now. And I'm happy that's being condensed. I think they should play 1 3-game series at the stadium one year, one at Citi Field the next year. That's enough. It was a wonderful, charming idea when it first happened. And even the Subway Series of 2000, that's probably the closest thing that we've had to recapturing baseball in the 1950s. Rangers, Islanders in the old days, at Madison Square Garden especially, Donnie, that was a rivalry.
Right. Because you had the Islanders winning cups, the Rangers were the team that was trying to get on that level, and so the fans, there were Islander fans, there was a base there, and even last year when the Devils played the Rangers, the Devils have built up their fan base, but the Ranger fans still get in and they're into it. I never got that from Knicks Nets, never got it. And last night I sensed it for the first time. So if these two teams are going to be battling for a division, think about that. That's why you can't get that with Mets-Yankees. You can't get that with Jets and Giants. These are two teams in the same division battling for the same piece of landscape. And we have a chance here for this to be a lot of fun for a long time.
Yes, it does. And obviously, as you reported at the top of the show, it's been reported now everywhere for about the last hour. A big guy died, and that is Marvin Miller. And, Donnie, I tangle with him sometimes. At the end, I thought he got way too obstreperous about drug testing.
Oh,
I know he was a tough, privacy rights were very important with Marvin, and he went out the way he came in on that. And I'll respect his right. I respected his right to that we would have this disagreement. Don, he's the greatest labor leader of the 20th century in American life. You could talk about Samuel Gompers. You could talk about John L. Lewis. If you consider what he inherited and what he turned the Major League Baseball Players Association into, and you saw how the guys who came after him, immediately after him, Fear and Orza, looked like complete lightweights compared to this guy. And they became obstructionists on stuff that had to be done for baseball. Marvin Miller changed the game. And the sad thing today, Don, is that they couldn't put this guy into the Hall of Fame while he was alive. That they couldn't see their way clear to a giant of the game. And whether the owners agreed with him or not, he was a giant of the game. He should have been put in the Hall of Fame while he was still alive, the way the guys who decide these things should have put the great Vil Veeck into the Hall of Fame while he was still alive.
And what people need to realize, especially younger people, what puts him on a different plateau than Fear and Orza.
Different plateau? He's on a different planet.
Well, because those guys came when it wasn't absolutely necessary. He was a union leader at the time where it was, we laugh at the fact that there was a time the players were taken advantage of, that they weren't making any money, that they were literally stuck to the teams that drafted them forever. There was no free agency. The players were completely taken advantage of by the owners. Now it seems like a laughable field. Now it feels like it's gone the other way. So he came at a time where the players desperately needed leadership. Was he a mean SOB? Oh, he was mean, and he was nasty, but he had to be because he was coming up at a time where the players really needed something like that.
I knew him. I would those strikes in the 1980s. I would be out in Los Angeles, and I would watch him get up in some ballroom at some hotel with members of the Players Association from the West Coast in the room and holding them together time after time and standing in front of them like this really was some Detroit Union Hall out of the 1920s and 30s, like it was some Pittsburgh Union Hall with the steelworkers. And the thing that he did, for all the changes that he made. And it was Curt Flood and it was Marvin and then it was everybody else who stood up against the owners. And again, those owners weren't these owners. They weren't trying to, the owners nowadays, there's a different shift in culture now. They're not trying to screw the players. But Marvin Miller and Curt Flood started free agency in this country, but the thing that was a monument to Marvin's skill and his heart and his leadership, Don, they never broke ranks. Oh. You saw what happened in football in 1987. You saw what happened, okay? They stood with and behind Marvin Miller as long as he held that job.
And that's why they have the power that they have today, because they never caved.
Our phone number here, Don, do you remember the phone number? Because you weren't here yesterday. I know you have a short attention span. It's 1-800-919-3776. You got that? 1-800. Yeah, okay.
I'll write it down.
We've got Marv Albert, who did last night's game in Brooklyn, New York. How good is that? Coming up in about 5 minutes. And then, Don, we're going to try to make a bad situation either better or much, much worse. The most famous movie producer in this world, Harvey Weinstein, is going to join us and talk about his beef with the NFL over his new movie, Silver Linings Playbook, and how they bumped Bradley Cooper because, Don, this was a stunner to me. Tell me if you knew this was going on, because the film... Did you know gambling was going on pro football in this country?
I was familiar with it, yes.
I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here. You're winning, sir. Oh, thank you very much.
So the league bumped Bradley Cooper from an appearance on the NFL Network. So we've got Harvey Weinstein for a little change of pace coming up at 12:30 on the Mike Lupica Show.
Here's what's trending now in New York. In the first battle of New York, Brooklyn stood up against the Knicks. Now New York has lost 3 of their last 4. Plus, it looks as if the Yankees will have Andy Pettitte back in the rotation next year. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I get a good feeling. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, back with you on the Mike Lupica Show. We got Harvey Weinstein coming up at 12:30 today. Because why, right? Why? Because when somebody's got a beef, where do they come? They come here.
They call you.
They call me, and then I either do one of two things, just depending on my mood that day. I try to bring people together, or if there's any way today that we can escalate this war of words between Mr. Weinstein and the National Football League, we'll make it right, Donnie. We'll make it worse.
Well, I think you want to help him out, but the more trouble it'll cause makes you more motivated to do it.
We are joined right now. There could not be anybody doing this game last night on TNT. If it's going to be the first Knicks-Nets game in Barclay, in Brooklyn, it had to be the great Marv Albert. Good afternoon, Mr. Albert.
Hey, Mike. How you doing? It was a really, what a scene last night that was.
All right, so to talk to me, I mean, I watched the game. Do you get paid more for overtime? Do you get paid extra for overtime, by the way?
I know there are some people, like the czar, Mike Fratello, who has been pushing for that over the years. But, frankly, no.
All right. As they say, Mr. Albert, this was not your first rodeo. What was the vibe like there?
Well, right from the start, it was really different. I've done a couple of games there. It was a Celtic net game, in which certainly there are Celtic fans, and it used to be when the Nets would play the Celtics in New Jersey, be it Izod Center or Newark. At times you felt there were more Celtic fans there, and we did a preseason game there also, so you can't really judge. But I felt at the start, when the introductions of the players took place, I thought it was more of a net crowd, kind of 80-20. I have no scientific measuring stick for this.
Right.
But as the game progressed, and I mentioned it on the air, I thought it was kind of a 60-40 type scenario. There were a large contingent of Knicks fans there, but it was more of a net crowd, but it was a loud crowd. It was just, and the game was really played at a high level. And when I think back to the, to the Hurricane Sandy postponing the game, probably was a better game than would have taken place on opening night, even though they had geared so much attention, so much publicity to opening night. But here both teams have kind of, established who they are. It's very early, but, they both appear to be playoff teams and maybe high echelon because the Eastern Conference is what it is. So I thought it probably was a better game than we would have seen on opening night. And I know that, the Nets are hoping, the management hoping that you can eventually be kind of an Oklahoma City type crowd, which is the best in the NBA in terms of enthusiasm. I don't know if it'll hit that level, but it was unbelievable. I mean, it would match some of the Garden Electric nights, over the years.
Marv, you've done so many Knick-Net games. Was there ever a game that you did between these two teams outside of Madison Square Garden that had the vibe that it had last night?
I would say there have been some games in L.A., in the playoffs, even in San Antonio, where they really had the great teams, and Chicago, in the Jordan era.
I mean, between Knicks and Nets, all the Knick-Net games.
Oh, I'm sorry. Knick-Net, no. Definitely, certainly not in New Jersey. And even when the Nets had those good years, 10 years ago, when they went to the finals twice in a row, although you never had the feeling because of the competition that were going up against San Antonio and the Lakers that they really had a shot. But those were very, very good teams, and yet there were some playoff games you may recall they didn't even sell out, for some of the games. And when they play the Knicks, it was more of a Knick crowd. And in fact, I would always say that even as good as the Nets were in the early 2000s, I think people in the metropolitan area were more concerned about what the Knicks will do to get better, because they were going, through some awful seasons. So no, I don't think I can't recall where a Knick-Net game had that enthusiasm. There's one for a half that to me was compelling. It was at the Garden, and it was the Nets of Julius Erving. It was right after the merger of the ABA and the NBA, and they started to play. They didn't immediately play in the NBA, but they started to play preseason games. And it was a very heralded game. I don't know, Mike, if you remember this.
Yes, I do.
Julius came in, and Dave DeBusschere shut him down in the first half. He just took him out. He wouldn't let him have the ball. I mean, they were playing for real. And it was, there was no question of what was going on in the heads of both. Here's a preseason game, and the crowd was going crazy. And then Red sat Dave down, and Julius went off. And
yes, he did. That's right.
Usual in the second half. I mean, it was he just got his points. That was a preseason game. That was the closest to that, because it was memorable in that I don't think anyone really, except for the fact that Julius was there. Yes, they had won a ABA title. I don't think, because we were all brought up with the NBA, I don't think anyone really took the Nets that seriously then. As good as they were, when you look back now and you see how many guys from the ABA have went on to have terrific careers in the NBA.
We are talking to the great Marvin Albert. Did Knicks Nets last night in Brooklyn. Heading west Thursday, we'll be doing Game 2 of TNT's doubleheader, Denver at Golden State. All right, let's talk about the two teams. Charles Barkley was with us yesterday. He said before this game, the Nets are the best team in New York. Do you agree with him?
I think that at this point, slight edge to the Nets. And the reason is I like their bench. And I think the Knicks, even though I feel they're going to have a very good year, I think you have to question, because of the age of many of these guys who will be very helpful. I mean, it's a good group, I think. Both teams have really good guys. And I don't think we could say that in some of the past years.
Oh, no.
But they're I think both teams are very likable. The coaches are very likable and very good coaches. But I think you could have breakdowns because of, we saw Jason Kidd, that could happen to anyone. I mean, he had back spasms. He sat out, and it's kind of funny because he's a guy who used to kill the Knicks. He'd get so.
Oh, he loved coming into the Garden, Marv. Remember? I mean, he loved having that stage.
Loved it because he was all pumped. And he plays such an intelligent game, and he's still good, which is incredible.
Hey, Marv, isn't it amazing that I don't think anybody, even when they signed Kidd, thought that he would have quite this dramatic, but that was a big loss not having him last night.
It was, because it's not only what he can do, with the ball or without the ball, but he's so important in terms he's been through everything. The guys have such respect for him. It's interesting that he's the shooting guard, because he is successful hitting three-pointers. He has he's even in Dallas. I mean, I thought that was a big factor. But I think because you have Kurt Thomas at 40, you have a backup point guard. Prigioni is a 35-year-old rookie. Marcus Camby isn't even getting into the rotation because I believe they feel that he's not in full basketball condition, at this point. But it's a much older team when you go to the bench. Rashid, little tweaks take place, where you hit hamstring pulls and stuff like that. So over 82 games, I don't know. On the other hand, the Nets have shown that they cannot be the same team without Gerald Wallace. When he's missed a good portion of the start of the year because of an ankle problem. So, the same thing can happen to any team, but they're, younger guys, and I think their bench is very good. I mean, Billy King really really did a good job. And here you have Stackhouse coming off the bench at, also an older player, and probably the last couple of years people didn't even realize he was still in the league, And
he made some big shots last night.
Oh
my Lord!
4 threes, and he's also a heady type player. He has become that, I think, in his after his younger years where he was just looking to put up points.
Well, we're going to try to bug you a lot during the basketball season because I love getting your insights into this sport. You're great on football, but having been the soundtrack of our basketball lives for so long, you had to be there last night, and it was great hearing you do that game. Thank you for taking
thanks, Mike. It was very kind. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anytime, you know that.
All right, man. You take care.
Take care, guys.
The great Marv Albert, who had to be in Brooklyn last night, didn't he, Donnie? He had to be doing that game.
Well, the relationship he's had with both teams, it definitely added, I thought, to the experience of watching a broadcast for sure.
By the way, if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, 1-800-919-3776. We're going to leave plenty of time for your phone calls today, but coming up in about 5 minutes, talking about his beef with the NFL, Harvey Weinstein, the legendary movie producer.
The Nets defended their home court against the Knicks, opening a new era in New York basketball. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls in email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at Windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNRadio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNRadio.com. Trending now. Eagles fall again. Cuban rips NBA marketing. Giants Bennett saves falling fan. It's what's trending now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. For more than 75 years, one award has been synonymous with excellence. December 8th, a new name will be forever linked to college football's highest honor. Will it be Kansas State's Colin Klein, Notre Dame's Manti Te'o, USC's Marquise Lee, Ohio State's Braxton Miller, or Texas A&M's Johnny Manziel? The Heisman Trophy presentation presented by Nissan. Saturday, December 8th at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Player subject to change.
Mike and Mike discuss the love and hate of Golick's Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame's accomplishments have been artificially inflated by the greater public.
Right.
They have had lesser teams that have gotten into bowls they didn't deserve to be in based upon the fact that they have this big national following. They have been treated as though they quote-unquote matter at times when they didn't. Now, stunningly, it is actually working 180 degrees the other way.
Did Notre Dame do any of that? Did Notre Dame invite themselves to a BCS bowl? Well, did they rank themselves? I got one email of one guy that says, I can't get over the fact they signed the TV deal with NBC. I'll always hate them for that. If your school was approached by a network and said, we'll sign you for a X amount of years for X amount of millions of dollars, you're going to tell me you would tell your school not to do it. And I'll call you a liar. I'm sorry. Any school would take the deal.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. And this ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your senior high school MVP athlete for a chance to win $5,000 college scholarship courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com. Well, the Yankees are pretty close to getting their pitching staff ready for the upcoming season. Already getting Kuroda in the fold. According to our very own Buster Olney, Andy Pettit's on the verge of signing a one-year, $11 million contract to stay in pinstripes one more season. And also ESPN New York has learned from a source within the Yankees negotiating organization that they're about to sign Mariano Rivera to come back for the 2013 season. They hope to have it done before the winter meetings coming up next week. Marvin Miller, Executive Director of Major League Baseball's Players Association from 1966 to 1982. He also was able to win free agency for the Players in 1975. Died today in a hospital in Manhattan of liver cancer. He was 95 years old. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Big Cut, Don LaGreca, back with you on the Mike Lupica Show, 1-800-919-3776. See, Ray, I believe that your musical taste can upgrade my hip count. You know what I'm saying? That just by associating with the musical choices you make on this show, there's no way that any fair person could only make me like a 6.5 or 7 on a scale of 10 on the hip meter.
I consider part of my job, it's actually in the job description, but I consider it part of my job to keep you engaged, and if it makes you feel hip behind the mic there, then that's a bonus.
And I'm way hipper than LaGreca. Don't you think I'm way hipper than LaGreca?
Thank you, Ray.
Don's a friend. I don't want to insult Don. I don't want to insult you. I love Don. I love you both equally. We'll say you guys are riding next to each other on the hip meter, okay?
All right, very quickly. Ray, play the quote from Carmelo after the game last night when he was asked if the Nets are a team to worry about.
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, when we play them, we play them. That's not somebody we, looking at every day and tracking their stats and things like that. We worrying about ourselves. We control our own destiny.
No. Donnie, I think they had to worry about him a little bit since they're now tied for first place.
You heard what Marv said. A lot of people share that same opinion.
I know.
Maybe the Nets are better.
The best team in New York is the Brooklyn Nets.
That was Barkley yesterday. We are joined right now by the most famous movie producer in this world. I'll just go through the short list. Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Good Will Hunting, Chicago, Lord of the Rings, The Artist, The King's Speech, one of my favorite movies of all time, Shakespeare in Love, Jackie Brown, which one of my dear friend Elmore Leonard's favorite movie adaptations, Harvey Weinstein, a New Yorker of the first rank. And Don, why is Mr. Weinstein on? Because he likes me. That's why he's on today. Good afternoon, Harvey.
Hi, Mike. I do like you, and I love your column, and I love your show.
All right, so let's. Harvey has a wonderful new movie called The Silver Linings Playbook. Jennifer Lawrence and Robert De Niro and Bradley Cooper, and it's boy, at a time when love stories and romantic comedies, which doesn't do this film justice, are so predictable. The wonderful thing about this movie is that it's completely unpredictable, and Bradley Cooper, I'm trying to bumper sticker this for you, Harvey. Bradley Cooper was supposed to appear on the NFL Network last week, and they pulled him. Why did they pull him, Harvey?
First of all, they taped him and Chris Tucker. So they completed the interviews, with Rich Eisen on the NFL podcast and the NFL Network. So the 2 interviews are there, and we're thinking they're going to run, and all of a sudden we get notification that the NFL canceled these interviews. And the reason given was that the movie glorified gambling.
What? Wait a minute. People gamble on professional... Wait, are you trying to tell me that this wasn't a made-up thing in your movie? Harvey, are you trying to actually tell me people gamble on... Isn't this like Casablanca, that when Claude Rains was shocked to discover gambling?
Shocked to find that gambling is going on in here.
How long has this gambling thing been going on, Harvey?
Mike, it must be recent, because of this ruling. I guess they never gambled before this movie. They probably never gambled at any sports movie or any mention of it. This must be the first movie that mentions gambling.
And Harvey, the thing about the De Niro character, that he plays a bookie, but what's more important about this character, and it plays into his relationship with Jennifer Lawrence, is his love of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what comes shining through, not the fact that he's a bookie.
Well, not only that, we showed it to the Philadelphia Eagles and Deshaun Jackson and the team, and they've all tweeted and loved it. They've done rap songs about it. We showed it to the owner of the Eagles. He loved it. I showed it to Steve Tisch, the owner of the Giants, before we showed it to the NFL, and we showed it to Woody Johnson and Suzanne Johnson, and they loved it. And they had subsequent screenings. I'm going to call Robert Kraft and Jerry Jones, 2 guys that I know, and it seems like all the owners, who see it and the players love the movie. And it's not about gambling. That's not the theme of the movie. It's just a small subplot in, like you say, a story about family and romance and, just the way we all live today. And a movie that's, people are talking about Oscar. And it just shocked me that they would do that.
We are talking to Harvey Weinstein, clearly the most famous movie producer in this world. Now, here's the quote. NFL media rep confirmed, quote, "The segment was pulled because the movie included content related to gambling on NFL games." And, as I said to you yesterday, Harvey, when you called about this, I just assumed that the league put out those injury reports every week because they thought we were just concerned about the health of their players. That's not why they do that?
Mike, I'm just, I used to be innocent, whatever. I feel compromised learning about this gambling thing. It's really shocking.
Now, have you gone after the league? Now, by the way, for people who haven't followed Mr. Weinstein's career, he is not a rookie at drumming up interest in his movies, but this time it was drummed up for you. But in a lot of ways, this is kind of a dream situation for you.
Well, I think, just here's the paradox, for me. My wife, Georgina Chapman, is a pretty famous designer for Marchesa. Woody Johnson and Suzanne Astor design the Jets shirts, which she does pro bono, makes, just does it for charity, loses money on it. And then Roger, I guess, loved her shirts so much, and the NFL, that now she's doing all the NFL shirts for charity. But I guess, I guess charity didn't extend to her husband, when it came to this situation. So, Mike, who do I get to, sports better than I do, even though I'm a super fan. How do I mitigate this? Who do we bring in?
Well,
why don't Roger and I go on your show together, and you moderate it, and we'll put him on if Roger, he's the chairman of the NFL and, the big boss, and I'll try to defend myself as best I can, and if he wants to bring a couple of players, I'll bring Bob De Niro and Bradley. Why don't you moderate this for us?
You know what? And by the way, one of our producers here, Andrew Gunling, is a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan. So, see, here's the way I set this up today, telling people that you were coming on. We would either try to make this much better between you and the league, or, for my own twisted amusement, make it much, much worse, but would get you more publicity. So all right, if I'm the mediator here, if I'm Walter Winchell trying to bring in Louis Lepke, okay?
Right.
Well, so what do you...
Or Theodore Keel.
Yeah, sure. Okay,
right.
What do you want out of this? How can I make this right between Harvey Weinstein and Roger Goodell? What do you want? You want Bradley Cooper to appear where?
I want to restore the podcast that he taped and just say, look, the movie celebrates a lot of things. We recognize that in this crazy world we live in, some people do gamble on the NFL, but it's not. This movie isn't about that. It's not like this movie is a tacit endorsement for gambling. It's about a family, and there's a minor subplot, just I think if Roger, I'll bring Bob De Niro and Bradley and Roger can bring whoever he wants. Let's do your show, and let the nation decide. Why don't we have people vote on it?
Harvey, I haven't seen the movie yet, but did you need approval from the NFL to use anything in the movie referring to the Eagles?
See, what we did was, we decided that we use no footage, of any of the games. We talk about games that occurred, but we don't show any footage in the whole movie. The movie's about so much more, as Mike will tell you.
Yeah.
This is such a minor thing for them to make a major, it's a molehill that they're turning into a volcano.
All right. Well, listen, this is to be continued. I appreciate you taking a few minutes today. I will reach out to the league today, and somehow I will try to make peace between the commissioner of the National Football League and the closest thing we have, really, to the commissioner of the movies, Harvey Weinstein. Harvey, thank you so much for coming on today.
And I'll wear an NFL shirt that my wife designs everywhere. I'll wear if the movie gets nominated for an Oscar. If you settle this, I'll wear it underneath the tuxedo.
Deal. Done deal. Thanks, man. Thank you for coming on.
Mike, what a pleasure. Thanks.
Where do they come, LaGreca? Where do they come when they have a beef? Where do they come?
Godfather Lupica.
He's looking.
Wasn't your daughter's wedding day?
He's looking. Harvey Weinstein is looking for the reverse. Santiago, don't you think that he's looking for the reverse wave of the hand? He wants me to bring things together now, as opposed to making somebody, as we say, get disappeared.
I think this would be a true test of your power, though.
Oh, this is huge. Okay. Now this is a reason to live through the next few days. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, 1-800-919-3776.
The first meeting of Brooklyn and New York goes the way of the Nets. The Knicks are now losers of 3 of their last 4, and Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. and Rucco at 1:15 to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The almost too hip for the room, Mike Lupica, with Don LaGreca on a Tuesday in the greatest city in the world. We just talked to Harvey Weinstein, who has a beef with the National Football League because they canceled an interview with Bradley Cooper and Chris Tucker, The Silver Linings Playbook, a terrific movie because it deals with gambling. And I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now that we know that gambling's going on in this country, Donnie, I think that I think more things are going to come out. I think people are going to find out you can go to Vegas and bet on games.
Right. This opens up a whole Pandora's box, as you're saying?
Really does. Really does. We talk about this at the beginning of the show. We can revisit it now. The death of 95-year-old Marvin Miller, the greatest union leader of the 20th century for what he did for the... And by the way, you don't have to agree with what he did. You can be an owner's guy and not like what he did. You might have liked it better in baseball when you had the reserve clause and nobody could move around. That's your business. But you cannot dispute that this was Gompers, John L. Lewis, Don, anybody. He's the greatest union leader of all time.
Well, the reason I think people want him in the Hall of Fame is he's so significant to the development of the league. Now, was it necessarily the best thing for the fans? Probably not. Did he create small market, big market? So there's a lot of things that he might have done that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, including the fans and the owners. But what he did for the players at a time where they desperately needed it, where they were being taken advantage of, is significant. And he changed not only baseball, but every sport.
Marvin Miller ought to be in the Hall of Fame, and now they're going to do it, these dopes, because he's dead. And it's just, they've done it before with my friend, the late, great Bill Veeck. They waited till after he was gone, and I thought they were never going to put him in. Maybe they'll never put Marvin in out of just pure spite. Donnie, we talked a fair amount about the Giants yesterday, on yesterday's show, and I wrote a little bit about it today, and I believe, and the Lupica boys believe, that what we found out on Sunday night was that their best is the best in the league. The question is, and I raised it in my column today, are we going to consistently see their best from now until the end of the way? Because the Giants fans I was talking to at the game on Sunday night, here's the deal with the Giants. This roller coaster ride, the highs and lows, the inconsistency, all of that is part of it, Don. One of the reasons... And they frustrate you sometimes. One of the reasons this is the greatest time to be a Giants fan is because all of a sudden you'll come out of the first turn in Indy and hit the wall.
That's exactly right. And this idea that, when they can turn it on anytime they want to, well, it didn't work in 2009. It didn't work in 2010. So there are times they flipped that switch and it worked. It worked in 2007, and it certainly worked last year. And there are also times where they flipped it and it wasn't there, or it was too late. So that's the frustrating thing about what happened on Sunday. They are the best team when they want to be. But that same team went to Cincinnati and got killed. And so they've got 5 games left on their schedule to get better.
We are going to see the Jets. Obviously, the Jets probably have to win out, though. You can create a scenario because the bottom's fallen out of the AFC. Donnie, the bottom has fallen out. 8-8 might be good enough in the AFC. But I don't think anybody foresaw what was going to happen with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But they're opening the door for a whole lot of teams in the AFC. But it has to start with a win on Sunday. By the way, Donnie, I'm trying to remember. When the Jets lost after the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, did they get to it? I forget how many teams are in the playoffs. So, were they in an AFC championship game?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so that means in the history of the Jets, there were those 2. There was the Mud Bowl game. That's 3. Vinny Testaverde in Denver is 4. And then Rex is 2.
Right.
So they've been to 6 AFC championship games, if our math is right. And they're supposed to now fire the coach who's been to 1/3 of those games? Really?
Oh, that's why I don't think he deserves to lose his job. And if you're someone who believes that it's a talentless team, then you can make a case that Rex is actually getting blood from a stone.
He is, but you know what? Listen, here's the thing. The idea that he and Tannenbaum have made every single personnel, that's just stupid. And you go ask Bill Parcells if he got to make every personnel decision when George Young was the judge. That's a ridiculous notion. But he has had a hand in shaping the team. So he's not without he has to face some accountability there. But the fact is, we and you and I have been talking about this for a week. How many teams would you trade their roster for? Very, very few. I'm not even sure that if I'm the Browns, I'm going to trade because I got Trent Richardson.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. But here's where Rex gets himself in trouble. He said in the beginning of the season it was the most talented roster he ever had. We interviewed him yesterday. He refuses to acknowledge that there's a talent problem.
I know.
So those are the things that can come back to bite him.
He's being a good soldier with Sanchez. He's being a good soldier on the talent level because, hey, Don, if he talks about the talent level, then he, all this stuff about, is he going to lose the locker room? Then if you say your team stinks, then you lose the locker room. But the idea that this guy should get fired because they look bad on Thanksgiving night, that's just absolutely ridiculous.
The only way I think he loses his job is if the bottom completely falls out, because the schedule is so easy. If they were to lose the rest of their games, then I think you can make the case. But if they win 3 or 4 of the next 5 and end up finishing, how do you fire a guy that's never finished under 500?
No, these guys, once again in sports, these guys talk about how much they like playing for Rex Ryan. Well, show me on Sunday.
Exactly.
Show me. Show me. Show me. Danny in Long Island, you're on ESPN New York with Lupica LaGreca.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Much to discuss. As far as the AFC wildcard, my beloved Steelers will be okay. They will get in with 10. They won't even get 9 because, like I said, everyone else
They're not getting a 10. Danny, they're not getting a 10.
If they lose this week to the Ravens, don't play Ben. Let them get healthy. 3 out of the last 4 against teams under 500 record, all at home. They should get to 10. They have the Bengals, they have the Cowgirls, they have the Browns at home, and the Bengals at home.
When did the Bengals become a gimme?
Well, the Steelers crushed them in Cincinnati when they were healthy.
The
Bengals get Ben back healthy.
The Bengals
if they get.
Go ahead.
They get listen, this is not a 6-5 team. This was a 6-3 team that just beat the tar out of the Giants before they got injured. So they can go to 6-6 and then get their quarterback back and let's go. Make a run, win the last 4, they can get to 10. It's very easy. As far as Marvin Miller's concerned, you took the fire right out from beneath me. What does it mean to me, father with 3 kids, that in 1974 my father could buy 3 tickets for $1.50 apiece to watch a ball player getting paid $50,000 a year, which was double what he was making as a police officer. Now I have to pay $300 to take 4 kids to a game to see a ball player that's getting paid 20 times by New York City police.
But, Danny, you know that's the world, Danny. It's not just baseball. That's the world. I can remember when Donnie, when I was in college, I could fill my gas tank for $1 and ride around all week.
But I can understand his feeling. I don't think anything Marvin Miller did helped the fans. But it did help the game, and it helped the players so significantly that it should be acknowledged.
All right, let me play devil's advocate with you and Danny. If fans don't like what's happened in baseball over the last 40 years, how come they break one attendance record after another?
Because we love the game. But I don't think anybody wants to pay the prices that they're paying. I hate that answer. Well, if you don't want to go, if you don't want to pay it, don't go. Well, I still love the sport.
Marvin Miller was a good guy at his. No, he was a good guy. He was a really good guy. If you knew him at all, and I did, and even when you could disagree with him, he was a charming guy. He was a hardliner. He would get in your face and never get out, but he was a charming guy. I loved tennis. I spent so much time over the years when I knew him talking about tennis. He was a tennis player into his 80s, even with a short arm. He was one of the most amazing figures in the history of his sport. Danny, thank you for the phone call, and he ought to be in the Hall of Fame. Alex, in traffic. I can't believe it. That's like gambling in the National Football. How long has we've had traffic? Don, there's traffic around here?
I can't believe it.
Hey, Alex. Alex, what's up, man? You have a good connection? Because if not, we're going to have to lose you.
Yeah, I have a good connection. You hold on 1 second. There's actually a cop passing me, so just speakerphone.
No. Don't you have a hands-free phone, Alex?
Yeah, no, I just put it in. Nothing. I actually just wanted to get your take on how tough do you think? I think either the Brooklyn or the New York Knicks are going to get that number 2 seed. And then I wanted to get your take on see if either Bill Parcells or Mike Holmgren would be a good fit to run the Jets. I'm going to hang up and let you listen. By the way, you guys are awesome.
Thank you, Alex. Bill Parcells isn't coming back to run the Jets, and Tannenbaum's his guy. And Mike Holmgren, yes, let's get him done because, he did such a good job with the Browns. Don't you think so?
Well, even if you want to go back to what he did with Seattle and Green Bay, the guy wants to retire. And you start dragging these guys in at an advanced age when they really don't want to do it. Is that the kind of guy you want to build your team for the future? I don't think so.
All right, let's take one more quick phone call. Nick from Babylon. You're on ESPN New York with Mr. Lupica and Mr. LaGreca.
Hi, Mike. I got to say I love your Sunday column. I look forward to it every week, and especially the snarky parts on the bottom. I don't hear you saying these
snarky. Nick, how can you call me snarky? I try to look at what I'm trying to do with Harvey Weinstein.
That's great.
I try to bring people together.
But you're not saying anything snarky about Notre Dame football these days.
Whoa, Nick, let me tell you something. No, Nick, hush and listen. Nick, if you follow me and if you watch the sports reporters, I was on Notre Dame a month and a half ago saying don't dismiss them. They're doing everything they have to do. Sure, there was a time when we worried at Boston College when we were beating them 6 times in a row that we might have to drop them the way we did Holy Cross if they couldn't hold up their end of the rivalry. But now Kelly's done a great job. I love the quarterback. I've been touting Manti Te'o for the Heisman all year long. So in this case, and this is what I tell people all the time, I take stuff on a case-by-case basis. I love this team, and I think it's ridiculous to just assume that whoever from the SEC plays them is going to blow their doors off.
I don't know if they're going to be able to dance with Alabama.
Well,
what's the spread, 10.5 if it's Alabama?
Alabama's got to beat Georgia, and I'm not sure that is a sure thing. And I'm not sure that just Nick Saban's going to get the same 40 days to prepare for this game that Brian Kelly's going to get. And Brian Kelly, listen, there have been two jobs that are above all others in college football this year. One is the job that Brian Kelly has done at Notre Dame, and I think you'll agree with this, Tony. And the other is the job that Bill O'Brien did at Penn State.
Absolutely.
Oh, and please throw in Urban Meyer, because Urban Meyer, to get his Ohio State team to play like that, knowing they can't go to a bowl, they can't finish number 1, they can't win the Big Ten, that reminds you why this guy has been a giant of the profession for a long time, whether he beat it out of the SEC or not.
And neither Penn State or Ohio State can play for a national championship.
Knicks Nets. It was a great beginning last night. We'll see where it goes from there. Marvin Miller dies at 95, a giant of the game, whether you liked him or not. We had Marv Albert on today. We had Harvey Weinstein on today. And you know what? We'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. You got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in. And you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. So far, so good for the holiday shopping season. The National Retail Federation says 2/3 of Americans did some holiday spending over the long Thanksgiving weekend, spending up 6% compared with last year, and Cyber Monday projections are very strong. But it's still way too early to estimate just how well the 5-week season will go. Some retailers worry that all the excitement now will take away from spending later. The brightest spot so far is online shopping. One estimate putting the weekend increase at 20% compared with last year. That could well eat into spending at many brick-and-mortar malls. Stock futures down this morning after solid gains last week. The Dow Jones Index opens for business above 13,000 for the first time since Election Day. European finance ministers are holding more talks about Greek debt. They've been deadlocked over the terms of a rescue package. Global oil prices down slightly this morning, $88 a barrel for West Texas crude. Richard Davies, ABC News.
Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Looks like the Yankees will be getting back a couple of their core members. Multiple reports indicating the Yankees will bring back Andy Pettitte on a one-year deal worth around $11 million. And Mariano Rivera reportedly close to returning to the Bombers as well. Sad news for the baseball community. Former Major League Baseball Players Association Executive Director Marvin Miller died today at the age of 95. Miller credited with helping create free agency back in 1975. The Eagles announced today that Deshaun Jackson is done for the season. Mike Woodson will join Stephen A. Smith and me coming up at 1:15 today. Does he believe there's a new rivalry in town after last night's meeting between the Knicks and Nets?
Well, I don't know about that. You know, we got to play each other 3 more times, so that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Darren Williams liking it.
Well, every time we play these guys, it's going to feel like that. You know, they're right across the bridge. This has been anticipated for, about 10 years now. So, hopefully it's a great rivalry for years to come.
Jerry Stackhouse, big game last night, will join us at 1:45. Once again, Mike Woodson at 1:15.
The New York Knicks can talk all they want about there not being a rivalry. But there's another team in this city, and they're coming. Just like I told you. Stephen A. Smith in the house with my boy Ryan Rucco coming at you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Holla at you boys.
Now, here's Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Oh, you better believe it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show, presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. It was fun being in that building last night, wasn't it, Stephen?
It was nice. It really, really was. It was a great atmosphere. I was very pleased overall with it. The basketball game was every bit as riveting as I had hoped and expected. It exceeded expectations in some respects, and I just think it's a beautiful thing that's taking place in New York City, and I think this city is incredibly lucky to be in the situation that it's in when it comes to basketball.
Totally agree with you. 100% agree. You think about the transition. I mean, if you're the Nets, you used to play the Knicks. Over the past couple of years, you couldn't compete with them, but you also would have 80% Knicks fans in your building. Now you have a totally different vibe. You have more Nets fans in your building, and you have a team that is on the same level. I mean, for everyone who wanted to talk about after the first few games, the Knicks are head and shoulders above the Nets. No. These two teams are neck and neck. Yesterday they produced the kind of intensity and energy that you want in a postseason game and in a rivalry game. And, Steven, I thought you said something interesting to me on the floor. Right after the game, you were the first person I saw on that floor after the game went final. You and I both in the building last night. And you said to me you thought that result was the best thing for this rivalry.
It was the best thing for this rivalry because it puts the New York Knicks on notice that they have to perform, that they have to ball. Otherwise, there's going to be somebody else in this city that's doing it. And that's what they have to pay attention to. And I think that's the greatest thing for the New York Knicks because I think they will rise to the occasion and they will answer the bell. But, Ryan, I'm not the only one here with you right now. On the line with us right now is the number one Knicks fan to us all. Director, filmmaker, everything. The one and only Mr. Spike Lee. What's up, Spike? How you doing, bro?
What's up, baby? Sorry for the delay. We just finished the shot with Josh Brolin, but I'm on ESPN now. What's up, baby?
Don't worry about it. I want to ask you your thoughts. My man Ryan Rucco is here with me. Your thoughts about the New York Knicks losing in overtime to the Brooklyn Nets last night, Spike Lee.
Well, Jason Kidd, that really hurt us with the back spasms, and Carmelo, he played 50 minutes, and it seems like that's why we missed those free throws at the end. But I wish I could have been there. I was watching in front of my TV here in New Orleans, and it's great for Brooklyn. I was laughing myself hearing those Brooklyn chants, and it's gonna be fun.
You know what, Spike? I mean, you're obviously the biggest Knick fan that this city identifies with, and then you also are a guy from Brooklyn. So for you, I mean, getting to see that atmosphere, I mean, is that even though you're a Knick fan, not a Net fan, that a real prideful thing for you to witness?
Well, I mean, again, I was not there, so I'm only getting it through, TNT with Marv Albert, my man, and Steve Kerr. I wish I could have been there, but I wasn't. And the Barclays Center my office, 40 Acres of Mule, was 4 blocks away from the Barclays Center. I'm right there in the Fort Greene. But, for me, it's not a problem. I grew up with Willis, DeBusschere, Bradley, Coach Red Holzman, Dick Barnett, Earl Monroe. I'm never going to change. I'm orange and blue all the way. It's not going to happen.
Spike,
it's going over.
Well, let me give you some insight into what I was telling people yesterday. I understand that the crossover is not going to take place. But for those that are familiar with the boroughs butt heads when it comes to comparing one borough from the next. You wear Brooklyn with pride. You wear the Bronx with pride. You wear Queens with pride or what have you. Even though I felt like it was a 55-45 split, I wanted to see more Brooklynites in there.
If I could just say this, though. Here's the thing. If you're a young kid growing up in Brooklyn, New York, you didn't see Patrick. You didn't see Oakley. You definitely didn't see Willis and those guys. So you're going to be a Brooklyn Nets fan. And I'm not happy. That's great. But people my generation, if you grew up with even the last great teams with Starks and Mason and Ewing, I don't think, even if you are Brooklyn through and through, I think you're still going to be with the Knicks. In my opinion.
Spike Lee.
The younger generation, they're going to go with Brooklyn because that's their team, and I think it's great.
No, it is. I mean, if it creates an atmosphere like last night did, it's going to be outstanding for us in this city for a while. Talking with Spike Lee here, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Now, the first match goes to Brooklyn, Spike. As you look at these two teams, I know you're a Knick fan, but who do you think is going to be the better team throughout this season?
The orange and blue, baby. You crazy?
I'm not crazy. They did get beat last night. Up until this point, they've been about even, no?
Look, let's talk in April. We will be ahead of the Nets.
Spike Lee, you will not be ahead of the Nets unless Amari Stoudemire and Iman Shumpert are healthy. Without them, you are not beating the Nets.
Why not?
Because you don't have the horses to beat the Nets without those two guys to help Melo.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You think we had Jason Kidd last night? You don't think we would have won that game?
I think it's possible you could have won. I think it's possible you could have lost.
You think Felton would have gone 3 for 19 if Jason Kidd was in the game? Come on.
No, I don't.
Basketball.
But
I know that.
But here's the other thing about that, Spike. But hold on. But Joe Johnson may not miss everything either next time. You know what I mean? I mean, you could play that game all day.
Well, Ryan, it's a bigger thing to me, Spike and Ryan. I don't know if the bodies on the New York Knicks are going to hold up come April.
Bingo.
But they're not. These guys, they're not playing 40 minutes a game. Who are you talking about? Jason Kidd, Kirk Thomas, Marcus Camby? They're not playing 40 minutes a game. Stephen A.
It's 13 games in the season, and he's already out with back spasms. What are you talking about, Spike?
Look.
Come on now. You know how you and I do. Come on now. Give it to me.
Would you rather have C.J. Watson or Jason Kidd?
Jason Kidd.
Thank you very much.
Well, you'd also much rather have Darren Williams than Raymond Felton.
You've been a great audience. What are you talking about?
Here's the thing, though, Spike. Does the gap in the backup point guards make up for the gap in the starting point guards? I don't think so, man. Raymond Felton isn't in Darren Williams' world, though.
And who's in Carmelo's world?
No, you're coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Man, Spike, you're talking trash after your team lost yesterday. They lost the game. You do know that, Spike.
Look, that's one game. It was a great game. It's great in overtime. Carmelo had it. I read the papers today. Carmelo had the shot he wanted. He missed it. Who wouldn't want Carmelo to take that? The shot was open. He could have won the game, and he missed it. What more?
Well, see, my problem with you, Spike, is I'm totally with you. The New York Knicks are better with Amari and Iman, but you acting like that's the case whether they're here or not. And I think that's ridiculous. As a matter of fact, just so you know, I'm on the record. If they could go to the Eastern Conference Finals with those two, without them two to help Melo, the New York Knicks are going home in the first round again.
I would agree with that, but here's the thing. I'm looking forward that Amari and Iman come back the same way the Bulls are looking at the Derrick Rose is going to come back. In the same way that the Phillies hope that, what's the guy's name? The center's messing up, playing bowling. What's his name?
Andrew Bynum?
Yeah. There are plenty of teams that have guys hurt that hope. Look at the Lakers with Steve Nash. You think they're not banking on him coming back this season? So what are you talking about?
Okay. We hear you talking. When are you going to get back in time so you could be at some of these Knicks games?
We finished shooting Thursday, so I'll be back in the garden. I'm looking forward to going. It killed me not to be there last night, and I know the festive atmosphere, and it's going to be just great, having. It's a drag going out to New Jersey anyway. I tell you, I could just walk.
That's right.
No
you can just walk, and I'm happy for you. But we're gonna keep things in perspective, and I'm gonna keep you in perspective all year long because I know how you're gonna get. You get a little bit too excited, and then they break your heart again.
Hey, excited. I see you on Sports Center. Your veins are popping out your neck. What are you talking about?
Take it easy, Spike.
Excited.
Take it easy, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Spike.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Spike Lee here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco. I like that. He twisted that one on you there.
He gets on me all the time, man. He gets on me all the time. I can't even tell you how many text messages I got to deal with this guy about his Knicks. It's ridiculous. But I'm glad he came on.
Me too. And it's going to be, you could tell, this is fun. Last night at Barclays was fun. We got a great show for you, too. If you're into that game, Mike Woodson coming up in a moment. Jerry Stackhouse, who threw it back to 1998 last night, coming through. He's coming up at 1:45. So big show. We'll have the Knicks head coach next with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let the games begin.
The rivalry has officially begun. The chants of Brooklyn rang out in the Barclays Center last night as the Nets dropped the Knicks in overtime in their first ever meeting. We're talking Knicks-Nets on the Michael Kay Show today at 3 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action employer. Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNRadio.com.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and #1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Trending now. Eagles fall again. Cuban rips NBA marketing. Giants Bennett saves falling fan. It's what's trending now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The young people always make the same mistake in sports. You judge everything on wins and losses. It's not just that. It's called discernment. Tebow can win individual games. You can't build franchises around guys who are mechanically flawed and who can't make basic NFL throws. You're going to have to be so good everywhere else to win games, and no general manager, owner, or head coach wants to have to build a team that's so great everywhere else that a mechanically flawed quarterback can win. A lot of you young people just don't get this. Go ask your more successful older brother. It's not about talent. It's, am I willing to build a company around you? Cam Newton can win games. Do you want to build an organization around his persona and maturity? So when you're building an organization, a National Football League team, you're asking a lot of big questions that go beyond talent.
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
$16 minutes past hour number 1. Back here, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. It was a thriller last night at the Barclays Center. Overtime, 96-89 victory for the Brooklyn Nets. Their first encounter since being in Brooklyn against our beloved New York Knicks. And who better to talk to on the line right now with myself and Ryan than the head coach for the New York Knicks, still in first place in the Atlantic Division, but suddenly tied with Brooklyn, the one and only Coach Mike Woodson. Good afternoon, Coach. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing great,
Doing
Coach.
well.
What happened last night? If you had to pinpoint a big reason as to why you lost this game, what would it be?
Well, I mean, there are a number of things after, reviewing the tape. I mean, we were somewhat our own worst enemy. I thought we had control with 2 minutes to go and left in that third quarter. We were up 7, and we left the quarter down 1. And that was, to me, the turning point of starting that fourth quarter. Even though the fourth quarter was back and forth, you got that little cushion because the low-scoring game, overtime game, 90-point game, you pretty much are in control, and that carries you into the fourth quarter. But I thought they had the momentum, even though it was back and forth in that fourth quarter. I thought they had the momentum starting the fourth quarter, and I didn't like that feeling going into the fourth, based on how we played at the end of the third quarter.
Mike, how much of what we saw was Jason Kidd not being there as well? Where was that felt most in what the product was on the floor for you guys last night?
Well, again, I mean, we've had some games, we've had a lot of lopsided games so far this season, but some of the close games, Jason has been, the common factor in terms of offensively getting us in things, defensively being a stabilizer based on who he's guarding and getting the other 4 guys in position. I mean, Jason does a lot of things that goes unnoticed. He's not a stat guy, but when you watch the tape based on the things that he do on the floor, it's incredible. He just does things to help you win basketball games. So, yeah, he was missed last night, but still, I'm not using that as an excuse. We had enough to win with last night. I thought coming down the stretch, we were in control. We had last-second chance to win the game. So, I mean, you still got to give Brooklyn credit because they did everything they had to do in the overtime to secure it.
Coach Mike Woodson right here with Ryan Rucco and Stephen A. Smith on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coach, when you talk about Jason Kidd, and obviously you're not in the excuse-making business, and we're not trying to act like you are, but when you look at Raymond Felton and his 3 for 19 performance, I've got a lot of faith in this kid, but I've never seen him play that bad offensively. What did you attribute that to?
Well, just a bad night. I hadn't seen it since I've had him this season as well. And, you know, when you go back and review the tape, you know, those 19 shots, 12, 13 of those shots were really good shots that he's been making all season. So, you know, you have nights like that as a player. I mean, if he was on his game, you know, maybe we win the game going away. I don't know. But the bottom line was we missed Jason's, too, because he's Raymond's backup. We can slide him to the point guard as well. But we didn't have him last night, and Raymond had to load a lot of minutes last night. So, hey, we'll rebound from it and get ready for our Milwaukee game.
You know, Coach, you guys, you got off to that torrid start, 8-1. You have lost 3 of 4 now. Has there been a discernible difference for you between these last 4 games compared to the first 9?
Not really, because it's not easy winning out on the road, gentlemen. It really isn't. I mean, you know, going into this season, our goal was to make sure that we handled our business at home. And when we get out on the road, we put ourselves in positions to win. And we had the one lopsided game in Houston, but the Dallas and last night games were winnable games. You know, I got to do better in helping them get over the hump. But we got to make plays coming down the stretch, especially when we got games that we are in and we got a chance to win. And we didn't do that in the Dallas and Brooklyn game last night.
Here's the question, Coach. Did you consider last night a road game? Some people in New York would say it wasn't, based on the crowd that y'all had in your favor.
That's true. We did have a bunch of wonderful Knicks fans in their building, and it would have been really nice to win in front of those people. But we didn't get it done, and you know, we got to move on. That's just one game. The bottom line at the end of the day, we're still sitting at the top of our division, and that's where we want to stay.
Were you able to enjoy the atmosphere, Coach? I mean, for all of us who were there, obviously aren't involved in the actual competition, it was a fun basketball night. I know you're trying to win a game, but were you able to enjoy the electricity in there?
Sure, I enjoyed it. I mean, what coach wouldn't enjoy something like that? You got two teams that have went out this summer and fielded different players around the league to help their organization be better as a basketball team, and you got enough fan support in this, New York area, metropolitan area to support both teams. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. And then you got all the stars and everybody who comes out to root for their team that was sitting in that arena last night. But it was a lot of excitement, and I mean, I loved every minute of it, but I just wish we had come out on the winning end.
Coach, let me put myself on the record here, let you know where I stand. Looking at this team last night against the Brooklyn Nets, I see a star in Carmelo Anthony that is emerging. I know it's entirely too early, but he continues to play this way. I think he's going to be an MVP candidate. There's no doubt in my mind. He struggled with the free throws, but who cares? I think that's an aberration. But he did play 50 minutes, and I think that speaks to the absence of help that he has, particularly on the offensive end of the floor. I want to know what you're going to be able to do to alleviate that before Amari and Iman comes back.
Well, again, I think our offensive pace and how we've been playing has been pretty good. When you got four guys that are averaging in double figures with JR and Raymond Felton and Tyson, and then you add Melo to the mix, that's pretty good. We're averaging 103 points a game, which is it's right at the top offensively in terms of how we want to play offensively. I don't think it should be one-sided where Melo is the guy that we got to depend on all the time. And it hadn't been that way. Thus far, the 9-4 record doesn't indicate that. So, we got to stay on pace from where we are until we're able to get Amari and our rook back. Two other pieces that should help us on both ends of the floor as we continue our journey. I mean, I like the makeup of our ball club and where we are. We're a little beat up right now, but eventually those guys will make it back, and I'll get them in the fold, and we'll see what happens.
But, Coach, that's exactly what my concern has been from opening tap, looking at these squad. We know these guys can play. We know that you've got a roster full of dudes that know how to play the game of basketball. But we're about 13 games into the season, and health is already a question mark. And with Jason Kidd out of the lineup yesterday, clearly y'all weren't moving the ball with the fluidity that we're accustomed to seeing you do for the most part this season. Any concerns there?
No, not really, because it's one game. And, again, we played the Pistons the night before, and I thought the ball moved freely. We scored 116 points a game. Different last night based on this team. This team is better defensively in terms of, and there's no knock against Detroit, but their stats indicate that they're better defensively, and they are. They got defensive-minded guys. They're big up front, and it was a defensive battle on both ends of the floor. We didn't give and they didn't give. They just happened to get and make the plays that they needed to make in that overtime to secure the win. But my thing is, when you go out on the road and you put yourself in position to win a game, you're doing something right. And that's where we got to stay. Eventually we'll get over the hump and we'll start winning games like that.
Talking with Knicks coach Mike Woodson, as we do every week here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coach, was just wondering if you could give us, a couple injury updates. First with Jason, who missed yesterday's game, and Ronnie Brewer, who left with that dislocated finger.
Well, Ronnie will play. Jason is still day-to-day. Ronnie will just tape us. He didn't break anything. He just dislocated it, so he'll tape it up, and he'll be ready to play in Milwaukee. But Jason is day-to-day.
And how about Amari? Where are we at with him right now, Coach?
Well, we still, he's still rehabbing, and, we mentioned 6 to 8 weeks. But, again, we're just taking it a day at a time and not looking to rush him back. Same with Iman. He's on schedule. So all we can do is coach the guys that are in uniform and patiently wait for these guys to get back to try to work them in.
Coach, a primary concern of mine is I look at Melo. He played 50 minutes, and I listen to Avery Johnson and Coach P.J. Carlissimo and Mario Ellie and those boys talk about how throwing a multitude of bodies at Melo, particularly somebody like Gerald Wallace, you can't stop them, but you hope that fatigue could set in. Concerned at all that will be a process or a policy that future opponents will try to incorporate in order to derail you guys?
Well, he played 50 minutes last night based on the circumstances of last night's game. His minutes, he's been averaging around 34, 35 minutes a game going into that, and that's where he needs to play. All the high-profile players like LeBron and Wade and Kobe and those guys, they're averaging right at that number, and that's where he needs to be. Last night was just different because of the overtime and the fact that we were a little shorthanded based on how they were playing their personnel. They played their starting units a lot of minutes as well. So, I can't sit Melo down in that situation based on the magnitude of the game and where we were, during the course of that ball game. But trust me, we're going to try to keep his minutes around 35 to 36 minutes a game, and everybody else continue to filter in and do what they've been doing, and we'll be just fine.
Coach, always love speaking with you. We'll do it again next week. Good luck on Wednesday in Milwaukee.
Okay, Steve, Ryan. Y'all have a good week, man.
You don't need much luck against Milwaukee and Washington, Coach. I'm saying it, even though Milwaukee's a little bit tough this year. All right.
You got to play hard on the road. That's the difference. And win.
I understand.
Take care, guys.
See you later. That's head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco.
No daggone Milwaukee and Washington. I mean, Washington need to win in warm-ups. I mean, win something. You know what I'm saying? Win something. But they can't win in a layup line.
Milwaukee's played well, though. Milwaukee's been good. They came back and won last night.
They're 7-5. They're in first place. You come back from a 27-point deficit against Chicago last night in Chicago. There's a lot to be said for that, no doubt. And you know what? Listen, man. I mean, listen, their backcourt is legit. We all know that. But we'll see. The New York Knicks should handle that. Even though it's always tough for them in Milwaukee, they should be able to handle this.
Big game last night. It was fun. What's standing out about it to you guys? At 1-800-919-3776, 1-800-919-3776. I know Stephen A. is going to be very pleased with one of my observations from last night. I'm going to share it with him next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. In the first battle of New York, Brooklyn stood up against the Knicks. Now New York has lost 3 of their last 4. Plus, it looks as if the Yankees will have Andy Pettitte back in the rotation next year. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
MVPs, Cy Youngs, the Heisman. On this station, we spend a lot of time talking about awards, but the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of their own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they have been the recipients of Honda's Council of Excellence Award, an amazing 5 years in a row. On top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars, and right now there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everyone is talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts is open till midnight Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 till 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and their award-winning Night Owl service. If that doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda into the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, we don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Or visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker gyro screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click Bam Boom. Visit geico.com today. Click Bam Boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with the ESPN New York Sports Center, presented by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. Andy Pettit, close to returning on a one-year deal, around $11 million. Multiple reports indicating that Mariano Rivera is also close to returning to the Yanks. Some free agency news on the Mets front. Sources tell our Adam Rubin that the Mets have offered David Wright a 7-year contract extension, which would keep him with the club through the 2020 season. Eagles announcing today Deshaun Jackson out for the remainder of the season after that exciting Knicks-Nets tilt last night. We'll talk with one of the heroes for Brooklyn, Jerry Stackhouse, coming up at 1:45. Giant safety Kenny Phillips, who returned to the field this week, will join us at 2 o'clock here on ESPN New York.
So the first chapter in this brand new basketball rivalry in New York City is written in Brooklyn tonight. The Nets defeating the Knicks in overtime, 96-89.
Well, every time we play these guys, it's going to feel like that. You know, they're right across the bridge. It's been anticipated for, about 10 years now. Hopefully it's a great rivalry for years to come.
That's what you want to call it. I'm pretty sure you're going to call it that anyway. So if that's what you want to call it, we take that chance. I mean, it was another basketball game with loud fans. I mean, it wasn't nothing like it was, ear deafening or anything.
We got to play each other 3 more times. So that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show. This portion of it brought to you by Teddy Nissan, New York's most huggable dealer. Chat with Jerry Stackhouse coming up in 10 minutes, who found the fountain of youth and the corner 3 last night for Brooklyn in their win over the Knicks. Stephen, I have to tell you, I think you're going to be happy with something I'm about to say about one of my observations from last night.
You mean other than the fact that, Stephen A., you were right all along?
No, well, hold on. You have had a nice streak going here, though, with the Jets and our point bet and pointing out the Knicks' age, which I think,
I'm talking about the Knicks and the Nets and the way you got on me about concerns and all this other stuff. I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
Well, you're right. I was concerned about the crowds, and there was more Nets fans there last night. So you were right. The Brooklyn showed up, no question. I was wondering what it would be like, but I think good job in that first game from the Nets.
They still could have showed up better, but I'm relatively satisfied.
Yes, it was good. It was fun. It was electric. And here's the thing, too. Our buddy Aaron Harris with Nets PR hooked me up. Great seat. I actually sat next to Michael Kay, our buddy.
Isn't he the best?
Oh.
Isn't Aaron Harris the best?
Aaron is the best. Absolutely love him. The Nets PR people are unbelievable. And I'm sitting, right behind the scores table. So, when you're sitting there, you notice things. When I'm calling games, you have a headset on, and you're thinking about calling the game. So sometimes, you don't pick up on certain conversations that are going on between the coaches and the players, or you can't necessarily pinpoint some specific things that you can do if you're just there, watching as a spectator. And, 2 things just jumped out to me. One, Darren Williams' vision is just unbelievable. His passes last night were ridiculous. He was dropping vicious dimes all night. But the thing I know that you'll be pleased about, Stephen, because you're a big advocate of this man's ability, and I've been hard on him at times, is watching Carmelo Anthony like that. And I know he didn't perform great at the end of the game, but it's just because he was gassed. My gosh, that man at that size, moving that quickly. I mean, Gerald Wallace, who's as fierce a defender and player as you can find, you could just see it was taking everything he had to try and stick Melo because, oh, my gosh, it is so hard to try and stay with him when you're watching this man move.
Melo's unstoppable. Melo is unstoppable. When Melo is on, there's nothing. What are you going to do? He can post you. He can pull up from 3. He's got a mid-range game. He can handle the ball. He can hit free throws. And he goes to the hole strong. Melo's 6'8", 240. Do you know who is a nightmare? Melo's a nightmare for when it comes to defending him?
Who?
Who wants no part of Melo? LeBron.
Yeah. He
wants no part of Melo. Wants no part of him. Melo is a scoring machine. A scoring machine. He just got gassed. That's all. But the problem is, at one point, they stood around watching him. Ball wasn't moving, wasn't touching enough hands, too much one-on-one. New York Knicks going home in the first round under that strategy. Better get Amari and Amon back. I'm warning y'all. I'm warning you.
Kyle in Long Island. Kyle, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco. What's on your mind after watching that last night, Kyle?
I just wanted to tell you guys that you guys are awesome. One of my favorite shows on the radio.
Thank you.
Thank you. I kind of want to know your feelings on the Atlantic Division. I'm a Celtics fan. I think the Celtics are going to win the division handily after watching that last night. I think
it's not going to be handily. It's not going to be handily.
I think the way the Nets played defense on Melo last night, the Celtics are going to throw Pierce, Jeff Green. They're even going to show a little bit of Solinger on Melo. But
first of all, stop right there. Stop!
Who do you think's going to win?
Don't you dare be so disrespectful. Outside of Jeff Green, don't say anybody else. Melo's a different beast. Paul Pierce, people get it all twisted. Even though he couldn't stop LeBron, he did a respectable job of defending LeBron. And do you know why? Because LeBron historically struggled from the perimeter. That's not Melo's problem. Pierce don't have no answer for Melo. Not Melo. Because Melo can pull up from anywhere, just like Pierce can. And to sit there and to say a rookie out of Ohio State that could barely jump over a curb and Jared Sullinger could defend Carmelo Anthony. You know what? I should hang up on you. You don't even deserve to say another word over the airwaves with such an ignorant statement. But I'm going to be nice because it's the holiday season, so go ahead.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. If the Celtics, they will struggle stopping Melo, but do you really think that the Knicks or the Nets can push them to the limit in the Atlantic Division? I mean, the Celtics already got through with the roughest part of the schedule.
Yes. They can push them. They can push them. You're going to talk about a top 4 seed in the Eastern Conference being battled. Obviously, Miami's a clear-cut favorite, but outside of that, you've got New York, Brooklyn, and Boston. And it's going to be right there. It's going to be nip and tuck because you have to also remember something that's very important. Doc Rivers is not going to go all out in the regular season. Doc Rivers is about pacing you to be in elite form come April.
Bingo.
Doc Rivers will sacrifice games during the regular season. He don't care. So long as you're ready and you're healthy, that's what he cares about. The Boston Celtics believe they can go anywhere and win. They don't place that much of a primary importance on home court advantage. That's not their primary objective. Their primary objective is to be healthy, playing the best basketball they possibly can come April and May.
Yep. And
that's Boston.
And that's why I absolutely think the Knicks or Nets have a good shot at winning the Atlantic Division. That doesn't mean you're going to pick either of them to beat the Celtics in the playoffs, but just winning more games in the regular season, yes, because of the philosophy that Doc Rivers and the Celtics take, as you point out. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you. Hey, if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. Jerry Stackhouse, a hero from last night, was channeling his inner Steve Novak from the corner 3. He will join Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco next on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Nets defended their home court against the Knicks, opening a new era in New York basketball. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. Yeah, I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and a protein shake for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
What's the point of brushing teeth?
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
It's Mike and Bears quarterback Jay Cutler.
My wife is a crazy Bears fan, so I'm speaking for her. If you throw a pick this weekend, get out of the way.
Don't be a ball player.
Get out of the way.
Just fall down is what you're
Yes,
saying.
don't do it. Run to the sideline. Actually, you realize the sideline.
You got my back in the backlash of what happened?
Yes, I promise you I will. I'll say it was the right thing to do.
That's just what you want, Jay, is Greeny to have your back. Yeah.
By the way.
Exactly.
It's Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
For more than 75 years, one award has been synonymous with excellence. December 8th, a new name will be forever linked to college football's highest honor. Will it be Kansas State's Colin Klein, Notre Dame's Manti Te'o, USC's Marquise Lee, Ohio State's Braxton Miller, or Texas A&M's Johnny Manziel? The Heisman Trophy presentation presented by Nissan. Saturday, December 8th at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Player subject to change. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting, so why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah?
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The Jimmy V Classic returns to the world's most famous arena as 4 of the nation's elite college teams square off at Madison Square Garden to celebrate the courage of one of basketball's greatest legends. The Jimmy V Classic, Tuesday, December 4th. Texas and Georgetown at 7, followed by NC State and Connecticut. Get your tickets now by calling Ticketmaster at 866-858-0008 or logging on to thegarden.com. Don't miss the Jimmy V Classic.
47 minutes past hour number 1. Back here at Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. And on the line with us right now is a man who hails from Kinston, North Carolina, former star at the University of North Carolina, former number 3 overall pick in the 1995 NBA draft, and an individual that some people would say should have been out of the league a long time ago, but 17 years later, he is still alive, kicking and shooting three-pointers from every corner in every NBA arena imaginable, particularly last night inside the Barclays Center. Mr. Jerry Stackhouse of the Brooklyn Nets is on the line with us. What's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, Steve? How you doing, brother? I'm doing well.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Last night.
That's right. Let me tell you something right now. I believe it or not, I'm going to say this. I wasn't shocked you hit those jump shots last night. I've been watching you for years. That is something I know you to do. But I was still pleased, my man. How did you feel about your performance?
Man, it felt good. I mean, obviously, to get out there in the atmosphere like that, that's the type of atmosphere that any competitor would love to be in, man. There was so much energy in the building last night on both sides. I mean, really, it was our home crowd, but definitely it was, a little bit of New York in there. Knicks, but, we had our sixth man that definitely helped us out.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry, how much did it mean? I know Avery after the game talked about he saw you guys all in early for the film session. I mean, was there an added level of importance to win this first one for you guys in Brooklyn against the Knicks?
Yeah, I thought we were really focused, man. We came in and we didn't really get on the court because, it was on a back-to-back, but we still got out of the bed, came in and kind of watched the tape and tried to focus on what we needed to do with this team, and it paid off. I thought it was a high level of, just like I said, focus, in the meetings and everything, knowing that it was a lot about this first game. We definitely wanted to get this game.
Why was this so important, Jerry? Was it because of the fans in Brooklyn? I mean, I imagine it's all of the above. But was it more so because of the fans in Brooklyn or because you guys are unapologetic about the fact that you're coming to steal the thunder away from the New York Knicks and let everybody know there's a new team in town and everybody better pay attention?
Well, yeah, I think it's, like I said, it's all of the above. I mean, mostly we wanted to win, just keep our thing going. We've been improving and getting better, each game and want to continue on that path, but everybody's been making a lot of this, this rivalry. We really don't feel like it's a rivalry yet. It was just the first game of two really totally new teams. I mean, the Knicks been together. Some of those guys have been together for a little while, but this is a totally new group. So we're not, harboring on what's happened in the past. We're just trying to, set our own kind of history now, and it was a good start last night.
Talking with Brooklyn Nets Jerry Stackhouse here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Jerry, I mean, you've made a huge contribution to this team early on in this season, played big minutes. Last night played all the crunch time minutes for this team. I mean, did you really think that you were going to be able to have this role and contribute in this way on this team?
Well, I knew I would have an opportunity to if I came in and competed. I mean, it was unfortunately when you get past where football is kind of 30 and in basketball is 35. When you get past 35, they just want to kind of place you in a certain role, not even really allow guys to really compete for, their situations anymore. And I knew coming in here with Avery that, I was open-minded. That, I knew I was coming in kind of in a coaching role as well because that's where I want to go, forward, in my transition to the next stage of my career in coaching, and he would be the perfect guy for that because we understand basketball and look at basketball the same way, but knowing that if I still had something left to give on the court, that I would have an opportunity to do it.
We're talking to Jerry Stackhouse right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Listen, it's rare that I mention assistant coaches. You obviously recognize that guys know the X's and O's and what have you. But I'm not going to lie to you. I think when you look at the staff that Avery Johnson has together, I think a lot of homage should be paid to these guys. P.J. Carlissimo knows the game of basketball, man. And then you look at Mario Elie, who's a guy that some have speculated should be a head coach and will be a head coach in this league someday. You just look at these guys, and I just say to myself, you know what, you got a big-time assistant coaching staff there with you guys. How are you feeling as a guy that's been in this league for 17 years, seeing the coaches on the staff? How do you and those players feel about them?
I mean, we talk all the time, man. Like you said, it's a great group, a group that knows the game and understands what it takes to win, and they're on the same page. Obviously, everybody follows Avery's lead, but at the same time, that everybody, they have real responsibility. He does a good job of delegating and making sure those guys are part of what we do. And like I said, we were really prepared yesterday. I mean, that was actually Popeye Jones' game last year, and the film and everything was broke down and know what we would expect with this team. So we got a good group, and I just try to be the kind of that, the guy that kind of branched from the locker room, to the coaching staff and, making sure that we're on the same page. Because we got a lot of young guys that still trying to build our defense, and I think that I helped tremendously from that standpoint, being able to explain some things in layman terms that maybe, that the coaches don't really have time to do just in an hour or two coaching session.
Jerry, last night, Melo played so well in that first half. It was easy to tell he was getting gassed towards the end of that game, ended up playing 50 minutes. Did you guys know? We saw Gerald beat him off the dribble quite a few times in overtime. Did you know in that fourth quarter, hey, Melo doesn't have much left in the tank, we can take advantage of this right now?
No, I really was not focused. Our focus was trying to execute and get stops. He's a guy that can, go off for 50 points on any given night. So the fact that he, may have got a little winded, you got to give credit to, Gerald for hounding him for the most of the night. Bogues, when he was on him for a little while, hounding him, and even Joe, when he was switched on him for a few minutes, really putting that pressure on him. Yeah, he got numbers and took a lot of shots, but, the fact that we were able to, for the most part, play him one-on-one and not let other guys, let the Novaks and the J.R. Smiths come in and be real effective in the game. I think that's probably the difference for us.
Well, I love my man Keith Bogans, but I want him to leave the shooting to you, and he just needs to defend. That's just my personal opinion, Jerry Stackhouse. That's just me. But with that being said,
he's good for a couple of games.
He's good for a couple. He's good for a couple, but he don't need to be shooting too much, okay? It just doesn't. But with that being said, let me ask you this, because you look at these rosters. I think you guys are younger, deeper, faster, okay? And those are the kind of things that jump out of my mind. Do you guys believe you're a better team than the New York Knicks?
Well, I think it's so early, man. Right now we won the first game, so maybe the nod goes to us. But, they was playing without Jason, Jake Kidd, who has been a big part of what they've done so far early in the season. So, getting them back whole and, that could be, it'd be a difference to us back in their place. So, right now, we'll take that much. Yeah, we're the best team in New York after last night, but, we got a lot more games to play.
Jerry, I'm just wondering, for all of us who were there, we were all remarking on the atmosphere, and it was so fun and electric. Are you guys, during the game, saying anything to each other about what it was like playing that game, the first game of this Borough Ball rivalry?
Well, not so much. I think, like I said, there's so much focus, man. Once you're in between the lines, you can kind of feel the energy when you're out shooting in the pregame. More so, there's a few more people in the arena earlier than there's normally been. But when you're between the lines, it's just about, man, we're competing, and this is a lively crowd, and it's our crowd. It's still new for us to adjust to, this whole crowd and this atmosphere. It was a little. I think they were filling us out a little bit at the beginning of the season to see what kind of product was going to be on the floor. Now they're seeing that we, have a chance of becoming a contending team if, we keep working and doing things. And you can see that the support is there and it's going to be there. Everybody knows Brooklyn kind of has its own identity within the city, and we're trying to hold true to that as well about how we play on the court.
Well, we can tell that the team has improved. There's no doubt about that. But I'm thinking about where y'all are going instead of where y'all are at. And, obviously you're somebody that I can see coaching in the game in the future because of your approach to the game and the professionalism you've exhibited over the years. I got to ask you, as you look at this Brooklyn Nets team, what do you guys think you need to do in order to get to the next level? Dissect it for me. That's my question mark right now.
Man, we just got to keep getting better, Steve. It's like, we got all the pieces. We got everything that you want to do to start a franchise. You got a top flight point guard, you got a shooting guard, and you got a center. And we got a three in Gerald that can hound anybody on a given night, can defend any of the team's best players. Four, Hump, very serviceable. And then we come off the bench with Reggie, who's every team nightmare. As far as knowing that he's gonna get the team extra possessions every night. And
he's a nightmare.
We got some veterans and some young guys that we're looking to make sure that we're growing to keep the train going. The Marshawn Brooks and Toko Shingali, Tyshawn Taylor. These are some young names that we feeling like going to keep this thing going in Brooklyn for a while.
Jerry, great stuff, man. We appreciate all the time today. Congrats on the win and your huge contributions last night.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you, brother.
Take care, man.
Jerry Stackhouse with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Boy, you're right, too, Stephen. Reggie Evans is just...
He's a nightmare. I mean, first of all, the offensive rebounds, that's his specialty. Secondly, he's a big boy. And he's a little bit loose. I'm not going to go meta world peace type loose, but he's a little bit loose, a little bit touched. He's not somebody you want to mess with.
No.
I mean, listen, let me be very, very clear. I'm no dummy. I'm going to be nice to Reggie Evans. I'm going to be nice to Reggie Evans for as often as I can be nice to him. That's a big boy.
I totally
That's not
agree.
somebody that you don't want to get on Reggie Evans' bad side. You just don't. I think that was a big time pickup by Billy King because, listen, man, it's not an accident that he gets all these rebounds. He's just moving people aside like they're paper. That's what he does.
I mean,
you see the size of this guy.
He's pulling in like 14 rebounds in 18 minutes every night. It's crazy.
I'm not bothering this dude.
No,
his lovely lady came up to me, at the game. I was like, hey, very nice to meet you. How you doing? Very polite. Oh no, I'm not messing with him.
No.
Listen. That's a big. I'd want him on my team.
Oh,
I always tell you, what have I been saying about the Knicks for a year? They need to go. They still haven't gone out and get the Reggie Evans, Ken Bannister type dude. Just some big, nasty, dude with an attitude. That just don't care about anything. You understand? Broken bones happen. Damn it, it was an accident. Get over it. That's how he operates. That's a big boy. You need somebody like that on. I think somebody like that could help Tyson Chandler.
Yeah. Because Chandler's got some nasty in him, too. He was intense last night.
Can I change the subject just for a quick second?
Sure.
I'm thinking about going to Vegas after all.
Yeah?
Just want to let y'all know that.
Okay, I'm glad you're letting us know. Very good.
You think
you're going to come with me and John next week?
I'm thinking about it.
All right, I hope you do. We're going out there.
About it. I've spoken to Mayweather. I've spoken to Pacquiao. My boycott, but it was only of fights involving them until they fight each other. But I think Juan Manuel Marquez might beat Pacquiao.
All right.
I think it's a possibility.
Come, me, you, John, go out of the town. It'll be great, man. Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, head out there. It'll be good stuff.
I haven't made my decision yet. I'll decide sometime next week.
All right, good. We'll have Kenny Phillips of the Giants in a moment, but let's give you this ESPN New York Sports Center. Looks like a couple members of the Yankees core might be returning. Word is, according to multiple reports, Andy Pettitte close to returning on a one-year deal worth around $11 million, and Mariano Rivera's deal to return to the Yankees could be finalized within the next couple of days. And a source tells our Adam Rubin that the Mets have been talking about a 7-year extension with David Wright that would keep him with the club through 2020. Eagles announcing today that Deshaun Jackson is out for the remainder of the season. We'll talk with Giant safety Kenny Phillips in just a couple of moments.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name. Hi, it's The Herd. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. There's traffic, there's parking. It'll be packed with everybody mailing holiday gifts and packages. What a headache. That's why I recommend Stamps.com. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Don't even try it. I have. You'll regret it. Everything you do at the post office, you can do right from your desk. Like buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or any package the instant you need it. Then the mailman picks it up. So easy, so convenient. Right now, special offer. When you use my name, Colin, it's a no-risk trial, plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio mic, top of the home page, and type in Colin. Stamps.com, enter Colin.
The Giants look great in their win over Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. They now look forward to a date with RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday. OCU Manura joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get back into the hoops and Knicks Nets last night in a little bit, but it's time for the Giants Report, brought to you by Hassel BMW. Every Tuesday at 2 o'clock, we get to chat with a member of Big Blue, and today we welcome in safety Kenny Phillips. Now, Kenny, first things first. Stephen and I were very happy with what we saw Sunday night, but we need to know about your health, because that three-safety looked very good for your defense, but you going down is worrisome for Giants fans. Where are you at right now with your knee?
Oh, I'm good. Just had just tweaked it a little bit, but I should be fine to play Monday night, excuse me.
Very, very surprised at how effective you were against the Green Bay Packers. You guys were against the Green Bay Packers on Sunday. I look at Aaron Rodgers. I think he's one of the best ever. But clearly he didn't have some of his weapons. But you guys seem to be having your way whenever you go up against Green Bay. What do you attribute it to?
Just that. Well, I had to say the game plan. Our coaches did a great job of studying our previous games that we played those guys, and just coming off that bye week, you could tell that the guys' morale was a little bit different. Before the bye week, it was a little flat. We wasn't playing with as much passion. But we came back, had a few meetings Monday, like players only meetings, and it seemed like everyone was on the same page. We wanted to get back to having fun like we were last year, and it kind of showed.
Kenny, with your team, for us, we'll often say things like, hey, Giants play their best against the best competition. They raise the bar when they have to. And we look at games like what you went through in the postseason last year or this year at San Francisco and then this one against Green Bay. Do you guys feel that way about yourselves? Like, yeah, you might let up a little bit against some of the lesser competition, but when you play the big boys, you bring your best?
I mean, the way you look at it, the way, I guess that's how it seems, from outside looking in, but that's definitely not our mentality. We want to go out each week and, bring our best game. And for the most part, sometimes it just don't happen. It seems like we don't show up, but it's not. That don't mean that we're not focused or we're not out there trying to get the job done. It's just sometimes that's how it works out.
Well, when you say how it works out, I mean, I don't understand because, you got player-only meetings, guys, talking with one another, clearly concerned that over the last 3 Novembers, you were like 2-2 and then 1-3 in 2 of the last 3 Novembers. Clearly there seems to be a problem. You lost 4 in a row last year. You were on the verge of, you had a 2-game losing streak before you ended up putting it to an end against Green Bay this weekend. What's been the issue with you guys?
I don't even want to say the issue. Like I say, just getting back to, having fun. Like I said, I think a lot of it came from, I don't want to say we wasn't, passionate or whatever, but we just had to have fun again. I mean, we was in meeting rooms, guys were focused, but at the same time, we just, I can't really put my finger on it because it's kind of weird. Like you guys say, we start off pretty fast and, the middle of the season, November, we kind of, fall off a little bit and then kind of pick it back up. And it doesn't have nothing to do with the team we're playing or our back being against the wall. But at the end of the day, I mean, we know what it's going to take for us to get in the playoffs. We know the games that we have to win. And even though we come out each week and play hard, like I say, we want to win every game.
Kenny Phillips, Giant safety, here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Kenny, did you guys think that you could frustrate Aaron Rodgers, I mean, with your pressure? Because I got to be honest, there were times in that second half it looked like he did not want to be on the field anymore, and who could blame him with that offensive line? But did you guys feel like you were going to be able to get in his head like that?
Yeah, I mean, hats off to Aaron Rodgers. He is one of the best quarterbacks in the league, I believe. But, he's human. He's human. He's just like any other quarterback. I believe any quarterback can be rattled. And those guys up front did a great job of getting after him. even when he wasn't under pressure, just those guys, being around him, kind of, get a quarterback uncomfortable. And the guys in the secondary and the linebackers, I think they were all on the same page, trying to mix up the disguises and everything. But I think it was just a great overall, team effort on defense.
Wait a minute, though, because I got to stop you here, Kenny. You talk about Aaron Rodgers like he's Mark Sanchez or somebody. I mean, I know quarterbacks can be rattled, but I mean, come on. This is Aaron Rodgers. I mean, what's up with that?
He's, like I say, he's Aaron Rodgers, but he's still human. I mean, you get tired of getting hit. I mean, you're going to start, you're going to get uncomfortable. If guys hit you in the mouth, I think he was the most sacked quarterback in the league before we even came into that game. So he definitely was, going against guys like JTP and Tuck and OC. I mean, you're going to be uncomfortable. And when those guys start to get after him, like I say, no one want to be hit. No one. It don't matter who you are. And like I say, he's a great quarterback. I mean, any quarterback I believe in this league can be rattled.
Kenny, it seemed like that 3-safety look, which we know Perryfield really likes, it seemed like it did a lot for your guys' coverage, and then that helped your guys' pressure as well. Explain to us, as someone who understands it like we can't, why that 3-safety look, which you are obviously a big part of, helps your defense as much as it seemed to against the Packers.
What it does is it gives us better matchups. I believe it gives us a different look. When you have guys like, enter a role that can go play nickel position and also drop back as a safety, or myself come down and play in the box, and also go to safety, and Stevie Brown, who's been, big for us, in my absence. I think it just kind of keeps the quarterback and the coordinator off balance a little, because you never know, you go into some games and say, okay, well, I know enter a role, he's going to be lined up to the left, or I know Kenny Phillips is going to line up to the right. But when you can't really get a beat on it, make it hard for a quarterback, make him think a little bit more. And as far as the matchups, I mean, when you have like tight ends like Michael Finley out there, you may not want to put him on a linebacker, so you can have a guy like myself or enter a role go, cover this guy up and still be effective if they choose to run the ball.
Kenny, I'm struggling to understand and really comprehend what angle you're coming from. On one hand, I hear you talking about putting a hat on quarterbacks, hitting them enough, making them tap dance, making them feel the heat, the pressure, and you're very confident because of that. But on another hand, you sound confident in the secondary. Obviously, you've been injured. You haven't played excessively this season. We know Terrell Thomas was out from the beginning of the season. You got Prince Amukamara, who I like. Corey Webster got burned, even though he played well after that. But anytime somebody talks about the stout defensive prowess of the New York Giants, it's usually because of the front seven. It's not usually because of the secondary. Are you saying you have confidence in your defense because of that front seven, or are you saying you got the confidence because you got confidence in your secondary?
I have confidence in both. You got to have confidence in both. I mean, you can't have a great front with guys not back there covering. It don't matter, who you're playing against. If guys are running free back there, it don't matter what type of pressure you get, the quarterback's going to find them. And it's vice versa. If we're not covering anybody, it don't matter how long we cover guys. If we're not getting the pressure, he's going to find a guy. Like I say, it goes hand in hand. It really does. Like, granted, our deep front seven is great. Our D-line is great. They get a whole lot of pressure. But it's, we deserve some credit, too. We have some guys, Antonio Rowe, been to 2 Pro Bowls, Corey Webster, averaging maybe 5-6 picks a year. I mean, and Prince, he's coming along. I mean, I think we have a pretty good secondary, but, we don't mind that the D-line is getting all the credit, and they do deserve it. They do deserve, most of the credit, but at the same time, we're not too bad back to ourselves.
No, and you played incredibly well on Sunday night. You made a lot of Giants fans go to bed happy in this city after blowing out the Packers. Kenny, so you're telling us one last time, you do believe you're going to play on Monday night?
Yeah, that's the plan thus far. I mean, I'm feeling a whole lot better. Like I said, it wasn't anything too serious, just trying to be precautious. Didn't want to go back into the game with the big lead we have, so we were just trying to be smart so I can't have an opportunity to play Monday. And
you'll be able to contain RG3?
We're going to do our best. We're going to do our best.
He's an impressive young man.
You don't sound that confident, Kenny. Listen, man. This is serious.
We're going to see you Monday night. We're definitely going to see you Monday night. Like I said,
Kenny, let me.
Go ahead.
Kenny, I need to put it in its proper perspective. You need to understand.
Okay.
Are you not a friend of this show? Are you not a friend of this show, Kenny?
Yes,
this is a big deal to me, Kenny. Listen, I got a bunch of family members because we the Bowen family, Stephen Bowen, they're like family to my family. But I'm the one dude that's holding out for the Giants. And I expect y'all to go into the nation's capital and handle your business, or my world is going to be miserable. Because I got to listen to Stephen Bowen and his father and his uncle and all of these people that's family to me talking smack. Now, are you guys going to handle your business or not, Kenny?
We're definitely going to go out there and handle our business. We're going to bring our A game. You know, like I said, he's a great quarterback. He's a great quarterback. He's hard to contain, but at the same time, we played against guys like Cam Newton. We played against these Michael Vicks. I mean, as long as you play disciplined football, which we are capable of playing, which we played pretty well the first game we played them, I think we're going to be fine.
So are you saying to me, Kenny? Are you saying to me? Because I need to check this, Ryan. Kenny, are you saying to me that if I take the trip down to the nation's capital Monday night for the game, I'm not going to regret it? Is that what we're saying?
You would not regret it. You have my word on that. You would not regret it.
My man.
I like
man.
Kenny.
That's what I'm talking about.
This was fun, man. It should be a fun game on Monday night. Enjoy it. Good luck and quick recovery on the knee.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All the best, bro. All the best. See you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Kenny Phillips with the Giants Report.
Oh, he just made my day.
I guess so. You got a trip to take to the nation's capital now.
Look, man. I get very, very ticked. You don't know this about me, Ryan? I get very ticked when I make road trips and my expected outcome doesn't materialize.
Well, I understand
It really ticks me off.
I got you.
It's football more so than anything else because I'm always getting stuck in traffic, either before or after.
Well, if you're making
and it really ticks me off.
Better be a victory then. Hopefully it will be.
I openly admit I come on the air with the next day with attitude. It's not pleasant. Now, Kenny don't have to get it done. I hope that he does. But you heard what he just said, Ryan, which means I have every reason to go to the nation's capital and expect them to handle their business next Monday night.
And that was the Giants Report brought to you by Hassel BMW. Luxury cars within your reach at Hassel BMW. Visit them online at hasselbmw.com to view the incredible selection of Long Island's luxury vehicles, 291 West Sunrise Highway in Freeport.
Did you just do a read and just gloss over my comments? I need support, Ryan. This is serious to me.
I understand.
I need support. I don't sense the confidence coming from you, diehard Giants fan.
Well,
I don't sense the confidence, Ryan.
No.
Give it to me. Give it up.
The Giants are
Give it up.
The Giants are going to win on Monday night. They got themselves right against the Packers.
All right.
RG3 will play well, but the Giants in the second half, they were a lot more disciplined against that run. Yeah, RG3 made his little heroics, but that was more sparked by a couple bad Eli turnovers. The Giants will win on Monday night, and your trip will be worth it, all right?
All right, that's what I needed to hear.
All right, you got it.
Even though I'm not hearing it with the level of bravado. Let me ask you this question. Is your shirt open a little bit with the hair sticking out?
Not enough. I'll get it
See,
open.
that's not when it's not like that, then you're not feeling bold.
Yeah, you're right about that.
See, this is a problem.
Right.
Already you're jinxing it.
I'm getting a pair of scissors.
What's the matter with you, man? You got girlfriend problems last night? You're not in the mood. Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Ryan?
The ladies are all right now. They're all right.
You sure?
Yeah, they're not great, but they're all right.
You don't seem too confident, Ryan.
Well, we'll get into this more in a moment. How about that?
All right, how about that?
And we'll get back into Knicks Nets as well with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Big Blue will look to get after RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday just like they did Aaron Rodgers. Will they be able to catch the rookie sensation? Chris Canty joins Michael and Don today at 6:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, C-O-L-I-N.
Hi, it's Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. This portion of the show brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. You know, Stephen, I have to say, poor job by the NBA schedule makers because... Okay. You know, last night, that was great. Amazing. I want that at the end of the year as well, where these two teams are battling out in the Atlantic. And do you realize that these two teams, the Knicks and Nets, they're going to play again on December 11th and December 19th. And then their final meeting is Martin Luther King Day, February 2nd, John?
That's not good. That's not good. I would love for the Knicks and the I would love for the Knicks and the Nets to meet in April.
January 21st is their last meeting. I don't know why I thought Martin Luther King Day was in February, but I mean, but it's January something, and they don't play at all in February and March and April. Come on. After seeing that last night and seeing what it's going to be like in this division, that's a poor job. I really wish that they were. Roland in New Jersey. Roland, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco. What is last night leaving you thinking about, Roland?
Only good. First of all, I want to say thank you guys for taking my call. I enjoy the show.
Thank you for listening, Roland.
Me and my friends listen all the time.
You got good friends.
All right. What I wanted to bring out the point, Stackhouse in the corner. And I was watching Novak, and he's helping in the lane, but he's not really helping. He should have just stayed with Stack. 3 times it happened, and all 3 times I watched Novak in the lane trying to help, but he's not helping nobody.
Well, you know what? You're right, Roland. And here's the thing, and this was something that I know Steven talked about last year in the Miami series. for a while, too. You know, Novak, when he gets his open threes, yeah, I mean, absolutely. He is lethal. He's energy off the bench. He's fun, the discount double check, the whole thing. But he's obviously an incredibly limited player. We know that. If you're looking for much more, if you're looking for anything defensively from him, you're looking for him to put it on the floor, you're not going to get that from Steve Novak. He has a very limited specialty, and he's
Well, let me
great
tell you
at that,
something about Steve Novak that bothers me. I like Steve Novak. Very nice kid and a lethal shooter. I do not understand, and somebody needs to explain to me, how this dude is a legit 6'8", 6'9", even though he's listed at 6'10". How is it that you could shoot that well, and you are a legitimate 6'8", 6'9", and if somebody's fingernail is in the vicinity of your chest, you won't even shoot? I don't understand it. I don't get it.
You're right. He won't take contested looks. You're right about that.
He won't take contested looks. And my whole point is, you know what? Listen, man. I certainly was never an NBA player or anything like that. But you know what anybody would tell you about me? Whether it's West 4th Street, whether it's 192 Park, whether it's Jamaica Park or Connell or anywhere else that I played growing up or college or anything. You know one thing about me, Ryan Rucco?
What's that?
If you didn't block the shot, it was going up. Unapologetically. I don't give a damn. It was going up. It was going up. I'm talking about no conscience. I wasn't exactly world be free. You understand? But I believe in that philosophy. You understand? It's going up.
But
it's going up.
I don't know if
I can promise you.
We may not want Steve Novak to take it that far, but you can find a happy medium there.
Yeah, you can find a happy medium. I mean, put it up.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Daniel in Brooklyn. Daniel, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. I just want to say a special thank you for Stephen A. I called a couple of weeks ago when Hurricane Sandy came through. I was upset that I paid a lot of money for the tickets, and I got to go to the game. I got to go to the game yesterday. I got to take 2 pictures with Stephen A. Smith. My first one got messed up. My camera. My cousin took a bad picture with the camera. Stephen A. came down to my row and took a picture of me, so I thank you for that, Stephen A.
That Stephen A. is a nice guy, isn't he, Daniel?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Don't tell people that.
Sorry.
Let's keep that between ourselves.
I know. I always forget. Go ahead, Daniel.
But I wanted to make a point because I was excited about the Nets win. I don't think that they're going to be better than the Knicks unless they do one thing, and they would have to trade for a defensive specialist, someone like at the small forward position, like Ron Artest when he was Defensive Player of the Year.
You're wrong, bro. You have the combination of Gerald Wallace and Reggie Evans more than makes up for that. The problem is you're thinking about what you saw last night, and you're not taking into account that Melo is a one-of-a-kind talent.
Yep.
You don't have to face that every night. That's what you're missing. Because I assure you, if Ron Artest, Meta World Peace, was on Melo, it would have been far worse than what Melo did to you last night.
Yeah, Gerald Wallace did about as good a job as you could have hoped for. Because
you can't ask for more than that.
No. I mean, you saw the motor that Gerald Wallace has. That guy is a winning player. That's exactly
right.
what
he is. I want a Gerald Wallace on my team any day of the week and twice on Sundays. He is worth every penny of his 4-year, $40 million extension. All the dude does is work on both ends of the floor. That's all he does. Got a decent shot, gets to the hole. He's a man. He will rebound. He will defend. Let me tell you something right now. Gerald Wallace is no superstar, but he is a big-time player. And every team in the NBA has room for a guy like him on their roster. Everybody. And he's better than Meta World Peace. He's not a better spot-up shooter, but he is better than Meta World Peace.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Why don't you hear a word from Bay Ridge Honda? You see, MVP, Cy Young's the Heisman. On this station, we spend a lot of time talking about awards, but the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of their own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they've been the recipients of Honda's Council of Excellence Award an amazing 5 years in a row. On top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards Accords are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars. And right now, there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everyone's talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts is open till midnight Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 till 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and their award-winning Night Owl service. If that doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda into the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, we don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, or visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com. What did our buddy Greeny think of his first taste of Knicks Nets, and also his team's mascot saying goodbye in Fireman Ed? We'll ask Greeny next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Chapter 1 for the Battle of New York goes to Brooklyn. The Nets head coach Avery Johnson joins Michael and Don today at 5 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only, and void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and were prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Hey, it's Cola coming up Wednesday on Mike and Mike, 9:30 Eastern. ESPN college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit will tell us who has the best chance of winning the SEC championship and facing Notre Dame in the BCS title game. That's all Wednesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. Got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in. And you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore, now open on Route 17 in Paramus, New Jersey. The PGA Tour Superstore. There is nothing else like it. Andy Pettitte on the brink of returning to the Yankees. Multiple reports indicating that Pettitte is closing in on a one-year deal worth around $11 million to return to the Bombers. Other reports saying that Mariano Rivera will soon follow back to the Bronx. Sources tell our Adam Rubin that the Mets have talked about a 7-year extension with David Wright that would keep him with the team through the 2020 year. Eagles announcing today that Deshaun Jackson is done for the season.
All right, I got Greeny Pod.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. And, hey, if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. Stephen, you got a little guest with you there, my man?
Yes, I do, man. Right here. It is my honor and privilege to have this next guest on. He's the voice of Mike and Mike in the morning, along with my man Mike Golick. Obviously, he's the institution when it comes to radio here at ESPN Radio. The one and only Mike Greenberg. How are you, sir?
I'm all right, Steve. How are you?
It's a pleasure to be sitting next to you this morning because usually you're the one interrogating me.
Yeah.
I now get to reverse it a little bit.
Okay.
I tried to tell you, Mike Greenberg, I've tried to tell you this time and time again.
Yeah.
When it comes to your New York Knicks.
Yeah.
As talented as they may be.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere without Amari Stoudemire. You will need him, and I think last night we saw exactly that. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, I don't know that I totally agree with you. We've had this argument going back.
Surprised.
Did you ever get to have a chance to talk to Magic about this?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But I will. We will get into it. Magic and I should have a debate about this.
Yeah, he got in the middle of this. I don't know that listen. I don't know that going anywhere, let's define going anywhere first and foremost. No one is going anywhere that involves getting past Miami, I think, under any reasonable.
We're talking first round.
I think the Knicks will get out of the first round for sure.
Not at all.
You
Not
don't think that define it without Amari Stoudemire. If Amari Stoudemire comes off the bench and plays 20 to 25 minutes.
I'm just talking injury. I'm not talking about in the start lineup. I'm saying that in order for the New York Knicks to be formidable, to make noise in the postseason, other than getting there and then going home in the first round, they need Amari Stoudemire and probably Amon Shumpert to pull it off.
Well, when are they going to get Shumpert back? That's my question.
By February, and Amari should be ready in a month.
See, because what Shumpert will do is give you the opportunity to play Kidd the number of minutes that he reasonably should be playing, as opposed to having him playing the kind of minutes a guy with his wear and tear isn't able to play anymore. I love Shumpert, and I think that's been a bigger loss this year, or they're missing him more than people realize because he hasn't been there with a new defensive mentality. He's a difference maker.
Yes, he is.
I think, look, if you look at the first round, who is it the Knicks would wind up playing in the first round? Where would they be? Without Stoudemire, where would they finish?
I think the New York Knicks are potentially still a top 4 seed in the Eastern Conference because the Indiana Pacers are without Granger, but he'll be back in 2.5 months.
Right.
We don't know when Andrew Bynum will be back, so let's just say because of those injuries in Indiana and Philadelphia that the New York Knicks will finish with a top 4 seed, which means they could face one of those two teams, or a Chicago, or a Milwaukee in the first round.
I think they would beat. I think they certainly could beat any of those teams, even without Amari Stoudemire. Okay. I don't know that they necessarily would. The team that I've had my eye on all along, and I don't know what in the world is going on with Bynum now, and I know you and Skip have this debate back and forth with him all the time, and I'm a big Bynum fan, maybe not quite to the level that Skip is, but if he's ever going to come back, I mean, this whole bowling thing obviously has thrown a monkey wrench into the entire situation. The bowling, I have no idea. I can't defend that. I can't even begin to defend it. But that was a team I think the Knicks would have no chance to get through if he's at his best and he's good. Boston and Miami. Anyone else I think the Knicks could beat. Even Chicago, if Derrick Rose comes back and starts playing, I still think the Knicks could beat them.
You know, Greeny, a lot of people have had this debate about whether or not Knicks-Nets is a rivalry yet. For me, it's a rivalry if I see extra passion and extra importance put on winning that individual game from the players and from the fans. And I definitely saw that last night. What is your definition as the incredible sports fan that you are? What makes a rivalry for you? Is last night the beginning of a rivalry?
Yeah, I think last night has the potential to be the beginning of a rivalry. It's exactly that. It's a game that matters more than others, and it's a game that matters even if it doesn't matter, if you will. A game that matters even if it means nothing in the standings. So when I was a kid, I mean, the Jets were always awful, and the Dolphins were always really good, but the Jets always played the Dolphins tough. It was a rivalry game even when the teams were not on the same level. In this case, because of the geography and all the rest of that, I think that it's a natural rivalry. And by the way, we didn't mention the Nets. Isn't that a team team the Knicks could wind up playing in the first round of the playoffs.
It is if the New York Knicks or the Brooklyn Nets fell out of the top four. Let's say, for example, if the Knicks were a 4th seed and the Nets were a 5th seed, or vice versa.
That I think is a fairly reasonable possibility, and I think that would be a great series. So that's where the rivalry goes to the next level. I think it does have the makings of a rivalry now, because I think there is genuine desire on the part of the Nets to take some of the town, and a genuine pride on the part of the Knicks to hold the town. When it goes to the next level is if they play each other in the playoffs, which eventually will happen, and obviously could happen as soon as this year.
Let me put you on the spot here. We're talking to Mike Greenberg from Mike and Mike Fan right here with Stephen A. and Ron Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Who's the better team in New York in your estimation, Mike Greenberg? Greeny?
You know, I've seen so much more of the Knicks so far this year than I've seen of the Nets. I think all things considered, probably the Nets are, but I think it's very close. I mean, I think they're both right in that area. I mean, I think either one could wind up. The way Carmelo started this season, the way the Knicks have looked, before the season started, I would have told you I thought the Nets. The way the season began, I would say the Knicks. I saw most of last night's game. That's obviously a toss-up. I think it's very close. I think right now, if I had to bet on it, I would bet that the Nets will win more games than the Knicks, but I think it's close.
Ryan, I'm going to put you on the spot here right in front. I'm going to tell you where I'm standing, and you and Greeny could talk about this. I believe that the Brooklyn Nets are more talented.
Yeah.
I think they're younger. I think they're faster. I think they're more athletic. I think they're deeper. They're still learning how to play together. But more importantly, I think their parts fit better. The thing that offsets it is that no matter who they have, they don't have Melo, who is a superstar scorer. And as a result, that offsets exponentially what the Brooklyn Nets can be compared to the New York Knicks. To that, you two say what?
I mean, last night watching that game, one of the things that was coming out of my mouth watching was, well, Carmelo Anthony is definitely the best player on the floor. That was one thing. Although Darren Williams made a hard push at the end to make me reconsider that, because he really, the way he orchestrated the offense late in that game was just fantastic.
He's an elite point guard.
He's amazing. I mean, when he is, and he's doing it with 17 different injuries that are really affecting his shooting ability right now. But he's, you know what, Steven? I hear what you're saying on that, except for I think that, like we talked about before, the Nets actually have a couple guys who are physical enough to frustrate and wear down Melo. So I think the Knicks need a little bit more than that. And I think that one thing that would make me confident in the slightly going towards the Nets side is I wondered if Tyson Chandler's physicality and intensity would turn Brook Lopez back into kind of the meek version of him. But he still put up 22 and 11 last night, even though Chandler did his thing. So
go ahead, Greeny.
I give a slight edge to the Nets. I would.
I think that Carmelo, while I agree with you that he is a superstar scorer, and I agree with you that for the first month of the season, he seems to be playing a slightly different game than we've seen him play in New York to this point, and that to me would be a step up from where he's been before. You know, we still have yet to see this guy in his career take a team out of the first round of the playoffs more than once. So I don't know that we want to get all that excited right now and say, well, the difference between the Knicks and the Nets is the Knicks have Carmelo and the Nets don't. Carmelo does not have a long history going. I mean, basically, you have to go back to Syracuse for the last time that he was sensational after the regular season ended. So I'm not willing at this point to say, well, the Knicks are clearly the more dangerous playoff team because they have Carmelo. I don't think that's right.
You know, Greeny,
go ahead, Ryan.
I got to ask Greeny this, Steve. I'm talking with Mike Greenberg as we do every Tuesday at this time. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. I got to know what you think about your team mascot leaving after Thursday night's performance and hanging it up, man. Fireman Ed hanging it up, Greeny.
You're talking about Eddie Angelo.
Yeah.
It's the thing about I was so surprised and somewhat relieved we got all this time without mentioning Brandon Moore's butt. I think that was
no. I was getting to it.
A huge step forward.
Getting to it.
Here's when I read. I know Ed, and we've been at the same function a million times, and I like him very much. I don't, and I think he made it pretty clear he's not giving up because the Jets are so bad. He's seen far worse Jet teams than this, as have I. He's giving up because I think he thinks the mood in the stadium has gotten so ugly, and I think there are people who have turned on him to the point that I think he feels like he's practically in a fight. I mean, every time he turns around in that stadium. That's the way I read what he wrote.
The irony, Mike, is that That's not a guy you want to get into a fight with.
No, he's a tough guy. He's got a little Robert De Niro in his youth in him.
He will hurt some people.
Yeah. I like Eddie Anzalone. Listen, at the end of the day, the Jets, unfortunately, and that show on Thursday night, that's one of the most disheartening, horrible events that I can ever remember happening on a holiday, much less any other time. But in some ways, I really think it was good for the Jets. In the scheme of things for Jet fans, this is not something that they can put a Band-Aid on. What the New York Jets are right now is not something that you can say, well, if Revis were only healthy, if they had gotten somehow to 9-7 and snuck into the playoffs, I really think, and then you start trying to justify, well, if this had happened, if that happened. The Jets are bad. They're not a good team. The person assembling the talent, the people assembling the talent have done a very bad job, and the thing needs to be broken down and built up all over again by someone else. And I think Thursday night made that very, very clear, and it had to humiliate the owner. And generally speaking, owners sometimes need to be prodded into action. And for as pathetic as it was, if that moment when Mark Sanchez's head hit Brandon Moore in the butt doesn't prod the owner into action, then nothing ever will.
Is that your way of saying that the worst thing that could happen to this organization is if the Jets end up winning the next 4 or 5 games?
Well, there's no chance of that. There's no chance of that. You know, I let myself get sucked into that. Again, I feel so stupid for even thinking it now. They went and beat the Rams. And I decided, oh, well, now they've got New England, no problem. They're going to make a run and go to the playoffs. They're not good. Their most significant offensive player cannot catch. I had a long conversation with Chris Carter about this off the air this morning. Stephen Hill, I don't know if it's something with his vision. He can't catch. It's not that he has bad hands. He can't catch. That's their most dangerous offensive weapon. In fact, he may be their only dangerous offensive weapon, and he can't catch. Jeremy Curley is somebody's third receiver. He's overwhelmingly the Jets' number 1 option. The running back situation is horrific. The offensive line is below, maybe it's average at best. The quarterback situation is obviously a catastrophe, with the possible exception of Arizona and Kansas City. It's the worst in the league. So this is a mess. They're not winning 5 straight games and getting into the playoffs. And if they did, yes. To answer your question, it would not be in the scheme of things.
Well, when you talk about it, the bottom line is we know in a roundabout way we're talking about Tannenbaum. Are you talking about Rex as well?
Well, I for the first time in that night, Thursday night, I thought to myself, you know what? This whole thing needs to just get blown up. And I don't think that much of it is Rex's fault, but then the more I've thought about it, I'm really not sure. I don't think that. Who is it that decided to hire Tony Sperano? Whose signature is on that decision? Yeah. Who is responsible ultimately for having a quarterback that you believe in, that you trade up to draft, and having him regress year after year.
I'm putting that on Tannenbaum.
Because of the talent around him.
You're the GM. You're the guy that brings in the coach. He's supposed to answer to you. If the coach is making all of these decisions, if I'm Woody Johnson, then I'm saying, why do I have you? I don't need you. You need to go because I need somebody that I can hold accountable for these horrendous decisions that are made. And it starts with Tannenbaum.
I think if I were Woody Johnson right now, I would be going out and I would be begging someone like Bill Polian to come in and just take over the operation and then just start and let him decide.
You gave it away. I'm actually writing that column this week for ESPN.
With Bill.
That they get rid of Tannenbaum and hire Bill Polian.
I don't know.
You gave it away.
I think Mike Tannenbaum doesn't have to be gotten rid of.
No, that's a capologist.
He's a cap guy, whatever it is. Let him do his thing. Obviously, Woody really likes him, but you need someone else in an alpha position who's running the football operation, someone like Bill Polian, and Bill Polian happens to theoretically possibly be available.
He should be available.
And then let him decide whether or not Rex is the right guy to coach. Let him decide whether he thinks that the things that have happened here really are or not Rex's fault, because he knows better than you or I.
Now, I want to be clear over the holiday season. I am not advocating in any way that Mike Tannenbaum lose his paycheck. No. It's the holidays. I want you to keep your paycheck. I want you to be able to continue to feed your family, and I want you to have a job to go to every day. I just don't want it to be making the football decisions for the New York Jets. Let him be the capologist, justify the millions that you're paying him, and sayonara. See you. By the way, he should appreciate that, because that way he'll never have to speak to the media again.
That's
which
right.
is his dream come true.
You know what?
It's his dream come true, so it'll fit right in, Greeny. It'll fit right in.
Let me give you, Greeny, before we run here. Let me give you two. We love those ESPN stats and info packets we get, right?
Yeah.
The stuff we get is unbelievable. Two Jets ones that I thought really spoke to me.
This is special with Ryan.
One,
something.
Once they lose their next game, it'll be the first time they have back-to-back seasons with a non-winning record since 1996. They have not had a season, 2 consecutive seasons with fewer than 9 wins since 1996. So that's a while. That's a little bit on Rex. And then also 3 losses this year by 21 points or more. First time since 1962 that they've done that. So even worse than Kotite. There you go. That's your Jets.
There are games in which they don't compete, and obviously the consecutive losing seasons you're talking about, those were under Kotite. From the moment Parcells got here, the Jets have been a good, solid franchise. They've done a lot more winning than most other teams in the NFL. They just haven't quite gotten over the top. But this now is, they've reached a low point. Thursday night was a low point.
It's special when I hear you echoing thoughts I have. I mean, it's a beautiful moment because you're such a nice guy. You're like Ryan. You're such an incredibly nice guy. I often feel like a villain. You guys actually have me feeling very good about myself. This is very touching. It really is. I love it, Greeny. You should get nastier, Greeny. Go ahead.
Now I need to reconsider pretty much everything. I don't know. Right. I gotta take this back to the drawing board.
Greeny, we will do it again next week, man, and we'll be listening tomorrow morning at 6.
All right, guys. See you later.
That's Mike Greenberg. Little Jets focus for you, brought to you by All-American Ford. Everyone can afford an All-American Ford with locations in Old Bridge, Hackensack, Paramus, and Kingston. Visit them at allamericanford.net. We'll get back into the Knicks and the Nets at 1-800-919-3776. And perhaps Amari Stoudemire, maybe the place for him is not in the Knicks starting lineup or on the Knicks bench. We will explain in a moment on ESPN New York.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
A lot of people also took Fireman Ed to task.
Why are you talking about this? Why is this a story?
Because he left the game.
Why is this a story?
Because it's all over the place. Rex Ryan was asked about it today.
So we got to feed the animals to think it's a story?
Why do you not think
Because he's a yo-yo fan that thinks he's bigger than everybody else because he wears a fireman helmet, and only when the Jets are leading does he get on somebody's shoulders and lead the Jet chant. He's a fraud.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. The Fantasy Minute.
I'm Christopher Harris. Colin Kaepernick has taken over the 49ers quarterback job and isn't looking back. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns, including one Sunday against the Saints, and has scored double-digit fantasy points in each of his past 3 games. Not only should you add Kaepernick if he's still available in your league, but you can strongly consider starting him too. Noshawn Moreno was a surprise starter for the Broncos Sunday, as the team apparently doesn't trust Ronnie Hillman in pass protection. Moreno got 24 touches against the Chiefs. While I'm skeptical Moreno will be super productive, he looks like the smartest bet going forward. He can be added in all leagues. Finally, how about those wideouts from tiny Mount Union College? Pierre Garçon and Cecil Shorts. Shorts has double-digit fantasy points in 5 of his past 6 games, while Garçon's foot finally started to look healthy on Thanksgiving Day. You'd probably rather start Shorts than Garçon at this point, but each guy has pretty big upside considering they come from such a small school. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
The Fantasy Minute.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. Employed in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and were prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Our show presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. You guys continue to tweet at us at Stephen A. Smith, at Ryan Rucco. Our best tweeter of the day wins 2 passes to ESPN New York's Lunch with a Legend with Bobby Knight for Tuesday, December 4th at the New York Athletic Club, and it's brought to you by Brooklyn Brewery, Maker's Mark, Insperity, and Sandstone Auto Network. Now, Stephen, I want you to hear something, and then I want to ask you a question, because a lot of people have been tweeting at me wondering about a certain NBA rumor. And this comment from Mike D'Antoni kind of fuels the rumor. Mike D'Antoni on the Herd earlier today talking about Pau Gasol's place for his system with the Lakers.
Pau is not that athletic running, but he is a smart basketball player. And what you try to do, you tinker a little bit. It's not, ideal what your system will be, and you try to tinker it for the players without getting too far away from it. If you get too far away, then obviously you change personnel up a little bit, but he can play the way we want to play. We might not be 7 seconds or less or whatever you want to call it, but it will be fast enough with a good rhythm that he will be a heavy contributor to what we do.
So within that answer saying, hey, if it doesn't work, if you have to stray too far from the system, you change personnel up, and he's not an ideal fit, talking about Pau Gasol, and then ending it saying he does believe he can fit. But this kind of speaks to something a lot of people have been tweeting at me and you throughout the day, Stephen, wondering about, the rumors out there about Pau for Amari. And forget whether or not, now they're just rumors at this point, but let me ask you, as somebody who's an insider, do you think there's any validity to the possibility of that happening, and would it make sense for both teams?
Well, first of all, I think that I don't think there's any validity to it yet, but it could be. And I'm going to tell you why. Number one, it's all about whether or not you have the opportunity. See, here's the thing. Let me correct myself. If it's not valid, this is where it's tough for me. Money matters. Pau Gasol is owed right now $38.2 million over the final 2 years of his deal. Amari Stoudemire's got an additional year at over $60 million total. That's $23 million, $22 million added to the Lakers' coffers, which I don't think Jim Buss is willing to do. But let's shove aside money. Obviously, Amari has to be healthy. I can tell you that D'Antoni would prefer Amari because Amari fits better in his system than a Pau Gasol. I can also tell you that D'Antoni, who I respect, but was very disrespectful to Pau Gasol Friday when he benched him against Memphis. He benched him for like the last, minute and a half. I mean, the last minute of the third quarter, benched him for the entire fourth quarter. Okay. He knows that Pau Gasol is not ideal for his system. The Lakers understand it. In Mike D'Antoni's system, you're not trading Nash, you're not trading Kobe, you're not trading Dwight. As a result, you are stuck with those three, and as a result, the one tradable commodity you have is Pau Gasol. To get the shooters, the personnel that you want, you got to move Gasol. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to do anything in Mike D'Antoni's system. And that is where your problem lies. So you can't rule out the possibility that if Amari returns healthy, would the New York Knicks entertain that deal? You're damn right they would, and they should. Because Pau Gasol is more suited for Mike Woodson's system in New York alongside Tyson Chandler than Amari appears to be. But I think the Lakers would be hesitant because of the money and because of Amari's knee.
Well, we will continue to keep tabs on that possibility. This was fun, Stephen. Last night was great. We got a couple more of these. The rivalry has started, my man.
Yes, it has. I'm looking forward to it. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do it again in 22 hours. Great job, as always, by Ray Dinahan, John Winthrop, P. Stephen A. Smith. I'm Ryan Rucco. You can hit us all up on Twitter. Remember, Avery Johnson at 5 o'clock today on The Michael K. Show. Going to get plenty of Borough Ball talk on The Michael K. Show. Coming up next on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Let the games begin.
The rivalry has officially begun. The chants of Brooklyn rang out in the Barclays Center last night as the Nets dropped the Knicks in overtime in their first ever meeting. We're talking Knicks-Nets on the Michael K. Show today at 3 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. So far, so good for the holiday shopping season. The National Retail Federation says 2/3 of Americans did some holiday spending over the long Thanksgiving weekend, spending up 6% compared with last year, and Cyber Monday projections are very strong. But it's still way too early to estimate just how well the 5-week season will go. Some retailers worry that all the excitement now will take away from spending later. The brightest spot so far is online shopping. One estimate putting the weekend increase at 20% compared with last year. That could well eat into spending at many brick-and-mortar malls. Stock futures down this morning after solid gains last week. The Dow Jones Index opens for business above 13,000 for the first time since Election Day. European finance ministers are holding more talks about Greek debt. They've been deadlocked over the terms of a rescue package. Global oil prices down slightly this morning, $88 a barrel for West Texas crude. Richard Davies, ABC News.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. The Yankees very hopeful they can get Mo Rivera back in a Yankee uniform for 2013. They hope to have him signed before the winter meetings next week. Multiple sources report that Andy Pettitte is near a one-year contract worth roughly $11 million, also the return for the 2013 season. And our very own Adam Rubin says that sources tell him the Mets have made David Wright a 7-year contract offer to extend his deal.
And sad news, former executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, Marvin Miller, died at the age of 95. He actually started the union in 1966 as their executive director, and he took it to great heights, got players free agency and untold millions. One thing he could not negotiate was a spot in the Hall of Fame.
This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Now, here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
Statue of Liberty, long live the World Trade, long live the King, yo. I'm from the Empire State.
And a good afternoon, everybody. This is indeed the Michael K. Show on a snainy
Tuesday, November 27, 2012. Michael K. and Don LaGreca. How you all doing? What a great night last night. And by the way, I checked this out. And I have to admit, I was wrong, Don. It's spelled Barclays. It's pronounced Barclays.
All right.
And it's not supposed to ever have the in front of it.
So it's Barclays Center.
Barclays Center.
Well, now you had me saying Barclays.
Yeah, now it's Barclays.
All right.
Because I asked around and I was wrong. So they want it pronounced Barclays Center. I was there yesterday. What a great night. I mean, what a great night. I got to tell y'all, I don't know if it came through the TV or if you were listening to the game here on radio, there was a playoff intensity and buzz to it. And it's the first time I was ever in Barclays. I took the train there. It took 21 minutes from Madison Square Garden. I took the 2 train. It leaves you off right in front of the arena. There was star power to it. You had O.C. not O.C. You had Justin Tuck.
Yeah.
You had JPP. You had Jay-Z. You had Beyonce. You had Richard Gere. You had Charlie Rose, if you're into an intellectual talk show host. It was amazing. It was such a good vibe. The Mayor Bloomberg was there as well. And there was a buzz and there was a Christmas to the whole night. And I said it at the beginning. I kind of backed off after the Knicks got off to a really great start. Don, I'm telling you, this net team is good. This net team is right there with the Knicks. They could be better. They could be better. Carmelo had a great game, but he ran out of gas. He didn't cover anybody at the end. He played 50 minutes, and then Mike Woodson said at the end, I played the guys too much. He didn't use his bench at all. But when you look at what the Nets did, Joe Johnson had a horrendous game, and they were still able to win in overtime. Knicks didn't have Jason Kidd, so they weren't at full strength either. But I just think that the Nets starting 5 is better than the Knicks starting 5, and I think the net bench is also better than the Knicks bench. But what a great night, and if you haven't been to that place, please go. It's good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going, and I definitely got the vibe watching the game on television. I even tweeted it out that I had never sensed that. I've watched tons of Knick Net games. I've gone to a lot of games at the Meadowlands and at Madison Square Garden, and it was never any kind of vibe. It was never any kind of rivalry. It was just 2 teams that happened to play in a close proximity to each other. But what I sensed was the crowd kind of going back and forth, and I hearkened it to the days when the Islanders and the Rangers were great rivals, where the building would be half and half, and you would hear a chant for Islanders, and it'd be wiped out by Rangers, and then back and forth, and that's the vibe that I certainly got, and the intensity of the game. I mean, this is only, the 13th game of the season, but both teams really wanting to win that game. But as far as the competitive standpoint, you really see where the Knicks missed Jason Kidd.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to take away the win for the Nets. You shouldn't, because that was a great win. They dominated overtime, but much different game because I think it affects Felton. It affects everybody that Jason Kidd's not there.
John Starks.
Yeah, it was bad. And then Carmelo had a couple of chances in Dallas and in this game last night to get the shot that he was looking for and couldn't land it. But, still, Nets got to love it. They're sitting there 9-4, 2 9-4 teams going at each other. But I'm sure the Knicks would love to play that game again with Jason Kidd in the fold.
And the Nets would love to play that game with Joe Johnson having a shot. He didn't shoot very well, and Joe Johnson's a very big part of their offense. But Brook Lopez shows you, it was a blow to lose Dwight Howard, especially defensively, because they have pretty good defenders in Darren Williams and Jarrett Wallace. But Brook Lopez, I believe, is much better offensively. He's a good free throw shooter. He's about an 80% free throw shooter. He's more aggressive now. He's blocking shots. He's pulling down some rebounds. And I thought Avery Johnson, we're going to have Avery Johnson on at 5. I got to ask him about this. If you watch the game, he really gambled with his lineup late. He was out-rebounded by the Knicks. He had a small front line, except for Brook Lopez. He did not have Chris Humphries for a lot of the game, and he said he was going to mix and match. He said, but the game was going too quickly. He didn't want to lose a guy on the offensive end, so he kept in a smaller lineup, and it almost burned him because the Knicks were getting second and third chances on the offensive board. Both coaches, you could see, really wanted it. Both teams really wanted it. And if you watch the Knicks walk off the court, that one hurt. They could say it was just another game. That one really hurt. They did not want to lose that game in Brooklyn. The crowd, how do you judge this? People were like putting a number on it. If you put a gun to my head and say, okay, give me a number, I'd say 60-40. in favor of the Nets.
Okay.
There was a Knick contingent, and when they started to chant MVP, when Carmelo was at the line, the boos got really loud. So I think there were more Net fans than Knick fans, but Knick fans were well represented, and it was just a great, great night in Brooklyn. One of four matchups between these two teams.
Yeah, you could see the emotion. There was a charge that was committed on Lopez. You could see when he's grabbing his head, the frustration late in the fourth quarter, the elbow that Carmelo threw at the end of overtime out of the frustration that they were going to lose the game. That was a playoff atmosphere. And the shame of it is you only get it 3 more times unless these two teams clash in the postseason. And Marv Albert said this earlier to Mike Lupica, and it's true. I'm not sure if the vibe would have been the same had they played when they were supposed to play. Because it would have been the first game of the season. The identity for both teams would not have been found yet. The fact that we waited a month for this matchup where both teams have played 12 games, an identity, a chemistry had developed, I think made that game even more spectacular. And the Brooklyn Nets have built an atmosphere by playing very well and playing well at home. So I'm not sure we would have gotten the same vibe if that game had been played as the first game of the season.
Probably not. I think there still would have been a big vibe because it was the opening of the place. But the vibe would have been about the opening of the place rather than the game. Yesterday, it was about the game.
And I think that was good.
One team, was 9-3 coming in. The other team was 8-4. Now they're both 9-4. They are starting to create identities about what they're about. I was thrilled to be a part of it yesterday. Not that I was a part of that. I was there. I think it was a great event to be at. I think it was really, really neat. It had an unbelievable vibe, and I hope that me telling can actually make it seem, the way I feel about it. I actually took the train back to the Upper East Side with Ryan Rucco. We took the 4 train, and from this arena in Brooklyn, we're on the Upper East Side in about 30 minutes. The transportation is phenomenal. And I've been told by a lot of people around there it's hard to drive because there's not that much parking. But you know what's weird, Don? You take a look at the place, you walk up the place, you walk out of the subway, and it looks like a spaceship landed in the middle of a neighborhood. There's a Modell's on one side, there's delis. It's in the middle of a Brooklyn neighborhood. It's so cool. They did a great job. I think that the arena looks good from the outside, looks great from the inside. It's just a beautiful place. It really is. Good for Brooklyn, good for the Nets. I think they've got a home for the next 40, 50 years. That's great.
And the best part of it is both teams are really good. How good they're going to be, we're going to find out over the next 70 games exactly how good these two teams are. But really, when you think about the history or this lack of rivalry that they've had, has there ever really been a time where both teams have been this good? Now, they've met in the playoffs before. But never where they're at the same level when they met the 2 times in the postseason, and how those series went showed that. But these are 2 really good basketball teams. They could both be battling to be the 2nd seed in this conference. So we've never seen anything like this before. And the uniqueness of it that you don't get in football with the Jets and the Giants, and when you don't get in baseball with the Mets and Yankees, they play in the same division. So not only are they battling the same turf in the city, they're battling the same turf in the standings. So that's what makes this so intriguing. That's why when you compare it to what goes on with the Rangers, Islanders, and Devils, because they're in the same division. So they play each other multiple times, and they're battling for that same turf. So it's the literal turf and it's the figurative turf that makes this a rivalry for the first time.
And thou doth protest too much about it not being a rivalry. If you were in that building yesterday and you saw the look on the Knicks' faces when they walked off the court and the elation on the Nets' faces when they walked off the court, that's a rivalry. That's 2 teams that really want to go at each other, that they know they're battling for the city's affection and all of that. That's a rivalry. The Knicks didn't look like that when they beat the Pistons on Sunday, and the Nets didn't have that same sort of look on their face when they beat Portland on Sunday. This game meant something to both teams, both organizations.
And it probably meant more to the Nets because they're the new kid in town, and the Knicks are the team and the darling and the history and all that. But, that's why I think setting the tone early for the Nets was big, because they want to dance with this team. So they drew first blood, which is going to make the next meeting even more spectacular. And that's what's going to make this a lot of fun.
What was fun for me was in the last quarter specifically, I had a running dialogue with people on Twitter. It was great. Commenting on everything that was going on in the game. The thing that really fired people up the most, and I'll throw it out there right now, anybody who said that the Knicks shouldn't get Carmelo Anthony and that they gave up too much to the Nuggets, they should get their head examined. Because all you have to do is watch that guy play You could talk about his defense, and he didn't play well defensively at the end of the game because he was dog-tired. But watch what this guy could do offensively on a possession-by-possession basis. And you realize that at his age, you're getting one of the great scorers you'll ever see in the prime of his career. And you almost didn't want to make a deal, and you all know who you are because of Timothy Mozgov. Who do you miss? Gallinari? This guy's way better than Gallinari. Chandler? Come on. You got back Felton. So what exactly did they give up too much of? They weren't going to win that year anyway. This guy is a big-time star. And sure, there are cracks in his play. I get it. I see it. He's not a great defender. He's playing a lot harder this year. He's playing within the team concept. But you watch what this guy does. He's a special player to have at his age. And I was getting people tweeting me, oh, he's never won a ring. Neither was Kevin Durant. Neither did Patrick Ewing. Neither did Karl Malone. Neither did John Stockton. It's hard to get rings. And up to last year, LeBron didn't have a ring. Would you still have wanted him? You got to take baby steps. He might win a ring one day. But when you have a guy like that available at that age, you make the deal. We got a lot of guests today. We'll talk to Stephen A. Smith later on in the hour. OCU Manura. Jeremy Roenick is actually going to be in the studio. Yes. Avery Johnson will be on with us at 5. Chris Canty is going to be in the studio as well. We'll check in with Chris Mortensen. Big show. Lots to do. You're going to be a part of it on a snaney Tuesday afternoon. Kay LaGreca and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Chapter 1 for the Battle of New York goes to Brooklyn. The Nets head coach Avery Johnson joins Michael and Don today at 5 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive night owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at bayridgehonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
Hi, it's the Herd. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. There's traffic, there's parking. It'll be packed with everybody mailing holiday gifts and packages. What a headache. That's why I recommend Stamps.com. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Don't even try it. I have. You'll regret it. Everything you do at the post office, you can do right from your desk. Like buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or any package the instant you need it. Then the mailman picks it up. So easy, so convenient. Right now, special offer. When you use my name, Colin, it's a no-risk trial plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio mic, top of the home page, and type in Colin. Stamps.com, enter Colin.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Almost done with the hors d'oeuvres. Soufflés are ready. Hey, Flo, how are those cupcakes coming?
Putting sprinkles on the last one now.
Great. Hey, I thought we had another tray of the red velvet. Have you seen it?
Me? What? Why would you? There's frosting on my face, isn't there?
Yep.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. 24/7 live support, online bill pay, and expert claims. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. In void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Our good buddy Alan Hahn is reporting that Jason Kidd is out again for the game tomorrow night in Milwaukee. That's never a good sign when you're 39 years old and you have a bad back. Backs take a long time.
Yeah, and they miss him. But what does that say when a guy going on 40 is a player that you really miss when he's not in the lineup? And get used to it, because this is probably something that's going to happen periodically through the whole season.
You know what was shocking to me yesterday? I mean, I watch the games on TV a lot, but boy, they depend an awful lot on a guy who has not been in basketball for 2 years. Rasheed Wallace takes big shots, firing up from three. This guy did not play for 2 years. He's 38, I think, and he's a huge part of what they do. That's a little scary. Is he going to be able to hold up? And is he the guy you want taking as many threes as he does? Let's see what you're thinking about last night. 1-800-919-3776. Here's Rico in Brooklyn, who I actually met last night at the arena. Oh, really? Rico, how you doing?
What's going on, Michael?
What's going on with you?
I'm hanging in there. You remember what I told you, too, man, about you being the coolest guy on the radio, man.
Oh, I remember.
Hey, Don Juan, I tried to take a picture with no names mentioned. Michael know who I'm talking about. And they, I guess the celebrity status is just on another level. But my man Michael
according to Rico, Don,
right?
He walked up to Stephen A. Smith and asked if he could take a picture with him, and Stephen A. Smith said no.
Really?
That's what Rico
we gotta ask Stephen about that when he comes on.
Hey, you know what, man? But when you playing ball, center court with Jay-Z and taking pictures with celebrities, you know, Stephen A. is just he's a
That's still not right.
He's not taking the train with Ryan Ruocco, you know.
Unless he was busy doing something or heading somewhere where he had to be, because sometimes that's the case, because he always goes on different shows and stuff. He should have taken a picture.
But Rico, who was there taking pictures with you?
No, you know what? In all fairness, he took it, but it was almost like pulling teeth, man.
Wait a minute. It's a different story. Now he took the picture, Rico?
I had to take my hat off and go back like if I was a different person and ask him again, but it worked the second time.
Well, Rico, we thank you. I was hanging out with Rico while I was waiting online for chicken fingers. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, he got himself a burger, him and his buddy, so that was nice. Let's go to Arlie in Westchester. Arlie, you're next on ESPN New York.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I enjoyed the game last night. I'm a huge Knicks fan, but the one small part near the end when Carmelo was driving down the court in overtime and Gerald Wallace decided to flop like a coward, and I just wanted to understand why, A, it wasn't called, and B, will it be reviewed by the NBA, and C, I'm not surprised that Stephen A. Smith would snub someone like that. We all know what kind of character he is.
Oh, that's terrible. The flopping, the NBA's cracking down on it. I'm sure they will look at the tape of it. It wasn't called on the court. They have cracked down twice already on Reggie Evans for doing the same thing. I got to tell you what. I watched the matchup of Wallace and Melo down the stretch. I even tweeted about this. If you were a basketball purist, if you really love the game like I do, I'm not saying I'm a purist in that sense, it was exhilarating to watch that matchup because Wallace is so good defensively. Arlie's obviously a Knicks fan, so he saw it through orange and blue glasses. That's fine. That's what fans do. But Wallace was all over Carmelo, and it was such a great matchup. That's why they got Wallace. That was one of the reasons. to guard guys like Carmelo, to guard guys like LeBron, to guard guys like Paul Pierce. That's what Wallace does.
Right. He did exaggerate it. They even said it there in the broadcast that it was a little Academy Award winning. The elbow was still thrown, but if they want to discipline him, fine. But what competitive advantage was he trying to get there? The game was over. I mean, he was just driving the lane. There was, I think, under 10 seconds to go at that point. The game was already decided. So I don't know if the league's going to do anything about it. Carmelo still threw the elbow, but it was a little exaggerated by the reaction. Because when I first saw it, I thought it was way flagrant, and then he hit him in the chest.
Right. Let's go to Paul in Brooklyn. You're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Hey, how you doing? I'm a Knicks fan, but I still see a lot of frustrating things in the Knicks game. They take too many jump shots. They don't get enough easy baskets in the paint, and they try to extend their lead with jump shots instead of driving to the hole and getting people in foul trouble. Nobody cuts to the basket. And I don't understand why they insist on giving Tyson Chandler the ball at the top of the key. He's not a top-of-the-key kind of big man.
Well, I will tell you about the 3 points, and we talked about this with Alan Hahn. That's fool's gold, man. That's fool's gold. If you take that many threes, you're going to get burned because that's why teams lose. Because 3-point shooters go into slumps. When you drive to the basket, you don't go into slumps. You're always going to draw contact. You're either going to put the ball in or get to the foul line. I felt at the beginning of the year the Knicks were taking the threes because that's what the defense was giving them because they were sloughing off inside. But that's not the case. They are looking for threes. They're swinging the ball around the perimeter, looking to get the outside shot. Too many threes, I don't think it's a good thing. I just don't. It's not the college game. If you're going to live and die with threes, you're going to die more than you live.
Because there are going to be days where you're just not on. And there's also going to be days where Carmelo is not on. And this team's going to have to try to fight through that and win. And other guys are going to have to contribute offensively because it's tough to ask every single night for one guy to be your dominant scorer.
Brett in Connecticut. Brett, talk to us.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, man?
I have a few problems with the game and a few reasons why I think they lost. I'm a huge Knicks fan. One, with 49 seconds left, Stolten gets the ball out of the timeout, and he takes a quick pull-up jumper with 17 seconds left on the shot clock while the Knicks are up by 1. At the time, I really don't get what he was doing there, especially when he's having an off game. Then the last shot when Melo took in the final seconds, he's got to take that to the hoop. He's done well taking it to the hoop all year. Don't settle for pull-up jumper. Take Gerald Wallace off the dribble and try to draw a foul or just take it to the hoop. And then our ball movement in the second half was awful last night. That's what's really been getting the Knicks to win all year.
What was awful? The ball movement. Okay.
The ball movement, yeah. I thought the ball movement was very stagnant in the second half. First half they played well. The second half was very stagnant. They need to get the ball around. And then fourth off, I think having Kid not there, him not playing last night, Kid, is just kills us because it might not show in the stats, but he did so many great things. He can pass the ball, he can shoot the three, he spreads out the floor, he's a great rebounder, he gets steals, he does it all, and not having him really kills us.
Well, I think that hurt, and you're not going to have him against Milwaukee either. But again, it's scary to me that a 39-year-old is a guy that you're depending. So these guys are supposed to be auxiliary parts. Jason Kidd wasn't even supposed to start this year.
And if that happens in a best-of-7 series and he misses a couple of games, it could cost you a chance of advancing.
Right.
Because he's not going to get any younger as the season goes on.
One thing, Brett talked about they didn't have ball movement in the second half. Sometimes, there are two teams on the court.
Yeah.
The Nets played great defense in the second half. Avery Johnson even brought that up in the post-game press conference. He said, we did not play good defense in the first half. In the second half, we really tightened it up. Here's the problem I have with one of the things that Brett said. Why Carmelo would take the shot with 7 seconds left on the clock in the game.
Right.
And the game's tied, and you take it with 7 seconds. You got to work the ball down more and take the shot with 2 seconds so that the Nets don't have a chance.
Obviously. But he must have liked the look that he got and didn't want to pass on it. But when you miss it, obviously we're going to be able to scrutinize it. Hey, we feared this going down when we said the season was going to get very condensed. This team has lost 3 of their last 4. Michael, they're playing almost every day. And they were supposed to have a day off yesterday. That was the makeup for the Hurricane Sandy game.
Yep.
So that's the problem that you run into with a team like this because you're playing so many games in a condensed period of time. It'll be interesting to see how they fight through this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but that is something, and when we criticized the Knicks at the beginning, and we've kind of backed off because they've been a fun watch and they played very, very well, the NBA season is unforgiving. It will show you exactly what you are. And the Knicks are an old team, period. I mean, what are we talking about? The players that had an impact yesterday, they're old. Rasheed Wallace is a big part of what they're doing now. Jason Kidd is out. People are going nuts. Well, they don't have Jason Kidd. This is an old team. The older you are, the more you're going to be affected by a condensed schedule. That's it. That's what's happening. The Knicks have age on the team. Most of the age is on the bench, and Jason Kidd's starting because of injuries. Maybe the cavalry will ride in with Amari Stoudemire and Iman Shumpert. But that's something you got to worry about with the Knicks. Age cannot be hidden. Not in a world where you can't take performance-enhancing drugs anymore. Now 38 is 38. 40 is 40. Yeah. 40 is not 32 anymore. It's a big deal in all sports. I think that people that make decisions on talent have fallen into the past. And this guy hit, this, and when he was 40, well, that was 10 years ago when people were juicing. That's not going to happen anymore.
Even Kidd's championship, that was going on 2 years ago now.
Now, I'm not saying that has nothing to do with Jason Kidd, but 40 is 40 now.
No, you're
39 is 39.
So listen, I think Kidd being out cost them. But he's 39. He's not going to play 82 games. Now he's going to miss the game against Milwaukee.
And if you think about it, remember, he's got a bad back. One of the last games he played, I think, against Houston, he played like 38 minutes. That's too much.
Look at the minutes that Carmelo played.
Yeah, and Carmelo was exhausted at the end of the game. Exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Can the Knicks still be better than the Nets? I think the Nets actually might be slightly better than the Knicks. I really do. 1-800-919-3776. Volkswagen means people's car in German. It's a name that could not be more accurate. According to the website 24/7 Wall Street, Volkswagen has 3 cars among the 10 best-selling cars of all time. They're the Golf, the Beetle, and the Passat. The good news is that 2 of these cars, the 2013 Beetle and the Passat, are alive and well at Bay Ridge Volkswagen, and they are as popular as ever. Of course, Bay Ridge Volkswagen offers such popular models as the Jetta, the CC, and the Tiguan as well. With over 200 new and used cars to choose from, you won't find a bigger selection or better prices anywhere. And there's great service as well, like no charge scheduled maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles, whichever occurs first. There are some restrictions, so ask the dealer or check the program for details. And as always, their exclusive 9-hour service and parts open until midnight, Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Bay Ridge Volkswagen is at 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Brooklyn, or you can visit them at BayRidgeVolkswagen.com.
Here's what's trending now in New York. In the first battle of New York, Brooklyn stood up against the Knicks. Now New York has lost 3 of their last 4. Plus, it looks as if the Yankees will have Andy Pettitte back in the rotation next year. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
and ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. Got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in. And you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your senior high school MVP athlete for a chance to win a $5,000 college scholarship courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com. Big day in Brooklyn for the Nets as they draw first blood in the rivalry with the New York Knicks, and it woke Melo up to realizing the Nets are a team to worry about.
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, when we played them, we played them. That's not somebody we, looking at every day and tracking their stats and things like that. We worrying about ourselves. We control our own destiny.
They will play 3 more times during the course of the regular season. The Knicks did not have Jason Kidd because of back spasms, and we have learned from our very own Alan Hahn that he will not play in the game against Milwaukee tomorrow.
Got some baseball news. Sources are saying the Yankees are close to a deal for 1 year, $11 million with Andy Pettitte, also closing in on a deal with Mariano Rivera. That would set their pitching. On the Mets side, our very own Adam Rubin is reporting that the Mets have made a 7-year offer to David Wright. And sad news in baseball, the original executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, Marvin Miller, died at the age of 95. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. I look at the Knicks. They started off 8-0, and now they're 9-4, and they have not played that well of late. The game in Houston was an abomination, an absolute abomination. They fell behind early, had a claw back, and almost won the game. Last-second shot by Carmelo didn't go. They lost to the Mavs. Now they lose to Brooklyn yesterday in Brooklyn. So away from the Garden where they're perfect, they're not too perfect on the road. You want to play 500 on the road, I get it. And then beat up on people at home. All right, good enough. Can they do that? We will see. But when you're a team that's predicated on age, coming off the bench, that scares me. Marcus Camby has not been as much of a factor as I thought he was going to be. They don't use him that much. Rasheed Wallace has been much more of a factor than I thought he was going to be. Jason Kidd almost seems like he's a key factor.
Oh, big time.
He was supposed to be coming off the bench, but because of the injuries, he's starting at the 2. So he's out with a bad back. He's out again against Milwaukee with a bad back. Losing a 39-year-old that was originally slated to be a bench player, Don, should not affect whether or not you win or lose to that extent.
Right. So when Amari comes back, is that a chance for Kidd's minutes to be scaled back so they can preserve him come playoff time?
I would think so. And I saw Amari at the game yesterday. He doesn't really show his face much. He's usually behind the scenes at Knick games in the trainer's room, but he was walking around. He was in civilian clothes. He seemed like he was in fairly good spirit. We'll see what it actually means. But Glenn in Manhattan, what do you think?
Hello?
Hello, Glenn.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
First of all, my congratulations to you on an expecting father.
Thank you.
Greatest thing that ever happened to you.
I can't wait. Should be fun.
A word about Jason Kidd. I don't think it's such a statement about the Knicks being in trouble relying on a guy like Kidd. I think it's more of a statement on how really terrific a player Jason Kidd is and has always been. I don't think there's anyone in the NBA that sees the court as well as he does. And I went to the Pistons game on Sunday, and I know it was the Pistons, it wasn't the Nets, but he controls the flow of the game. He gets the ball moving around the court. He's just a terrific.
But aren't you concerned that he's that important at the age of 39?
No, I don't. I mean, only to the extent that what's happening right now could happen, where he could be injured and he can be out for a day, for a game or two. But as far as relying on a guy like him, he's a great player.
Yeah,
you should rely on a guy.
But if you miss 2 games in a best-of-7 series, you could be out.
And I get what you're saying. He's a great player. He is. He sees the court. He's really, really smart. We had Jeff Van Gundy on last week and said he makes great decisions on the court. Some not so good off the court, but great decisions on the court. What I'm trying to say is if you're relying on somebody of that age too much, he's not going to play 82 games.
Right.
Especially if he's playing 35 minutes a night. So it's almost like you're falling in love with somebody that you can't play that much. You've got to spot him. He did not come here to be a starter. He did come here when he signed. He came on the air with us and said, I want to play the last 6 minutes of the game. I get it. I don't think he thought he was going to be playing 35, 36 minutes a game.
And the thing with back spasms, Michael, as you know, following all the sports, is that's something that kind of creeps up on you. You could be ready to go, and then the back spasms hit. So you're not prepared to play without Kidd. We didn't find out about Kidd not playing until late yesterday afternoon.
About 5:45.
Now, they'll be better prepared for it tomorrow because they at least had 48 hours notice that he wouldn't play against Milwaukee. But in a best-of-7 series, that could be killer.
All right, let's go to Ralph in Brooklyn. What do you think, Ralph?
How you doing, guys? Thank you for taking my call.
You got it. Thanks for calling.
I really appreciate it. Couple of quick little points. Jay Kidd, I mean, marvelous career. This is the guy you want with the ball at the end of the game, making decisions. You know, unfortunately, his body's breaking down. But, you know, the last 6 minutes, that's where you want the ball. When the season's on the line and the playoffs, obviously. Second point, who's the second scorer, third scorer along with Carmelo? Everything's perimeter-oriented. He doesn't play the pick and roll. He doesn't drive and kick well. You know, he's always looking for his pull-up or trying to bully guys around the basket. You know, if we bring in Paul Gasol, I'd love to see that pick and roll with him and Paul. And as far as
yeah, but I mean, why do you have to bring in Gasol to do a pick and roll? I mean, you've got Stoudemire who's great at a pick and roll, and so is Tyson Chandler.
Well, yeah, but Chandler's not. You know, he's not going to score every single night. You know, he's the defensive block. You know, he's there for rebound and intimidation. You know, taking charges, getting boards. Powell, honestly, he's a much better passer than Amari off the pick and roll. So on the secondary pass, he could get more guys involved.
So what are you thinking, Ralph, that the Lakers, because D'Antoni bench Pau Gasol, they're going to trade him for Stoudemire?
No, I'm just saying, I mean, in an ideal world, me personally, I think, Gasol would be a better fit because he's more of a block player and could pass out of the post, where Amari can't pass out of the post as well as Gasol. But it's kind of a dream, though. I mean, why would the Lakers take on the final 3 years of Stoudemire's contract when you've got a guy Gasol is going to make 17.9 next year, and that's the last year of his deal? You still have 2 more years of Amari after this one. Absolutely. I mean, of course, you pointed out earlier is the money aspect.
Yep.
But, I mean, ideally speaking, I'd love to see a guy like Gasol just because of his IQ in the post and the way he can draw the double and kick. Now, as far as Brooklyn, they have a secondary and scorer in Joe Johnson. I mean, he was off last night, but this is a guy that could drop 25 a game. Yep. And you got a guy like Duran who's going to be unselfish and make sure he gets the ball to the hot shooter. What do the Knicks have?
The Knicks' second option in scoring without Amari is J.R. Smith. That's pretty much it. It's J.R. Smith. I mean, Tyson Chandler had a really good night last night. Raymond Felton usually scores, but he had a John Starks moment. Didn't do that well. But, the Knicks can spread. Carmelo can score 35 a night. He's not going to average 35 a night, but he can drop 35 on you whenever he feels like it.
Let's spin this as a positive, okay? Felton, as you said, had a John Starks night going back to 1994. You didn't play with Jason Kidd, and you lost the game in overtime. So they didn't get blown off the court against a very good basketball team. So I think there's reason to be very optimistic about this team. You just worry because these guys might not be able to stay healthy. But on a night where there were a lot of things going wrong, they still almost won the game.
Speaking of Gasol, Mike D'Antoni was on with Colin Cowherd, and he talked about Gasol and was very, very honest about him. Listen to this.
Powell is not that athletic running, but he is a smart basketball player. And what you try to do, you tinker a little bit. It's not ideal what your system will be, and you try to tinker it for the players without getting too far away from it. If you get too far away, then obviously you change personnel up a little bit, but he can play the way we want to play. We might not be 7 seconds or less or whatever you want to call it, but it will be fast enough with a good rhythm that he will be a heavy contributor to what we do.
Now, those are the words of D'Antoni, but the actions of D'Antoni showed D'Antoni benching him with a little under 2 minutes left in the third quarter, and then not playing him in the fourth quarter in a game over the weekend. So what does that mean? We'll ask Stephen A. Smith that in just a moment. The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. To see how much you could save, call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Is there a possibility that Lakers would be interested in acquiring Stoudemire, who excelled in D'Antoni's system before Carmelo got there?
Hey, partner, it is time for our listeners to get their freak in gear.
What?
Freak, as in SportsFreak365.com.
Now I know what you're talking about. SportsFreak365.com, the website that has all the licensed gear from all the professional leagues and colleges, too. Jerseys, T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, you name it.
Yeah, but this is a site for us. It's made for sports freaks like you and me and all of our listeners out there, people who are sports freaks all day, every day, 365 days a year.
You mean sports freaks like Mike Ditka. You know, he's staring at you on the SportsFreak365.com homepage. You got to check it out.
Yeah, but you don't have to be Mike Ditka to be a sports freak. We're all sports freaks. Whether you paint your face and go to the games, just listen to this show every day.
Listening to this show every day always pays off, Don, especially at SportsFreak365.com, because they're going to give you 25% off if you enter in promo code ESPN New York.
So hold on a minute, Future Dad. I get all sorts of New York sports gear at SportsFreak365.com, and I get 25% off for using promo code ESPN New York?
That's right, Uncle Don. SportsFreak365.com.
SportsFreak365.com. Get your freak in gear.
The Nets defended their home court against the Knicks, opening a new era in New York basketball. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. How technology changes the way we watch the NFL.
Just the feeling of kind of information completeness. You know, there's nothing missing.
We eavesdropped on a conversation with a legendary Notre Dame coach, Ara Parsegian.
I was so smart. I've been brilliant in my lifetime in recruiting. With Joe Montana coming up through the ranks, I retired.
E60 brought us a tragic on-field injury that required leg amputation but didn't end Jacob Rainey's football career.
What made you think you could do this?
kind of want to set a new standard for people with amputations, I guess.
We learned that no matter what the Panthers' struggles are on the field, Greg Olsen knows what truly matters in life.
If you focus on the negative, you'll just drag down. The negative will never change.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
The Jimmy V Classic returns to the world's most famous arena as 4 of the nation's elite college teams square off at Madison Square Garden to celebrate the courage of one of basketball's greatest legends. The Jimmy V Classic, Tuesday, December 4th. Texas and Georgetown at 7, followed by NC State and Connecticut. Get your tickets now by calling Ticketmaster at 866-858-0008 or logging on to thegarden.com. Don't miss the Jimmy V Classic.
346 here on the Michael K. Show. Michael K. and Don McGregor. The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Stephen A. Smith was at the game last night, but I thought he would be perfect to ask about this Gasol rumor. Stephen A., welcome to the show. How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Good afternoon.
Is there any possibility that the Knicks and the Lakers could talk a deal with Gasol and Stoudemire?
I'm not saying it's happening, but I would tell you that it's possible. There's no doubt in my mind about that. The fact of the matter is Pau Gasol is not a good fit for Mike D'Antoni's system. Mike D'Antoni know it and pretty much said as much by the flagrant disrespect that he exerted and verbalized on Friday when he benched him for the last minute of the third quarter all the way through the fourth and final quarter against Memphis, and they lost to Memphis. Basically said we were trying to win the game. That's why I sat him down on the bench. You're talking about a 7-foot dude, considered one of the most gifted forwards in the game, who's a 2-time world champion, and the coach, with less than a week on the job, comes into the job, benches him, and does so unapologetically without blinking an eye. And if you know anything about D'Antoni, there are certain people that get in his doghouse, whether it be because he doesn't like the way they practice or because he doesn't like the way that they're performing. He just doesn't think much of them, and in his own way, he shows it, whether it be by benching them or about talking about the erosion of their skill. That's really what it comes down to. That's how it is. And I think that's what you're seeing, because if you look at the Los Angeles Lakers, you're not trading Steve Nash, you're not trading Kobe Bryant, you're not trading Dwight Howard, at least for the time being. So what you have is a situation in Pau Gasol where he's the one tradable commodity that you have available to you that you can get some really quality parts in return, mainly an abundance of shooters, per se, assuming they exist, that Mike D'Antoni would like to get his hands on. So that's really what this comes down to. It's the kind of thing that Mike D'Antoni is known to do, and I'm not surprised by it at all. Matter of fact, the second that he was hired as coach, I said that Pau Gasol's days are numbered. Whether that's going to be with the New York Knicks remains to be seen, because there's still questions about Amari's health, his knee, and the fact that he's owed over $60 million over the next 3 years. But somehow, some way, I think if Mike D'Antoni's going to last in L.A., that means Pau Gasol will not last as long.
But from the Knicks' standpoint, what's the timetable for this? Because it doesn't look like Amari's going to be back until January, and I would think the Lakers would want him see him play a bit to see how he recovers from that injury.
Well, again, Amari Stoudemire is expected back within a month, so presumably around Christmas time. And then the trading deadline isn't until February. And right before the trading deadline is when all the deals are usually made anyway.
Would the Lakers, who are right up against it with a high tax bill about to be hit, take on 2 more years when Pau Gasol has 1 more year left on his deal?
Well, first of all, it's 1 more year after this year, and Amari's got 2 years, so it's just an additional year. But it's at about $20 million. And I would say no. I would be very, very reluctant in saying yes, because Jim Buss is running the show, not Dr. Jerry Buss, and obviously he's thinking about curbing spending and things of that nature. So I wouldn't rule it out, because anything's possible with him. And I don't think he makes the smartest basketball decisions in the world, but not because he doesn't know basketball. I just think that his ego, his temperament, and his emotions supersede his basketball acumen. And because of that, the likelihood is that, again, any decisions are possible with him. But he's also incredibly protective of his wallet And I think as a result of that, he would be reluctant to make such a move. But you can't definitively rule it out because, remember, unlike most teams in the league, the Lakers have their own regional television deal at 20 years and $3 billion. So we're talking about approximately $150 million in revenue being generated for their franchise based on the local television deal alone. That doesn't include the other avenues of revenue that they have access to. But still in all, you just never know. And one of the things that I repeatedly say to guys that you have to pay attention to is that, remember the whole, and you'd appreciate this, Mike, with the George Steinbrenner thing. Back in 2009, when George Steinbrenner, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he passed away in 2010. Well, the New York Yankees were incredibly relieved that it was in 2010 as opposed to 2009 because there was a death tax that was at approximately 45%. So the Yankees would have had to pay an exorbitant bill to the estate of George Steinbrenner and the New York Yankees if he had passed away that year, but he didn't. In 2011, that death tax elevated to 55%. That's some of the same concerns I'm being told that the Los Angeles Lakers as an organization have when it comes to Dr. Buck. And that's what you have to be mindful for in terms of them really, really watching your wallet, because if his health is not that great and he's on his way out of here, Jim Buss and the family is going to be left to hold the bag, and they're cognizant of that.
And then they might end up having to sell the team. Sometimes that happened with the Robbie family with the Dolphins, where if you can't pay the tax bill, you have to sell the team to pay the tax bill.
Right, exactly.
Now, Steven, let's go to the game last night. Clearly the Knicks missed Jason Kidd, but how much of a problem is it that you miss a 39-year-old that now we just learned is going to miss the Milwaukee game as well?
Well, listen, I mean, there's got to be somewhat of a concern because when Jason Kidd, I mean, listen, he's 39, he's going to be 40 this season. He's got back issues, and you guys have been around long enough to know that when you have back ailments, it really, really derails the quality of your game. There's just no way around it. You're not getting younger in this world, you're getting older. And chances are, if you're approaching 40 years of age, the back is not going to get better. But he's incredibly important to what they do out on the court because he's a very good defender. He's an elite decision-making, a future Hall of Famer in this game. But it's not just what he did on the court, on the floor. It's what he enabled others to do. Raymond Felton, let's face reality, looked like a considerably better point guard with Jason Kidd on the floor than he did yesterday with Jason Kidd off the floor. And other guys were making better decisions with Jason Kidd on the floor. And the ball was moving more fluidly with Jason Kidd on the floor. And so to have a team minus Amari Stoudemire, minus an Amon Shumpert, but to have Jason Kidd on the floor pretty much offset those blows. And then without him, too, you're talking about the Knicks potentially regressing to the kind of basketball that they played last year at times when they stood around and played the role of spectator as they looked to Carmelo Anthony to come and save the day. And that's simply not what's going to get you the level of success they're in pursuit of. So they'll need to be mindful of that.
Talking with our very own Stephen A. Smith. Stephen, I'm watching the game yesterday, and I thought this at the beginning of the year, and then I kind of backed off a little bit when they got off to a great start. And I know that the Knicks are still going to get back Stoudemire and Shumpert, so we don't know how that's going to impact them. But, boy, I think the Nets might actually be a little bit better than the Knicks. Just a little bit. I'm not saying a lot, but the Nets are a serious, good team.
Well, they're a good team, and they have a chance to be better. Matter of fact, I'll go as far as to say they are better than the New York Knicks as presently constructed. To me, they don't have a shot at being better than the New York Knicks if Amari Stoudemire comes back healthy and Iman Shumpert comes back healthy. But without those two in the New York Knicks lineup, along with the Carmelo Anthony, the Brooklyn Nets are younger, they're faster, they're deeper, and they're arguably more athletic. Plus, the parts that they have fit better together, and they gel better, and they potentially will gel better together than the New York Knicks part. Even if Amari Stoudemire comes back healthy, and I'm confident he will. I spoke to him last night. I expect him to be back in about a month, and I think he'll be ready to wreak havoc. The point is that you still got to question whether or not him and Melo can play together. Should they start together? Should Amari come off the bench, et cetera, et cetera? What you have in the Brooklyn Nets is you have an elite backcourt, even though it doesn't appear that way. Joe Johnson's got to play better, but I'm confident he will. You've got a legitimate big man center in Brook Lopez who can score an average 15 to 20 a game. You have a workhorse in Chris Humphries. You've got even more so of one in Gerald Wallace, who takes on the toughest defensive assignment, and he's a legit 6'7", 6'8". He's a man down there. He hustles, he plays defense, plays on both ends of the floor, he's tireless, all of those things considered. You've got guys coming off the bench that really, really know how to play their roles. In a Reggie Evans at the forward spot with the same to offensive and defensive rebounding. In a C.J. Watson when it comes to running the point and doing perimeter shooting. In a Jerry Stackhouse that can hit corner three-pointers. In a Keith Bogans who's there to defend. So you've got a team that really knows who they are. They're comfortable with who they are, and the incentive is there. And the New York Knicks' response to all of that is that we have a superstar scorer in Carmelo Anthony that's not going to be matched by anybody on the Brooklyn Nets. You have to do better than that without Amari and Shumpert for the Knicks to be considered better than the Brooklyn Nets, and that is simply not the case as of yet.
Stephen, real quick, let me ask you about Joe Johnson's game. Is he just struggling personally, or is he trying to find a way to fit in with this Brooklyn team?
Both, because he's never played with a guy of Darren Williams' quality before now. Considering the elite point guard Darren Williams is, you think that would be easier. But when you've been accustomed to scoring and to being the man, there's a considerable adjustment that has to be made because you're usually accustomed to having the ball in your hands more. That's not the case with Joe Johnson this year thus far. Avery Johnson is asking him to give the ball to Brook Lopez, to obviously let Darren Williams run the show. Y'all remember at key elements last year, we're looking at it and we're saying, why are you throwing Brook Lopez the ball? We had Darren Williams and Joe Johnson looking to give Lopez the ball, even though his post game is still raw. But you wanted to go through him because you're trying to build his confidence and get him more accustomed to being a focal point in this offense. It's going to take time for Joe Johnson to adjust to that, but he will because, you know what, the only problem with him is his contract. His game is real, along with that of Darren Williams. And I think by the end of the season, you will see them legitimize themselves as one of the top three backcourts in the game of basketball.
Stephen A., thanks for coming on.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
All right, Stephen A. Smith will be with Ryan Rucco before our show at 1 o'clock. They're on from 1 to 3 every Monday through Friday, so make sure to tune in to them. Coming up in just a moment, Osi Umenyiora, he had some game, Don. I mean, you can't overlook the game that he had on Sunday night. He looked like a different guy. We'll talk to Osi about what got into him. He will join us on his weekly spot in just a moment. A lot of stuff going on. The K Show. K and LaGreca and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Giants look great in their win over Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. They now look forward to a date with RG3 and the Redskins this Sunday. Osi Umenyiora joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Fantasy Minute.
I'm Christopher Harris. Colin Kaepernick has taken over the 49ers quarterback job and isn't looking back. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns, including one Sunday against the Saints, and has scored double-digit fantasy points in each of his past 3 games. Not only should you add Kaepernick if he's still available in your league, but you can strongly consider starting him too. Noshawn Moreno was a surprise starter for the Broncos Sunday, as the team apparently doesn't trust Ronnie Hillman in pass protection. Moreno got 24 touches against the Chiefs. While I'm skeptical Moreno will be super productive, he looks like the smartest bet going forward. He can be added in all leagues. Finally, how about those wideouts from tiny Mount Union College? Pierre Garçon and Cecil Shorts. Shorts has double-digit fantasy points in 5 of his past 6 games, while Garçon's foot finally started to look healthy on Thanksgiving Day. You'd probably rather start Shorts than Garçon at this point, but each guy has pretty big upside considering they come from such a small school. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
The Fantasy Minute.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. The Knicks, they come up and lose their game to the Nets in Brooklyn, dropping 3 of their last 4. It was a great game. Certainly Melo had his opportunities to win the game, and he talked about the last shot that he missed in regulation.
I wanted it. I told him that we wasn't going nowhere else but to me at that last shot. I got the look I wanted, and I missed it. I take them shots every day, work on the shots every day. And I take them shots, every chance that I get.
Both the Knicks and the Nets are tied now with records of 9-4 on the season. The Knicks will be in action in Milwaukee tomorrow. When they play that game, Jason Kidd's going to sit for a second consecutive contest because of his injured back with back spasms that held him out of the game last night in Brooklyn, while the Nets will travel to Boston to take on the Celtics Wednesday.
We got some baseball news. The Yankees reportedly are close to a deal with Andy Pettitte, 1-year deal for $11 million. Team has not announced it yet. Also, according to reports, closing in on deal with a reliever Mariano Rivera. Our very own Adam Rubin is reporting on ESPNNewYork.com that the Mets are offering a deal of 7 years to David Wright, and CBS's John Heyman is saying that deal could be worth anywhere from $130 to $140 million. Some sad news in baseball. Marvin Miller, the first executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, has passed away. He got free agency for players during his reign. If you consider, in 1972, the average salary for a baseball player was $50,000. In the just completed 2012 season, the average salary for a Major League Baseball player was $3.4 million. So Marvin Miller, the only contract he could not negotiate was the one to get him into the Hall of Fame, passes away today at the age of 95.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
Kay and LaGreca on a snowy, rainy Tuesday afternoon here in New York City. We're happy that you could join us. You watch any of the Monday Night Football game yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Cam Newton is something special. He's on a bad team.
On occasion.
Well, he's on a bad team.
No, I know he's on a bad team, but, he needs to play better. I mean, this was a team that many thought was going to possibly be the favorite in the South, especially with the Saints' problems. And who would have thought that a game late November between the Eagles and Panthers would be as meaningless as last night's game was, but it's still football. But, God, did you ever think Philadelphia would be in a position to lose 7 straight games? And we'll see if they even win another game the rest of the year.
And only the respect that Andy Reid has and the long-time tenure that he has in Philly, I think, is keeping him employed. Because why not just fire him now if you're going to fire him at the end of the season? But I don't know if Jeffrey Lurie would do that, so we'll see how long Andy Reid keeps his job. Time now for the Big Blue Report. Brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. And O.C. Umanura joins us for his weekly segment here on the show. O.C., Michael and Don, how you doing?
Hey, I'm fine. How you guys doing today?
Good. What got into you Sunday? That was some game you had.
I did okay.
Come on. Don't be humble with us.
No, I really did, man. The opportunity was there, and, I tried to take advantage of that. But, that's just how it is sometimes.
You look at that game, OC, and you figure, it's blowout city. But I thought the turning point was that fumble that you caused at the end of the second quarter. They score there, OC, and then they get the ball back to start the second half. That's a completely different contest.
Right. I was just fortunate to be in position to make the play, and thankful I was able to do it. The defensive back did an outstanding job.
I'll tell you what, O.C., I thought that the key to this game was the pressure that you got on Aaron Rodgers. Everybody on the defensive line would not let this guy have the time to throw, and obviously that's always the game plan for the Giants, to get pressure. Why were you guys so able to do it? And they sacked him 5 times, and you put pressure on him, hit him a couple of times other than that.
Well, if you can play with the lead, I think that's always the key for having a successful pass rush. If you're not able to get that done, or if the team's ahead of you, then obviously they're going to do a lot of different things to neutralize what it is that we do best. But as soon as you get a good, comfortable lead on the team, then they can't do those things anymore because they're trying to score points. And that's when you play right into our hands. So the key for us being able to generate pass rush is playing with the lead, and hopefully that's going to continue this year.
And we'll see how long Kenny Phillips is going to be out now after this most recent injury, OC. But how big a difference was it him returning to the game against Green Bay?
Well, Kenny's a phenomenal football player. And he allows us to do a lot of things defensively that, we're not going to be able to do when he's not there. But, hopefully he'll be healthy enough to play. This is a big game coming up for us.
I thought the game against the Packers was a really, really big game, especially coming off the bye week. Also, you guys had not played well before that. Again, so many stories, so many questions about not playing well under Coughlin in November. How much emphasis did you guys put on winning that game against the Packers?
Well, it was important. We hadn't played good football for the last couple of weeks, and, obviously we needed to play and perform a lot better than we have. Dallas and Washington are right there on us in the NFC East, and we need to build or, if not maintain, the lead against them. So it was important that we went out there and played the way we did.
A Make-A-Wish kid spoke to you guys before the game. How much of an impact did that individual have on you going into that game against Green Bay?
It was a big impact. Obviously, he could have chose to be anywhere. He chose to come out there and see us and be with the Giants. So it definitely had a huge impact on the way we performed on the football field. As soon as we heard him talking and we knew what it meant to him, we knew we had to play our hearts out, not only for us, but for him also. Sometimes when a kid says something, it resonates with an adult. And what I read is that he told you guys to play like champions. And, sometimes people forget this, so you guys are the champions of the National Football League. You won the Super Bowl last year. Did that resonate with the team when he said, go play like champions? I think so. And it's something that Coach has been preaching all year, but I think when we heard him say it, I think it definitely, had a different meaning because we knew it was coming from somewhere completely different. And, we have won Super Bowls here, and, that's not an easy accomplishment, so we definitely have the capability of beating anybody.
Talking to Osi Umenyora's weekly spot here on the Michael Kay Show. You get ready, a huge game. You can put the Washington Redskins to bed with a victory on Monday night. What did you learn from the last meeting, Osi, that you can apply to the game on Monday?
First of all, the quarterback is an outstanding quarterback. He's able to make big plays for that football team. And we have to eliminate big plays. They were able to run the ball at will on us, and also they were able to complete some passes. So we have to at least eliminate one of those things and make him a one-dimensional player, and then we'll see how things go from there. Is it odd that somebody so young in his first year could have such savvy? Because not only is he running well and throwing for touchdowns, but he's not throwing for interceptions. How rare is that? Yeah, very rare. He's just a tremendous football player, and he's in the right scheme for him. So I think he's going to be a problem to reckon with for a lot of time.
Now, they ran the ball pretty well in the last meeting. Was that just because you were so focused on stopping RG3?
Nah, they ran the ball because of their scheme. They definitely schemed us a little bit in that game. They were able to do some things that, even though we had practice, you just can't simulate the speed that they run that with. And so when you get out there on the football field, it's very difficult to compete with. But I think this coming up game we'll do a much better job of that. Do you guys look at the Cowboys or the Redskins as more of a threat right now? All we're really doing is focusing on us. Coach sometimes shows us the NFC East standards, but for the most part, man, we know we need to play better football, and we know we're capable of that. And as long as we do that, it's pretty much anybody in the league that we're focusing on, not just the Cowboys and the Redskins.
How much credit does the bye have into your victory over Green Bay?
Well, it gave us a little extra time to prepare, and gave us a little extra time to rest. Obviously, I don't remember a time when our bye week had come so late, but it came at the right time for us. And we have 5 games left in the regular season. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue the way we played. Now, what's wrong, O.C.? You don't sound happy today. Am I right, Don? He sounds very down.
Very focused.
What's going on? No, man. I just resting, relaxing, getting ready to go back to work. And, it's a big game. It's a big game.
Now, he didn't play in the game, but how much did you think about what Clay Matthews said at the end of last year's playoff game when you took the field on Sunday?
We didn't think about it at all. It wasn't even mentioned, to be honest with you. We were out there on the field last year, most of us, so we know exactly what took place on that football field. So, anybody can say whatever they want to say. We were out there. We outperformed them then. And just coming into this game, we felt like we could do it again. How much does it mean to the team to have Eli play the way he played on Sunday? We're talking about Eli. Obviously he's going to play a lot better than he had played, and he's a tremendous quarterback, one of the best in the league, and he continues to prove that week in and week out.
So you never lost faith? Did you buy any at all about the tired arm?
How could I? Not having been in this league for this long and seeing what he's been able to do. People, obviously, they're going to do that after a couple of weeks. They're going to panic. They're going to think that this guy can't get it done.
really hard question for you, Osi. Yeah. Yesterday in Brooklyn at the Nets-Knicks game, JPP was there, right. Justin Tuck was there, right. Michael Strahan was there. Right. Why did they ask you to go? Why were you left out?
You know, it's just the way it is, man. It's the way people treat me around here. No love for me.
It's wrong.
I'm just Osi, man. I don't know what else to say. Nobody loves me.
You couldn't go. He said last week he's in bed by 9.
That's true. The game ended at like 9:45. You would have been tired.
Exactly. Right about that.
Now, yesterday we find out that Jamal Charles asked for Peyton Manning's autograph.
Mm-hmm.
Does that ever happen? Have you ever done it? Have you ever asked for another player's autograph?
No, I personally haven't done it. What else do you want me to
Has anybody ever asked for your autograph?
No, nobody has ever came to me, not like a player, and asked me for my autograph. I haven't had that done before.
If you had a teammate that asked for the other team's quarterback's autograph, would that upset you?
It wouldn't upset me at all, given the fact that Jamal is a relatively young player, and Peyton Manning has been around for a long time playing this game at the highest level. He's a surefire Hall of Famer. So you have somebody like that asking for Peyton Manning, who we probably grew up idolizing. I think I don't have a problem with that. I wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't have a problem with it.
But even though you wouldn't ask for an autograph, Osi, when you first came into this league, was there a certain player you were awestruck to play against because you followed him so much when you were a kid?
Nah, not really. I didn't really, I didn't follow football when I was a kid. I didn't really stop playing until I was like 15 or 16 years old. So I didn't really have anybody who I looked up to like that since I was a young guy.
Osi, good stuff. Good luck this, I guess, Monday night against the Redskins.
Okay, thank you guys so much, man.
You got it. That's the Big Blue Report, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa for a huge selection of new Mercedes-Benz 1 mile east of the Westfield Sunrise Mall, or mynewbenz.com. Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa, where they make it happen. A lot has been made of Charles asking for Peyton Manning's autograph. And let me let you inside, at least on the baseball side.
Okay.
It happens all the time. But what makes this strange is that Jamal Charles asked for it himself. He waited outside the stadium for Peyton Manning to leave the stadium and to get on the bus and ask for the autograph there. I'm telling you, wherever the Yankees are, the one clubhouse guy will send 20, 30 items to the Yankee clubhouse guy and have Derek Jeter sign for other players, or even Alex Rodriguez, because the Yankees have a lot of stars on their team. So it does happen. But most of the time, Don, it happens because everybody runs charities. They golf tournaments for themselves,
right.
And they'll send over stuff for Derek Jeter to sign so they can put that at an auction. It's strange for a guy to say, I just want the guy's autograph for myself.
See, the knee-jerk reaction is, why? You're a guy, you want to beat that guy. That was competition. You just lost a game to the Denver Broncos. Why is it on your mind to get an autograph from a guy that you were trying to beat on the field, even though Charles wasn't going up against him per se, but still his team was playing their team? But I think about it, Michael, and I still think it's cool that they still get kind of caught up in it. I mean, Peyton Manning's one of those guys. He's an iconic figure, right? And I'm sure after Jamal Charles' career is over, one of the highlights of his career is he's going to say, you know what, I played in a game against Peyton Manning. And he signed this for me.
Yeah.
So it's still that you're still a human being, you're still having fun, that you're still young enough to kind of appreciate what's happening out there. Even though I'm in this business, Jeremy Roenick's coming in the studio, I'm a big Jeremy Roenick fan, I still get a kick out of that. So who am I to judge somebody else having a kick? Just because now he is a player and supposed to be on the same level. He didn't do it on the field.
Right.
He did it after the game. And, it's not like he's trying to sell it.
I'm not going to crush him for it, but it is a little odd that he would ask him in person, because then you're putting him on a pedestal, and you are a contemporary of his.
You're a contemporary, but I think, let's face it, this is a walking and talking Hall of Fame bus.
Yeah,
This is Peyton Manning.
I get it. I understand it. And I don't understand why he just wouldn't have one of the clubhouse kids go and ask Peyton Manning for an autograph for Jamal Charles.
Because I really think he wanted to kind of talk to him and meet him, because that was somebody that he probably was a fan of when he was a kid. I mean, Peyton's been playing for a long time
weird,
now.
Though. I mean, you're kind of crossing a line, though. You're going to meet him 2 times next year, although Jamal Charles, I think, is going to be a free agent.
Yeah, he doesn't know, and who knows what's going to happen with Peyton or what's going to happen in his career. It does seem odd on the surface, but when you move the debris away, that these multi-million-dollar players still get a kick out of meeting a legendary figure like Peyton Manning, and it just shows you that this is supposed to be a fun thing, and that they're not above just being a fan.
But it's not supposed to be a fun thing. It's a business. It's not a fun thing. It's a fun thing for fans. It shouldn't be a fun thing for the players. It's supposed to be a business. There's a high-paying business.
And that's why, if he had done it during the game, it would have been completely disrespectful to the game. But if you're doing it after the game, and listen,
he also said it was for his mom.
Right. So I'm sure he got a kick out of meeting him and talking to him. So is it really the end of the world for all the stories and the things that we talk about that these players do and how they disrespect the game and, more importantly, disrespect themselves, that we're going to hammer a guy who wanted to get an autograph for his mom for a legendary player like Peyton Manning? I mean,
Dwayne Bowe, the receiver on the Chiefs, posed for a picture with him. And when asked why, he said, it's Peyton Manning. Who wouldn't want a picture with him? Let's go to Mike in Bergen County. He has no problem with what Jamal Charles did.
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Mike. What do you got?
I have no problem with it at all. I grew up playing soccer, watching soccer, and all kinds of sports, and one of the things that I thought was awesome was at the end of the game, during the game, it's all business. At the end of the game, you see great players going up against each other, as a sign of respect and exchanging jerseys and whatnot, handshakes, hugs. He didn't do it during the game. He did it afterwards. That's completely cool in my book.
No, I don't have a big problem with it, but I've just seen it in other sports where they send stuff over to get signed, and every player will do it. Some players that don't like to sign autograph still do it as a courtesy to their peers.
And you know what? If I'm running a charity for my team and I can maybe make a few bucks by getting Derek Jeter to autograph a baseball and auction it off for some charity, well, then I'll get the clubhouse guy to do it. But I think he legitimately wanted to meet Peyton Manning. He wasn't going up against him. He's a running back.
Now,
so
why
he
would you
wasn't
go
trying
meet
to
him?
sack him.
Why wouldn't you just meet him? I mean, if you say, hey, Peyton, I'm Jamal Charles.
Well, like you said, maybe his mom said, get me an autograph.
But once you get the autograph, you're putting yourself almost at a subservient level to him.
But he is.
Yeah, but you're playing the same game as him.
But they're not playing against each other. They're both offensive players. And it wasn't, listen, their season's kind of over. It wasn't like it was after a big playoff game or their team had just been eliminated. It does seem a little awkward, but if you really think about it, is it that big of a deal?
It's not that big of a deal, but you can say it's a little awkward. He did tweet out today. He thanked his Twitter followers for their support, and he wrote, thanks for the support, and relax on the Peyton Manning story. Just two warriors showing each other respect. Peyton didn't seek his autograph. Now, John in the car has a problem with it. Why, John?
Hey, guys.
Hey, John.
I was on a flight about a month ago to Dallas, and I'm a frequent flyer, so I got upgraded, and I was in first class. And walks in the plane is Emmitt Smith, obviously very gregarious guy, smiling, saying hello to everybody, sat down right next to me in first class. When I got to Dallas, and I'm a lifelong Giant fan, when I got to Dallas, my colleagues asked me, hey, did you get his autograph? I said, autograph? I wouldn't even talk to him. I didn't even acknowledge his presence. He's the enemy. Ruined too many Sundays. So that's my autograph story.
So you have a problem with an opponent asking for another opponent's autograph?
Absolutely. I was a high-level competitor in another sport, and our shoes in the other sport are often, different athletes have their name on those shoes.
Right.
I never wore shoes by another athlete because you never know when you're going to have to wrestle them. So I would always have no-name shoes.
But I just think from a fan standpoint, the players don't care quite as much as the fans do when it comes to hatred.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that, Don.
So,
you're right about that.
Yeah, I'm a Giant fan, too. I can't stand the sight of Emmitt Smith because he killed my team. But if you think players think that same way, you're nuts because they change teams too much, and it's a business to them. So I understand it from there. But, Kansas City and Denver's a rivalry. But, Peyton Manning just got there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's the Chiefs, Oakland Raiders, and you're trying to get an autograph from a guy that's beat you or just knocked you out of the playoffs. It's not a great season for Kansas City. Denver's on their way to bigger and better things. He's probably thinking about the Indianapolis days when he's beating Peyton Manning. So the rivalry isn't there. So I understand it.
Jason in Long Island, you're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Hey,
good.
Congratulations, Michael.
Thank you, Jason.
You bet. I want to know if either one of you guys got any good autographs.
Well, you know what? I feel funny doing it. The only time I will get an autograph from somebody, I will never walk up to a player on the Yankees and get an autograph. If somebody is doing a charitable function and said, I need to get this sign, can you do this? Or if a Make-A-Wish kid, one of the wishes is to get an autograph from somebody, I will go through the Yankee PR staff and I will say, can you get this signed by... I will never walk up to Derek Jeter, because then I'm putting myself at a lower level, and I'm many eyes I am, but I'm on the same plane as him, and I don't want to ask him for an autograph. The last guy I asked for an autograph, it was in the Yankee clubhouse. It was about 9 years ago, was Bruce Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen was in there with his son, and the clubhouse was relatively empty, and I had a baseball. And I asked him, could you sign this baseball? Now, Charlie Wansowitz, who's been there forever, he's one of the video guys now. He's been with the Yankees like 21 years. He jumped me, and this is what happens in clubhouse. He goes, that is so weak, man. That is so weak, asking this guy for an autograph. Like, you can't let him just, like, have peace and not ask in front of Springsteen. I said, you know what, Charlie, you're right, but this guy wrote the soundtrack to my life.
Right. Hey.
And Springsteen goes, soundtrack to his life. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. So I have that ball on my mantle, the Bruce Springsteen ball.
When I interned at K-Rock back in 1990, there was an affiliate metal station down the hall, Z-Rock.
Right.
And Ozzy Osbourne was a guest DJ. This is 1990. And as an intern, my job was to take him, walk him to the bathroom, him and Sharon, whenever they had to go.
Right.
And I remember asking Ozzy, you having a good time? No. He was not having a good time at all. But my buddy had Sabbath license plates, New York State Sabbath license plates. And for my birthday or Christmas or something, he gave me one of them. So I got, to Don Ozzy on a Sabbath license plate. I still have it hanging up in my man
And that's
cave.
the last one you have.
I've had players give me autographs, but that's the one that really means something to me because, again, once you get into this business, I love meeting them.
Right.
But the autograph doesn't mean the same because I feel like, we're in a business. We're working. But I'm truly a fan of his music, and to be able to get an autograph, and I was still relatively young at the time. I was like 22 years old. That's still a thrill for me to be able to meet him and get the autograph.
Jeremy Roenick's going to join us in studio in just a moment. Stay tuned for that. Maybe he has some updated news on this NHL lockout. MVP, Cy Young's, the Heisman. On this station, we spend a lot of time talking about awards. But the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of their own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they've been the recipient of Honda's Council of Excellence Award an amazing 5 years in a row. On top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars. And right now, there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everybody is talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts open until midnight, Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 until 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and their award-winning Night Owl service. If that doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda into the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, but we just don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, or you can visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com.
Big Blue will look to get after RG3 and the Redskins just like they did Aaron Rodgers. Will they be able to catch the rookie sensation? Chris Canty joins Michael and Don today at 6:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us, Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only in Boynton, Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and were prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Ba Black Sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Hey, it's Cola coming up Wednesday on Mike and Mike, 9:30 Eastern. ESPN college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit will tell us who has the best chance of winning the SEC championship and facing Notre Dame in the BCS title game. That's all Wednesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by North Face. The North Face Thunder Micro Jacket's highly compressible down installation and flash dry panels make an ideal layering piece for skiing. Visit thenorthface.com to find the North Face store near you. Knicks Nets. Mello, is it a rivalry?
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, when we play them, we play them. That's not somebody we, looking at every day and tracking their stats and things like that. We worrying about ourselves. We control our own destiny.
Knicks lost last night in overtime to Brooklyn. Knicks will be in action coming up tomorrow in Milwaukee against the Bucks. They'll play that game as they did against the Nets without Jason Kidd because of back spasms. The Nets will be back in action in Boston the same day, tomorrow.
Some baseball news. It looks like the Yankees might be close to signing 2 of their big free agents. And according to sources and reports, Andy Pettitte close to signing a 1-year, $11 million deal with the Yankees, and Mariano Rivera also close to signing a deal. A lot of stories out there that David Wright is being offered a 7-year deal by the New York Mets. Our very own Adam Rubin is reporting that in CBS Sports. John Heyman is saying that deal could be worth anywhere from $130 to $140 million. We're talking about these numbers because of a man who passed away today, Marvin Miller, the first executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association. He passed away today at the age of 95. In 1972, the average baseball contract was $50,000 a year. And in 2012, the average baseball player earned $3.4 million a year. And it was Marvin Miller who got baseball its first free agent. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. Well, in studio with us is Jeremy Roenick, who has a great book out called JR. Now, I have not read all of it. I paged through it. Don has read every single page of it.
I couldn't put it down.
Couldn't put it down.
Because it's hockey.
And you should, Jeremy, you should know where he reads. So, I mean, you were with him
the
in
book
some
is
very...
flagged.
I think it's coming out on cassette, too, so we can get it on cassette, too, so we can listen to it.
Would have been perfect.
I appreciate you having me on and chatting the book and talking a little hockey, even though we don't have it on the ice.
Why don't we start with that? How disappointed are you on your hearing anything? Do you think we might get a season?
I am disappointed. I'm just as disappointed as everybody else, and it's really a shame. And in the world of social media these days, everybody is mad and upset and really disappointed with what's going on, especially when the league is as good as it's been. Last year was arguably one of the best years, not only money-wise, but just excitement-wise. You have the LA Kings winning the Stanley Cup. I think this league is going north in a very fast, excelled way, and then all of a sudden, bang. You have a lockout over money issues and issues that I thought would have been relieved right when the players offered a 50-50 split, which really shocked me to have that happen that early from the players, and still we're not on the ice right now.
What concerns me is I think as a fan, I was willing to sacrifice the year back in 04-05 because the vibe was this will never happen again. We'll correct the ills. Everybody knew something was wrong. Plus, we were coming back. No red line. We were going to get to see Ovechkin and Crosby and rule changes. What are the fans going to get? Even if they resolved it next week, how do you sell the fans that this was necessary?
I hope not higher ticket prices, because that would be a shame. Mm-hmm. I think in terms of the game, I don't think there's much more, Don, that you can change in the game to make it more exciting and without really changing the history of the game. Right. I think they've reached their limit. I think they're not going to get much better in terms of the excitement of the game. The players are who they are. I think they're as good as they've ever been in terms of their fitness, their ability. I think the equipment is just a state of the art. Yeah, I agree with you. 2004, this should have been. You can't tell me in 2004 that nobody on either side had a foreshadow that the league was growing as it was, right, and it was going to be around a $3.3 billion industry, and that the revenue share was going to be a problem. You can't tell me that they weren't foreseeing that, and that their revenue share at that time at 43% or 44% or whatever it was in 2004 wasn't going to be an issue in 8 years. I mean, that's just bad foreshadowing, in my opinion. And they were too worried about a cap, and that was the one thing issue. That was the issue in 2004. They should have just wiped it all in one little shot, so we wouldn't have to do this and have to do this to our fans. I understand the owner's point of view. I agree. That needs to be narrowed. That revenue sharing needs to be narrowed. Mm-hmm. It's narrowed. 50-50, that's what they said. Regardless if it takes 2 years, Don, to get there, it's going to be there, and the revenue should continue to grow. In my opinion, the game should be on the ice, and you can deal with the other little, rinky-dink issues like free agency, arbitration, length of contracts. Do that on the side while the game's being played.
Here's the thing that makes me sick about all work stoppages in sports. I mean, we have strikes, we have lockouts, we miss games, and then once the thing is settled, and we saw it in hockey, the general managers will jump over their mothers to circumvent whatever they just got put in. 15-year deals.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It happens all the time. It would happen again. And so the owners are fighting this. They're stopping the season. Then when they finally come to agreement, the GMs will be working behind the scenes. Well, how do we get around this?
It's lining up the street with babysitters.
Yeah.
Right? Is that the best way you can possibly put it? Yeah. Because, somebody is going to find a way to cheat the system, and somebody's going to find a way to get a guy out there that everybody's going to wonder, well, that's against the rules, and let's look at this. And so I understand they're sitting there saying 5-year maximum contracts. You can't have these stupid 10-year deals, which I agree. 10-year deals, I think, are ridiculous to put in any league. However, that's a good point. They're protecting themselves from themselves. Right. I think there's a line drawn. I truly believe that the owners going into this is my opinion, only my opinion, that they have a set date. Now, they're going to make the players lose some contract, feel the heat, feel the pressure, maybe squirm a little bit, give. And I don't think the owner's going to sign a deal until that date is hit, no matter how good a deal they get. And then once that deal comes, and you can't tell me, either of you, that they're going to throw away a $3.3 billion industry for a whole year for some of the issues that they're talking about right now.
But that's what both sides are thinking. How can you do it? Well, how can you do it? And they end up arguing about it. Jeremy Roenick is with us in studio. He's got a fabulous new book. And when I read it, just how much fun you had playing the game, on and off the ice. Yeah. Are any players having fun anymore? Forget hockey, all the sports. No one seems to have the kind of fun that you had. And the star players, they're just so committed to their sport. Have we lost the fun of being a professional athlete?
They're not having fun like we had in the late 80s, early 90s. I can guarantee you that, from a lot of different things, from maybe being on the ice, the camaraderie. I think the camaraderie was a lot stronger in the late 80s, early 90s. I think the nightlife was much better. You went out, and it was understood that you were going to party hard, you're going to play hard. You played on guilt. There was no social network. You didn't have to worry about who was watching, who was taking pictures, who was doing what. There's no question that guys are definitely much more aware of what it is. It's a bigger business now. A lot more money being spent to these guys. There's a lot more expectations and pressure to produce and to win, because when you're paying these guys this kind of money, and it's an 11-month season where you have to take care of your body, and you have to make sure you're doing everything right to represent the team and the league. No, I don't think they're having as much fun as we had. There's no question. They're having fun, don't get me wrong, but not as much fun as we had.
And if you read the book, you'll see you had quite a bit of fun.
I had a lot of fun. They played a many a night on guilt. And it was guilt in a lot of different realms, for sure.
Do you think, you were a great player, but do you think you could have been a greater player if you didn't have as much fun?
Yeah, no, there's no question. I didn't start really working in the gym till I was 26, 27 years old. I really didn't see an ab on a hockey player till I was 26. So it was training camp was meant to get in shape, and you scrimmaged for an hour and a half, and then you went to the bar for 5.5. Then you went back and you scrimmaged for an hour and a half.
5.5 in the bar?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was it was a pretty good stint back then. So that was just how it was, and I was in that mode. No question, if I would have taken care of myself, physically, for 11 months, trained the way I did at the end of my career, I definitely would have been a better hockey player.
Now, the legendary Billy Martin once told me, I wonder if you subscribe to this as well, when you go into a bar, for whatever reason you go into a bar, if you can't get it done by midnight, it can't be done.
It depends on what city you're in, I'll tell you.
Chicago, it could be done later.
There are some cities it's definitely going to take you till 2 or 3 to get it done, because you're going to be sitting there waiting around for something good to come in, because some of those bars, there's a lot of 2 at 10s, 10 at 2s, and it depends what you're going in there for and what you're coming out in.
Now, Michael, you'll appreciate this because he's a great family man. Going into the 2002 season, you had a choice, Detroit or Philadelphia, and you chose Philadelphia. Why?
There's a lot of reasons. I think number one, I went there to see the way of life of what it was like to live in Detroit, and my family was very big into the horses, and my daughter was an up and coming world class rider, as my wife was a world class rider, and so the way of life for my family and I was very important. My family had to be happy where they were going to live and where we were going to spend the next 5 years. And then where I was going to be happy with the team and whether we had a chance to win. Detroit had a great chance to win, and they treated me phenomenal. They were an awesome organization. And, I was going to go see Philly the next day, and Rick Tocchet pretty much grabbing me over there. He wanted me to come to Philly, pretty badly. I knew a lot more guys in Philly, and I got a call from Bobby Clark while I was still at Detroit. I just finished, walking around and seeing the city. I wasn't too pleased with the horse situation and the horse surroundings.
Right.
And Bobby Clark says, we need an answer from you now, or we're going to sign somebody else. I had to make the decision. I went with, talked to Rick Tocchet, made the decision to go to Philly. And it turns out that year, Detroit won.
And it would be easy for you to say, well, you made the right decision for your family, but you intimated in the book you regret. You wish you would sign with Detroit.
Yeah, well, regret. It's when you look back, and this is how I finished the book. It's a pretty funny way to finish the book. I said, in retrospect, if I could have seen the future and I would have known that Detroit would have won the Cup that year, if I would have known that they were going to win, I would have said, screw the horses. You guys are going to deal with the cold winter in Detroit. But being in Chicago, being a Blackhawk, really, I think, weighed heavily on my decision. From going from Chicago into a Red Wing uniform would have been very difficult, not only for me, but for my relationship with the Hawk fans, too.
Well, that's Jeremy Roenick. The book is J.R. My Life is the Most Outspoken, Fearless, and Hard-Hitting Man in Hockey. He wrote it with Kevin Allen. And he's going to have a book signing at Bookends, which is in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And it's going to be tonight from 7 to 8:30. He's going to sign his new autobiography. So if you're a hockey fan and you're jonesing for hockey, hang out with Jeremy Roenick.
Absolutely.
Right?
Come out, we'll sign some autographs and say hi. And I know it's bad weather out there, but we should have some fun.
Now, before we let you go in 30 seconds, what player that you played against did you hate?
I hated it. I disliked a lot of players. I never liked playing against Rob Ray. He was the number one guy on my list. Patrick Marleau was one of the guys that I played with that I didn't like. I didn't like his mentality. Loved his talent,
right?
But didn't like his mentality and the way that he played the game. It just wasn't enough for me. It's too good. So there's a couple guys. I don't want to give away everybody in the book, but there's a few people that I definitely give my, my true heart and soul feelings about.
And in closing, we were talking before you got here about Jamal Charles of the Chiefs asked for Peyton Manning's autograph yesterday. Did you ever ask for a player's autograph that you played against?
Absolutely.
Really?
I got Wayne Gretzky's stick. I got Mario's stick. I got
Now, did you send a clubhouse kid to do it, or did you do it yourself?
No, I did it myself.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually on the rink. I asked, I've asked a bunch of guys, hey, can you sign a stick to my son or sign a stick to me? And sure enough, the stick boy from the other team comes down and wheels the stick down in the locker room, puts it right in my hands, right in the middle of the locker room, and I said, thank you very much. And a lot of people have asked me for the same, so it's pretty cool.
That's Jeremy Roenick. Go buy the book, and Bookends tonight in Ridgewood, New Jersey. Thanks for coming into the studio.
Absolutely. It's great to talk a little hockey.
All right, good enough. That's Jeremy Roenick. Coming up in just a moment, we told you what we saw from the Knicks and the Nets, but the guy behind the microphone, Steve Kerr, get his feel on who's better, the Knicks or the Nets. The Nets won in overtime, but maybe he saw something different. Kayla Grec and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
When you got four guys that are averaging in double figures with JR and Raymond Felton and Tyson, and then you add Melo to the mix, that's pretty good. We're averaging 103 points a game. We got to stay on pace from where we are until we're able to get Amari in our rook bag, two other pieces that should help us on both ends of the floor.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Well, I'll tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about, wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs, so that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes next 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Trending now. Eagles fall again. Cuban rips NBA marketing. Giants Bennett saves falling fan. It's what's trending now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
It's ESPN Radio Sports Beat time on a Tuesday. Hi, everyone. This is Mike Tirico. One of the stories of the day, the passing of Marvin Miller, the longtime head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, its executive director during the days that became significant in the sport. Passed away after a battle with cancer. From 1966 to 84, a very long time, and a very changing time in labor relations between players, player unions, and ownership. Marvin Miller headed the baseball guys, put them out front. Free agency, barriers, and terms, conversations that were never had before, now became part of the lexicon of American sports. He was a figure that for many caused anger and the strife that came with strikes or lockouts. As players' salaries were rising, so too were the rights for players. The haves and the have-nots started to take shape. Terms like collective bargaining, legal cases got in the way of runs, hits, and errors. It set the template for a lot of the frustration that fans carry about how much does a guy make? What's his guaranteed money as we get into this generation? And look at the National Hockey League labor dispute that today is in mediation. The players in the NHL are being led by Don Fehr, who followed the late Marvin Miller as the head man for the baseball labor dispute. In an individual game, he gave a collective, very loud voice to individuals fighting against owners. Labor rights in America paralleled this cause. He's a significant figure who never stepped between the white lines, and our colleague Tim Kirkjian said it on SportsCenter this morning better than we can. He said you cannot write the history of baseball without Marvin Miller right in the middle of it. So true. To the basketball court after this.
Texas.
Touchdown, Longhorns.
Kansas State.
Tough yards, number 7, he earns them.
Heisman hopeful Colin Klein leads the Wildcats in their quest to capture the Big 12 title and clinch a BCS bowl berth. Saturday Night Football presented by Windows 8. Number 18, Texas. Number 6, Kansas State. Saturday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC. College football lives here.
Brand names, gold standards for generations, 5 national titles each. Indiana, North Carolina, the iconic coaches and legendary players of the past. Right now, Indiana on the uptick. At the top of the charts, the Hoosiers play North Carolina, part of the ACC Big Ten Challenge. It starts tonight on ESPN. We'll get it going with a very good game. Michigan, number 3 in the country, taking on NC State, a top 20 team as well. With the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico, 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. You should have seen the love fest between Don and Jeremy. Jeremy came in and said, Don, you look great. How much weight did you lose? I mean, there was genuine affection there.
Well, we worked a little bit together on NHL Live, and he's such a great guy that he's the type of person that remembers everyone. There's stories in the book where fans of his that got his autograph like they became friends with, keep going to the city that he like vacations with now. So he's just one of those really good, down-to-earth guys. And I told him the story how I got suspended here for screaming at him on the air for when he said the fans could kiss his fan. And he thought it was funny.
Good.
He doesn't get bothered by stuff. And I think sports needs more guys like him. But sometimes he did say things that were out of line. But no player wants to say boo anymore because of that.
Steve Kerr was at the microphone yesterday at the Barclays Center as the Knicks took on the Nets and lost in overtime. And he joins us now. He did the game with Marv Albert on TNT. Steve, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Doing great. One of the things that we've been talking a lot about, and it's been a fun topic here in New York, what team is better? And I know you only had, a regulation game and an overtime to decide, but at this point, which team do you think is better?
Well, I like them both. I think they're both definitely playoff teams and very good NBA teams. I think ultimately the Knicks will be a little bit better just because of the dynamic talents of Carmelo. I think Brooklyn is very solid, and what they showed last night was a toughness and a physicality that proves that they're going to be really good. But at the end of games, I just feel like you have to have somebody special, and Carmelo is so good. He wasn't great at the end of last night's game, but I think all in all, big picture wise, he will be the difference between those two teams.
Would it have been a difference had Kidd played last night?
No question. I think Kidd is a huge part of that team, and his numbers don't really tell the story. He's become such a good ball mover and a floor spacer and a stabilizer offensively, and sometimes those stats don't really show, but he gives the offense a flow that was lacking last night. I thought Carmelo got really hot in the third quarter, and sometimes he's his own worst enemy. He knows he can score on his guy almost at will, but what happens is, he'll eventually start going one-on-one too often, and the offense gets stagnant, and that's where Jason really comes into play. He kind of stabilizes things and keeps their offense moving, and last night that was definitely lacking.
See, we were talking about this earlier, and that's what scares me, that Jason's so important to this team, and he's 39 years old, and a lot of guys on this team are old. I mean, Rasheed Wallace was firing up threes. He didn't even play for the last 2 years. Is that a concern for you?
Oh, it's a huge concern. I don't worry as much about Jason as I do about Camby and Thomas and Rasheed. I think those guys are really likely to kind of break down during various parts of the season. Jason has been in such great shape and has maintained his body well, and he plays a style now that's not going to wear him out. But yeah, I mean, when you're 39, things happen. You can't account for some of the injuries that occur, and I think that's a huge factor and a huge risk for the Knicks, and they just have to keep their fingers crossed and try to pace those guys as the season goes on.
Steve, are these two teams the ones battling atop the Atlantic, or do you still put the Celtics there?
I think it's wide open. I put Boston right there as well. The Celtics are still figuring things out, and I think they will be for a while. They've got so many new guys, but just having that core group of Garnett, Pierce, and Rondo, and then the summer they had, it was really impressive. I mean, they added a lot of good young legs and guys who could score, and I think they'll figure it out eventually, but I see this race really going right down to the wire with all three teams being right there.
Now, I'm watching the game. I was at the game yesterday, and I was just zeroed in on one matchup, Steve, and I wonder if you watched it that much as I did. I loved watching Wallace try to guard Carmelo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so neat. I mean, he's such a good defender. What makes him such a good defender? Although he didn't stop Carmelo that much, he wore him down at the end.
Yeah, he wore him down, and he did a fantastic job when the game was on the line.
Yep.
Shut him down about 3 times. But what I love about Wallace is his tenacity, but physically he is one of the few guys in the league who can somewhat match up with Carmelo because he's got the speed and the strength. Hardly anybody has that combination, and that's one of the things that Melo's been doing all year is just feasting on mismatches. And, the Knicks have been basically playing 2 small forwards with Carmelo and Ronnie Brewer, and that forces the other team's hands, and they have to try to mix and match, and usually Carmelo goes right around the bigger guys and he posts up the smaller guys, but he can't really have his way with Wallace. Wallace makes him work. He stands up to him physically, and he's quick enough to try to stay in front of him too.
One thing that jumped out at me was that I thought Avery Johnson gambled and almost lost by going smaller at the end because the Knicks got a couple of offensive rebounds that could have turned the way the game was. Did you agree with what he was doing going small? We never saw that much of Humphries in the second half.
Yeah, we didn't see a whole lot of Reggie Evans either after he dominated that first half during an 8-minute stint. But I think Avery's got a tough job. I really do, because that team struggles to score. And until Darren Williams and Joe Johnson really get going, and that may be an if rather than an until. I don't know. We'll see. But, until those guys are, or if they're not shooting the ball well, they just are limited in terms of just getting an easy basket. Lopez has had a great start to the season, but against a good matchup like a good defender like Chandler, you can't really just go to him on the block and expect a whole lot. So I think Avery has to kind of figure out rotations and matchups on a nightly basis, and he really was going back and forth, a lot of offense-defense substitutions and all kinds of changes last night, and ultimately it worked, and so you got to give him credit.
So, Steve, you think Joe Johnson trying to get with this team is going to be a problem all year?
Not so much that him trying to get with this team. I think more just where he is in his career. He's a little bit older. He's never been a really high percentage shooter. I think usually 43, 44%. Right now, I think he's down around 40%. And I just don't know if he's ever going to be, for the Nets, a really dominant go-to guy. In fact, I don't think he will. The surprise to me is how poorly Darren Williams has shot. That's the one that I expect to change. I think Darren will eventually start knocking down shots. I know he's been banged up, but his shooting percentage less than 40% to this point, not making shots that we've seen him make in the past, and I think that's a concern for Brooklyn.
TNT Steve Kerr is with us here on the Michael K. Show. Michael K. and Don LaGreca. I love the building. It was the first time I was in it. What did you think of the new building?
Awesome. It is fantastic. That's actually my third time there. TNT is kind of camping out at the Barclays Center this year. But it's beautiful, right in the heart of Brooklyn. I think it's gorgeous. I think it fits right in with the image of the city. I like what they've done on the outside with kind of that rust color, and then the inside is just gorgeous, and they did a beautiful job with it, and the atmosphere last night was fantastic. It was so much fun because there were a ton of Knicks fans there, and it was just it was a feel that you never had when the Nets were in New Jersey. But last night, it just felt like a real city rivalry. It was pretty cool.
And does Marv have more swagger because you're in his home borough?
Oh, Marv is so happy to be in that building. He loves going back to New York in general, but now that the arena is in his home borough, it's pretty cool for him to be here or to be there, and I think he really enjoys doing those games.
Good stuff, Steve. Thanks for coming on. I know you're busy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
That's Steve Kerr, TNT. Big game last night. What did it mean? Who actually made a statement? And is this a rivalry? I think it's a rivalry, and I'll explain why. Kay, LaGreca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here. If you missed Tuesday's show, we have you covered. After the battle of the boroughs between the Knicks and Nets, we chat with Knicks head coach Mike Woodson and last night's star Jerry Stackhouse. Plus, Giant safety Kenny Phillips tells us Big Blue will bring their A-game come Monday.
Download the podcast right now on ESPNNewYork.com or iTunes.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Last night, the rivalry renewed. Maybe it existed for the first ever time as the Brooklyn Nets played host to the New York Knicks, and the Nets won the game in overtime. After the game, Mike Woodson was asked if this is now a new rivalry.
Well, I don't know about that. We got to play each other 3 more times, so that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Avery Johnson will join us in the 5 o'clock hour here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Also, Jason Kidd did not play last night because of back spasms, and he will not play in Milwaukee tomorrow.
Reports out there that the Yankees are close to a deal with Andy Pettitte for 1 year, $11 million. Neither side has commented. Also reports saying the Yankees are close to a deal with their relief pitcher, Mariano Rivera. Our very own Adam Rubin is writing that the Mets have offered a 7-year deal to David Wright, while CBS Sports' John Heyman is saying that deal could be worth anywhere from $130 to $140 million. Sad news, Marvin Miller died at the age of 95, the first executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association. He actually led from 1966 to 1982, and in 1974, he helped guide a dispute between the A's and Catfish Hunter, and that dispute eventually led to the creation of free agency. He guided players through strikes in 72, 80, and 81, as well as lockouts in 73 and 74.
Here we go. This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for joining us. Thanks for spending part of your afternoon with Michael Kay and Don LaGreca. I had such fun last night going to the Barclays Center, and it was great. It's a great arena. It's a great setup. It's right smack dab in the middle of the neighborhood. All subway lines it seemed like that were ever created run right into the center. You can take the LIRR there as well. By going there last night, it looks like it could be a great move for the Islanders. I don't know how that building is going to play in hockey. I know that the capacity is going to be about 14,000. Yesterday, there was about 17,700. But it's a wonderful building. It's a great vibe. I think it's a great thing for the neighborhood. I'm not somebody who lives there. I know a lot of people, protested against it and held it up for a long time. But you look at it and you see the life that it brings into the area. I don't know how it could be a bad thing. I thought it was a wonderful, wonderful experience last night.
Listen, and I got the vibe watching it on television. And I grew up in New Jersey. And I went to a bunch of Knick games. My brother had season tickets, so we would go sometimes, and I would go to the Garden to see Knicks Nets. I've covered those games a bunch, and there would never be any vibe at all because it just seemed like it was another extension of the Garden when the Knicks would play the Nets. And then when the Nets got real good going to those back-to-back finals, the Knicks stunk. So now you got the deadly combination I think really works for this rivalry is that you've got the Nets playing in a brand-new venue, in a brand-new city that's excited to have them, and they've embraced the team, and both teams are good. We're having arguments on who's the better team. When was the last time that ever happened, even when the Nets were in New Jersey? When they played in the early 90s, the Knicks were a much better team in the postseason. When the Nets and the Knicks played with Stephon Marbury, the Nets were the much better team. Now we've got two teams that are both 9-4, both have really good players, both are among the elite teams in the Eastern Conference. Now it's on. Now it's fun. Because that's what a rivalry is supposed to be about. Not one-sided. Two teams that are evenly matched going at it. Mets and Yankees, you'll never get that unless they're playing in the World Series because they're in different leagues. You're not going to get that with the Jets and the Giants. They're in different conferences. They play once every 4 years. This is really what was been a big thing with NHL, with the Rangers and the Islanders and the Devils. This is what you have now, where it's 50-50 in the crowd or 60-40, whatever it is, and people really having fun. And I really was engaged in that game, and that's the first time I can say that a Knick-Net game really got me going in about 20 years.
All right, let's take the pulse a little bit of some participants in it. Mike Woodson talked about on whether or not this is a new rivalry.
Well, I don't know about that. We got to play each other 3 more times, so that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Carmelo Anthony, is this a rivalry?
If that's what you want to call it, I'm pretty sure you're going to call it that anyway. So if that's what you want to call it, we take that challenge.
All right, Darren Williams, he thought that a great rivalry began.
Well, every time we play these guys, it's going to feel like that. They're right across the bridge. This has been anticipated for, about 10 years now. So, hopefully it's a great rivalry for years to come.
Now, those that are like poo-pooing the rivalry, all I could tell you is that for both teams, it was the 13th game of the season. And if you were in that building last night, and Don even said it came through the TV on TNT or came through the radio, if you were listening on ESPN New York 98.7, there was an electricity to that game. And when you watch the teams walk off the court, the Nets skipped off the court with big, big grins on their faces. And I went to the locker room afterward. This was a team that felt that it accomplished something bigger than just winning the 13th game of the season. And for the Knicks, the way they walked off the court, the look on their face, as if they were shattered having lost that game. Mike Woodson afterward, I was at his press conference, speaking softly, obviously very, very upset that he lost the game, putting it on himself that he had to play Carmelo that many minutes. Don, call it what you want. I know that it's not Yankees-Mets, it's not Cardinals-Cubs, it's not Dodgers-Giants, but to me a rivalry is it engages the fans and the players, and I think that happened in both cases yesterday. That was a bigger game than just the 13th game of the season.
Is it a huge rivalry? No, not yet, but we have seen the seeds planted for what could be a very, very good rivalry in the NBA, and it was something that never existed before. I mean, is it going to be Yankees-Red Sox? No, because it doesn't have the history yet, and I don't think Islanders-Rangers got there until they met in 75 in the playoffs. That's when you'll start to see this really grow. But for the first time, I got the sense that there was territoriality. Not that the Knicks necessarily feel threatened, because I do think admitting that it's a rivalry is almost admitting like they're
equal to us,
and
right?
They're
That's
not
why
there
they're
yet.
fighting it, right?
But for the first
Great
time,
point.
It's the first time in the history of the NBA that two teams that call New York home played each other. All right, that's significant. Because New Jersey's not New York. It's close, but it's not the same city. Brooklyn and New York playing each other. There's a vibe now. Now, they've got to play in the postseason. There's going to have to be fights. There's going to have to be a history. No history's been written yet. The pages are blank. But, boy, last night was a real good first chapter to step towards it being a rivalry. It's not Knicks Celtics yet. It's not Giants Cowboys yet. It's not to that. It's not going to be that in the first couple of years. But at least it's starting to get in that direction.
And I think that the Knicks are the ones that are careful about saying it's a rivalry because they're the team that's been here. I covered the New Jersey Nets for a couple of years. I covered all the Knick-Net games, and there was no game that had the same vibe and the same electricity as last night's. Sorry. The Nets are in Jersey. They were in Jersey. Just think they were over the bridge. They weren't a factor. Although Sonny Werblin said, what's Jersey? What's the medal on this? 13th Avenue. Okay, maybe it is. But it's still, you got to go across the bridge. Now, you got to go across the bridge here, but you're still within New York City. I'm telling you, this had a different feel than any other Knick-Net game. I covered the Knicks for all those years for MSG as a clubhouse reporter, a locker room reporter. Never felt that kind of vibe for a Knick-Net game. The Nets went to 2 NBA Finals in a row. Never felt that vibe for a Knick-Net game. So argue all you want. That game meant more than any other game between the Knicks and the Nets. Sorry, that's just the way it is. Mo in New Jersey, what do you think?
What's doing, Mike? What's up, Don?
How you doing, Mo?
I'm beautiful. I'm about to make a statement now. Before you laugh it off, let me just finish my point. Let's say the Mayans are right, and December 21st, the world is over. I was at the game last night. Unbelievable, by the way. I'm a Knicks fan, so but just the electricity was tremendous. I think that yesterday was, let me finish, the greatest day in Nets NBA history. Now, of course, I know about the two finals, and I always tell my buddies, imagine if those guys, Kmart and RJ and Kid, if they were wearing Knicks jerseys instead, they'd be legends forever. They'd be enshrined in gold. But, bottom line is, when we were trotting out Jerome James and Stephon Marbury and Eddie Curry, I'm from Jersey. I went to all those Knicks-Net games in Jersey. They meant nothing. We took over the crowd in 2 seconds. Now, last night, I was like, all right, guys, time to get the Let's Go Knicks chants ready. Let's go, baby. And within seconds, Brooklyn. Even when I left the stadium, everyone, Brooklyn. I was actually a little, I would never think about leaving the Knicks, but, I was like, I want to chant Brooklyn a little bit. It's fun, Brooklyn.
Yeah, a lot of people, thanks for the singing, a lot of people actually, I saw that on Twitter. Part of my brain, I'm a Knicks fan, rooted for the Knicks, but I wasn't upset about the Nets. Don would obviously label them a fraud.
Right.
But think about it, Don. If you were born in Brooklyn, people are born in a borough. You're from Jersey. I take a lot of pride in the Bronx. I was born in the Bronx. When you're born in Brooklyn, Brooklyn, remember that sign in Welcome Back, Kotter?
Yeah.
Fourth largest city. It's
right.
a borough, but it would be the fourth largest city if it was a city in the United States. There's a lot of pride in being a Brooklynite. All of a sudden, you have your own team in this beautiful, gleaming palace that you built on Atlantic Avenue. It's going to be tough for a lot of Brooklynites not to maybe even think about going to more net games.
And that's why I think there are a lot of people that feel that way because, let's face it, the interest is always driven by the fringe fans. So there are people that probably grew up Knicks fans but say, you know what, I want to represent Brooklyn. So they'll go to a Net Blazer game and have no problem rooting for the Nets. But they'll be on their edge. They won't know where to go when the Knicks come to town. But if this Net team starts to build something, then you'll start to see where 60-40 will become 70-30, will become 80-20. I saw it with the Devils in New Jersey. Team starts winning Stanley Cups, all of a sudden there's a few more fans to get built. When this net team in Brooklyn accomplishes a lot, it's going to mean so much more to the rivalry.
I was surprised what Steve Kerr said. He thought that Joe Johnson was going to have difficulty.
Yeah.
I was really, really surprised when he said, I think Joe Johnson is an outstanding player, and the only knock on Joe Johnson is that he makes too much money. But there's no knock about his game. He's always been an outstanding two-guard, and I think the Nets have one of the best backcourts in basketball. But Steve Kerr said that he really feels that there's going to be an issue there. I think that that's going to be a good thing. He kind of thinks it's going to be a bad thing. And I also think that Darren Williams is banged up, and that's why he's not shooting as well as he has. Now, that brings me to my next point, and we saw it at the end of the first half, and I think it's really distressing. And I was sitting with Ryan Rucco, and he actually brought it up because he's heard it from some NBA people because he's doing the net games on Yes when Ian's not in. The end of the second half, or the end of the second quarter, the ball's in Darren Williams' hand. There's 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. He's at half court. He would not take a shot. So I looked at Rucco. I said, why wouldn't he take a shot?
Shooting percentage?
Because they don't want to have their shooting percentage go down. That's disgraceful. This guy signed a 5-year, $100 million deal. What does he care about his shooting percentage?
So does that mean the kicker refuses to go out when it's a 60-yard field goal?
I wonder. I mean, really, if I'm a coach, I'm going to get in somebody's grill and go, how dare you not take, because let's say you take 100 shots and one goes in. One goes in.
That's a three-pointer you could steal.
And Ryan said, but if the point guard always has the ball in his hand, his shooting percentage is going to be affected if he takes that shot all the time. But that's a little bit of an issue for me that Darren would not take that shot. Doesn't that shock you hearing that?
That does shock me. I mean, I understand from the stats standpoint, but you got a chance to steal 3 points at the end of a half. Why wouldn't you take it?
Or maybe the NBA should say, listen, if you take a half-court shot, it doesn't go against your shooting percentage. And make it a team shot.
Come on, we watch the games. We know who's good or not.
I agree. I was stunned by it. I was really stunned by it. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. So which team is best? Right now, they have the exact same record. I think at this point in time, today, November 27th, I think the Nets are better. Not by much, but the Knicks could overtake them. How? We'll explain. Kayla Greck and you. Avery Johnson joins us at 5:30. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. In the first battle of New York, Brooklyn stood up against the Knicks. Now New York has lost 3 of their last 4. Plus, it looks as if the Yankees will have Andy Pettitte back in the rotation next year. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. The Fantasy Minute.
I'm Christopher Harris. Colin Kaepernick has taken over the 49ers quarterback job and isn't looking back. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns, including one Sunday against the Saints, and has scored double-digit fantasy points in each of his past 3 games. Not only should you add Kaepernick if he's still available in your league, but you can strongly consider starting him too. Noshawn Moreno was a surprise starter for the Broncos Sunday, as the team apparently doesn't trust Ronnie Hillman in pass protection. Moreno got 24 touches against the Chiefs. While I'm skeptical Moreno will be super productive, he looks like the smartest bet going forward. He can be added in all leagues. Finally, how about those wideouts from tiny Mount Union College? Pierre Garçon and Cecil Shorts. Shorts has double-digit fantasy points in 5 of his past 6 games, while Garçon's foot finally started to look healthy on Thanksgiving Day. You'd probably rather start Shorts than Garçon at this point, but each guy has pretty big upside considering they come from such a small school. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
The Fantasy Minute.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
All right, Flo, so the key to safe pest removal is staying calm.
Okay.
Says here, this lady's got a badger in her attic.
Oh, I love badgers. Oh, sorry. Calm. There he is. Come here, little buddy. I thought he wanted a hug.
Badgers don't really hug.
Not yet. Oh, Badger.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. Low down payments, great discounts, and flexible billing options. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
We don't back down, we don't stumble, we don't fumble, we never fall, we go harder.
One of our Twitter followers, Pings Hoops, said that D. Will did not take the half-court shot because of his wrist. If he went up and got it blocked, it would have jilted his wrist again. Really? What's the chances of a half-court shot being blocked? When have you ever seen even anybody defend a half-court shot?
Right,
why would you risk fouling somebody on a half-court shot? Come on, Pings. Do you really think that's true? And it happens a lot. It's not just D. Will. A lot of people don't want to take half-court shots because of shooting percentage.
Well, that's sad if it's true.
Now, I think the Nets are slightly better than the Knicks right now. Their starting 5, I think, is better than the Knicks, especially without Amari. But I think that if Amari can work with Carmelo, which I am really, really doubtful about, and Iman Shumpert comes back and approximates what he was defensively, that gives them some youth, an infusion of youth, makes their front line bigger, does move Carmelo back to the 3, which I'm not in love with because he plays so well at the 4. But the Knicks still have the potential to be better because they've got talent in the pipeline that's ready to go in January. This is the net team pretty much now.
Well, you say that, but, you know, they played a lot without Gerald Wallace, and so that shouldn't be a problem now. And I know Steve Kerr concerns himself with it, but I agree with Stephen A. Smith. I think Joe Johnson's going to get better. He's going to start to fit in a little bit more, and that you will see a much better Joe Johnson down the stretch than you've seen in the first dozen games or so. But I do agree that the upside for the Knicks, they have the ability to get better because of who's going to be added. But questions about whether Amari is actually going to help, and will Jason Kidd's back be an issue down the stretch of this season? We've played 12 games. Now he's going to miss 2 because of back spasms. And I'm telling you, we get late in the season, must-win situations or get into the playoffs, last thing you're going to want to hear, for as important he is to this team, Jason Kidd can't go because of back spasms. You miss a couple of games in a best-of-7 series, you could be eliminated before you even get started.
When I got on the 4 train last night, left the building, I went into both locker rooms, listened to the coaches talk. Then I got on the 4 train with Ryan Ruocco, and I started to think. A lot of Knicks fans criticized Jim Dolan for pulling the trigger on the Carmelo deal. They gave up too much. But then I started to get inside his head. He had to have a representative team this year. Don, if the Knicks were a bad team like they were under Isaiah, if they were awful like they were the first 2 years with D'Antoni, and then you have an exciting net team in this Barclays Center, which is a great place to go to and it's easily accessible, the Knicks actually could lose some fans. Because I don't know if the younger Knick fan is as loyal to their team as like the younger Giant fan or the younger Yankee fan or the younger Ranger fan.
Right.
You could steal it with a hip situation like they have in Brooklyn with Jay-Z involved and all of that. It was important for the Knicks to be relevant and the Knicks to be good, and I think that's one of the reasons that Dolan actually gave up probably more than the organization wanted to, because he said, we need a star. We need a star that we can build around. We have to have a good team when the Nets go to Brooklyn. And you know what? It worked out just fine for them. They have a good team.
It was a combination of that and how badly they wanted LeBron, and they felt like they needed to go out and get some players. Amari was nice, but you wanted to give the fans something for sacrificing a couple of seasons to get the cap room to get LeBron James. So I think he was always going to be motivated to get the best player. And when has he not tried to get the best player, Michael? When there's no salary cap in the NHL, Dolan was always giving out money to get the best players. Look at some of the great players that came through the Rangers, a lot of them late in their careers, because Dolan wanted to make sure that there were always stars on the ice. So as much as that may have played a factor in, I think Dolan's always thinking about ways of getting star players in here.
All right, Sam from Uniondale still thinks the Knicks are better than the Nets. Why, Sam?
How you guys doing? Absolutely. I think yesterday was a great game. But if you look at the teams, mano a mano, look at Darren Williams had to guard Raymond Felton. I think there's a different respect level from Darren Williams when it goes against Raymond Felton, a guy who's a borderline all-star. I think if you look at the Knicks, there's nobody on the Nets that is even on Carmelo's level. And I think in the long run.
Well, wait a minute. Darren Williams is one of the top 2 point guards in the entire NBA. So although he doesn't score like Carmelo, you can't say that he's not on the level of a superstardom as Carmelo is. He is.
No, I don't.
He's just not a scorer like that.
I think Carmelo, what Carmelo brings to the table is this guy. He's unguardable. I think when you looked at last night.
Okay, Sam, I'm a Carmelo fan, but let me ask you this. How many forwards are there in the NBA that are better than Carmelo?
I think Carmelo is the best scorer in the league. I think.
Would you take Carmelo over LeBron?
No, you don't take Carmelo over LeBron.
All right, so I mean there are several. I think that Carmelo is maybe the 10th best player in the NBA. But you have an argument for who's the best point guard. It's either Chris Paul or Darren Williams. You don't have an argument who's the best forward. It's LeBron James. So, I mean, I'm not here to strike down Carmelo. And Carmelo, I think, was the best player on the court. But don't say that the Nets don't have anybody close, because they have arguably the best point guard in basketball.
Right.
It's either Darren Williams or Chris Paul with an outside shot of Rajon Rondo. So everybody has to relax. And I had some people yesterday on Twitter. I mean, really, when you're a fan, you really get blinded. Raymond Felton's in the same class as Darren Williams. Really?
No, he's not.
Really?
Certainly not last time.
He's not even in the same school. Forget about the same class. And I'm a Raymond Felton fan. What a bad night last night, but he's not on that level. Darren Williams is phenomenal.
But to the point of who's better, Michael, you can't ignore the fact that the Knicks played that game without Jason Kidd, and they went to overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, Jason Kidd plays in that game.
But
I think everybody agrees the Knicks win that game.
Without Joe Johnson giving them anything.
No, but that's going to happen.
Right.
I mean, he's still on the court. I mean, and then you figure what happens when Amari comes back and Shumpert comes back. But if you want to look at it right now, Jason Kidd plays in that game last night. I think they win in Brooklyn. So that I can understand a lot of Knicks fans saying,
it's hard to say that. It changes the dynamic of the game.
It does.
I partially agree with you, but you can't just say automatically that they would win that game.
But they went to overtime without a player that has been a major reason why that they're in the situation that they're in. You can't argue that. Now, I do think it's a problem that you rely so much on a 39-year-old. But Jason Kidd maybe wins that game for them, and then what are we saying?
Kieran in Brooklyn, you're next on ESPN New York.
Big Mike and Don, how are you tonight?
Good, Kieran. How you doing?
I'm doing terrific. I was at the game last night. Indulge me for a minute here. I want you to picture this. I'm at the game with my son, who flew in from California for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
We get lucky to get the game. I'm a Knicks fan. He's a Knicks fan. We're sitting next to a fella that's got his son at the game, and they're Nets fans, Brooklyn Nets fans. I live in Brooklyn. I walked to the game. I couldn't wait for that stadium to be built. I'm not ready to flip the switch, though.
Are you from Brooklyn, though? Kieran, are you born in Brooklyn?
I'm actually born in the Bronx, like you, Mike.
Okay.
But I grew up in Queens, and that didn't make me a Mets fan either. Sorry, Don.
It's all right. Probably did yourself a favor.
Hey, didn't you get a good vibe from that building, though?
It was unbelievable.
And now you also said something interesting, because I'm getting a lot of people on Twitter. How could you support this building after what they did to the neighborhood? Was it a good or a bad thing that thing was built?
Oh, I love it. I think it's a great thing, and I do not have a problem with that being in the neighborhood. The fact that I could walk to the game and see my Knicks in my home borough, I thought was brilliant. And the energy, I hate to throw around names, but it was like the entire Giants defensive line was there. You had JPP, you had Justin Tuck, you had Strahan.
No, it was good. There were a lot of stars there. You had Beyonce and Jay-Z. You had Richard Gere. You had Mayor Bloomberg was there. So yeah, it was a happening last night in New York City. It certainly was. Let's go to Dave and Deal. You're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Don, Mike, I love you guys.
Thanks, Dave. What's up?
A few things. Concerning the fans' generations, I think anybody that grew up with Earl the Pearl, Dave the Bush, or any of those legendary nicknames, anyone who's even over 25 years of age and so those early 90s teams, they're sticking to orange and blue.
I agree.
And anyone 15 or younger will take this Mets generation, which is fine. Now, concerning both teams, I think they're both great teams. I think a lot of Knicks fans and maybe some radio people, not you guys per se, are jumping the gun with saying, oh, when Amari comes back and he's healthy, he's able to do anything. What have we seen from Amari healthy with Melo to show us that he's actually going to be a big help? Now, Shumpert, on the other hand, I think that switches the whole pendulum between this whole rivalry, because when I look at Shumpert's ability to guard Darren Williams, and in regard to the previous call, I think Darren Williams is the fifth best player in the NBA, period. Fact, if I had to pick 5 players, I'd take LeBron, Durant, Dwight, Paul, Darren. Those are, to me, are the best 5 players in the NBA. So I wouldn't even, if I was choosing between Darren and Melo, you might call me crazy, but I would choose Darren in a land.
Well, it's funny you said that, Dave, because one of the regrets that Donnie Walsh had was after they made the deal for Carmelo, he was kicking himself, to this day kicks himself, that he did not call Utah.
Right.
To see if Darren Williams was available after what he did and ran into that problem with Jerry Sloan, and then they knew that they weren't going to sign him. And if you asked Donnie Walsh which player he would rather have had, he would rather have had Darren Williams. Not a knock on Carmelo, because Darren Williams and Amari fit better than Carmelo and Amari.
Yes.
And David's right. I mean, we're waiting for Amari to come back. We don't know how that's going to work, because when they're on the court together, the Knicks have an under 500 record.
It's the $64,000 question that we're not going to be able to answer until we see it happen.
Avery Johnson might be able to answer some questions about his team. The Nets head coach is in Boston. His team plays the Celtics tomorrow, and Avery will join us in just a moment. Kayla, Greca, Avery, and you, ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The Nets defended their home court against the Knicks, opening a new era in New York basketball. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging. It's just the truth.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
And this ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Manhattan Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram. Get their lowest prices of the year at the Big Finish annual clearance event. Manhattan Jeep Chrysler Dodge Ram between 48th and 49th Streets on 11th Avenue in New York City. Well, it's been the talk of the town. The Knicks and the Nets playing for the first time as the Nets in Brooklyn, and the win goes to not to New Jersey, to Brooklyn in overtime. And after the game, Mike Woodson talked about how he thought his team played.
Offensively, I thought we were okay. You know what I mean? It was a low-scoring game until the overtime when they got the breakout points that they needed. But, I mean, we got a shot to win it before overtime, and Melo gets a good look at it, and we come up empty. But, I mean, I thought overall it was a great game. You know, I mean, both teams wanted it badly, and they were able to come out on top.
It certainly hurt. The Knicks did not have Jason Kidd because of back spasms, and now we learn he will be unavailable for the Knicks when they travel to Milwaukee to take on the Bucks tomorrow.
A lot of baseball news. The reports are out there that the Yankees are coming to an agreement with Andy Pettitte that could be worth $11 million for just 1 year. Neither the Yankees or Andy Pettitte commenting on that. Other reports say that they're close to a deal with Mariano Rivera. Our very own Adam Rubin writing that the Mets have offered a 7-year deal to David Wright. He is yet to accept that deal. Bad news for the Philadelphia Phillies. Carlos Ruiz, one of their important players, tested positive for amphetamine use, and he will miss the first 25 games of the season as he has been suspended. Marvin Miller, the longtime executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, died at the age of 95. He was so important to what baseball has become. Consider this. In 1968, the average minimum salary, the minimum salary for a Major League Baseball player was $6,000 a year. This past season, the minimum salary, $480,000 a year. Marvin Miller not in the Hall of Fame for some reason. He died again today at the age of 95. 5:32 here on the Michael Kay Show. Avery Johnson has his team in Boston, where tomorrow they will play the Celtics following last night's overtime victory at the Barclays Center against the Knicks. And he joins us now here on the show. Avery, Michael and Don, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you guys, Michael?
We're doing great. I was at the game last night. I loved the place. It was my first time there. It had such a great vibe, and I felt, Avery, that it had almost a playoff vibe. Did you sense that?
It did. For an early regular season game, it had that type of a vibe, and it was great. I think the more games that we play in like that, and if we can be successful and play good defense and have some timely offense and win some of those games, I think is going to be good for us as we move further on into the regular season. So the vibe was great. Obviously, the house was packed, and we obviously had more fans than Knicks fans, and it was just fun to be a part of it.
Was that something that you were looking out for? Because in the past, Knicks fans have come to Jersey and kind of outnumbered Net fans. Was that important for you last night?
It was important, and it's something we talked about. And, our CEO, Brett Yarmark, talked a lot about it in the off season, and I thought they did a great job, and his whole team, and then you look at this roster that Billy King, our general manager, has put together. It's a roster of versatility and toughness, and guys who are very coachable, and it's a team that we can just continue to get better and better. So we just got a really all-around team effort on and off the floor. And, I've been here for 2 years now, and it's just great to see how things have changed with our beautiful building, the Barclays Center, and our fans in the black and white jerseys and shirts and all of the noise that they make and how they chant Brooklyn during the game. It's just really fun to be a part of.
Avery, I wanted to get your opinion on this, because if you had played that game on opening day like it was originally scheduled, I think it would have been more about the building than it would have been about the Knicks-Nets building a rivalry. I think the fact that you had a dozen games under your belt, both teams have come out on fire, added to the vibe in the building last night. You agree or disagree?
Could be. Like I said last night, any reference to the opening night game being canceled, I don't want to ever sound insensitive to Hurricane Sandy victims and, how people are still struggling with that right now. But it could be. I think for us, we've had an opportunity to really get ourselves together on both ends of the floor, and we've learned a little bit more about ourselves and rotations and who plays better where and with whom. And and obviously they got off to a hot start. So could be. That could be the situation.
Seems like the Knicks are trying to downplay the rivalry angle, and the Nets don't mind accepting that. Do you believe that this is now a rivalry?
I think it's growing into one. I don't think you'll officially become a quote-unquote rivalry until you play in the playoff series, where it's a knockdown, drag-out playoff series. But it's slow. It's better than it was in the past. The last 2 years, like we said, since I've been here, they've always dominated the headlines, and they were in the playoffs last year, and we've had really abysmal season. So it's turning. I think it's going to grow and grow more and more, especially the games when they're highly contested, like they were last night, going into overtime and the type of overtime we had, led by Darren Williams. Who, if he had never re-signed with us, who knows if we're even having this conversation with the way things have changed. So it's great. I'm happy for our guys. But as I was saying last night in my post-game press conference, this is a 24-hour, 48-hour cycle league. We got to play against the Celtics tomorrow. That's our gift for winning our last home game. You got to come on the road and play the Celtics.
Talking to Avery Johnson, head coach of the Brooklyn Nets, here on the Michael Kay Show. We were talking about it earlier in the show of Joe Johnson making the adjustment to a new team and trying to fit in. Are you starting to see that happen, and how long do you think it'll take for him to fully fit in?
Well, before the season, when I was in our preseason coaches retreat meetings with our coaching staff, I thought it would be sometime around mid-December. On into January, and he's right on schedule. He's had some games here recently where he shot the ball a little bit better, but it's just going to take a little bit more time, and he'll have some highs and lows here and there, but I think sometime around mid-December he's going to really kick it in gear. I think, early on he wasn't in the best game shape, but, and just knowing where to go on the floor, and we got a lot of different defensive terminology going that we drew at him, and just a different defensive system than what he played in the past. So sometime around mid-December and sometime thereafter, I think you'll see him play even more consistent. But here recently, he's had some pretty good games. Didn't have a great game last night offensively, but he made some great passes and played some solid defense on J.R. Smith.
I thought that you gambled a little bit, Avery, and you touched on this in your post-game press conference as well. You kind of went small at the end of the game, and the Knicks had some second, third chances under the boards. Were you just caught not wanting to switch out, size for quickness on the offensive end?
Yeah, absolutely. And the trade-off would have been if we would have brought Humphreys or Reggie Evans back in. Then if we're in the free throw situation, one of those guys get fouled, or then we would have to take Stackhouse out.
Right.
And in that situation, Stackhouse was providing space for us on the perimeter. When he got the ball, he was making threes for us. So, we figured if Stackhouse could do a good job for us guarding Novak, then the trade-off would be worth it. And, some of the second shots they got, balls went through our hands. It wasn't like we weren't in position. And, even when Brook kind of got stripped there, that led to Carmelo's three, towards the end of regulation, the end of the game, we had those balls in our hands. So we don't necessarily think that our size was an issue. But the trade-off was if we take Stack out, we're going to lose some offense, especially with the way he was shooting the ball.
You play Boston tomorrow. It's the second time you got a chance to play them. You just played the Knicks. Do you think you feel comfortable that it's Nets, Knicks, Celtics for the top of this Atlantic Division?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can count out Philly. I know they got some injuries, but our division is really, really a strong division. But right now, the three teams that you mentioned, they're all playing, pretty good basketball, especially for early in the season. So I think it's going to be a tough fight all year, and every game is going to be a pretty intense game. And I know Boston is going to be fired up tomorrow, especially with, how we played them at home the last time, and they didn't have Rondo and we didn't have Gerald Wallace. So, both of those men will be playing on tomorrow. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how it all shakes out. But it's going to be a tough fight all year long. And for us, we're glad to be in the fight. We haven't even been in the conversation. So it's great to be in the fight and take all of the highs and lows that go in the higher level responsibility that goes along with it.
Nets head coach Avery Johnson, our guest on the Michael Kay Show. Is Darren Williams 100% healthy, or is he playing through some bangs?
I think Darren and a couple of our guys are still playing through some bangs. They don't make excuses. That's the great thing about them. But nobody's injured. Everybody, has a little, knock here or there. But they're just playing through it. And I think at some point they continue to play through it. And our schedule's going to start easing up in a sense. Sometime next week we'll have, I think we got 2 stretches, Michael, where we have 2 days off in between games. I think that's going to be a good time for us to really start getting some guys kind of healed up a little bit, and they'll start to feel a lot better. But right now, no rest for the weary. Big game tomorrow, followed by 2 other big games down in Florida.
Before I let you go, sometimes when I'm craving a steak and I'm heading to the steakhouse, sometimes I get disappointed and the steak isn't what I expected. You've been starving for a couple of years, going through it. We're getting ready for Brooklyn. It's finally here. You've got a representative team. You've signed Darren Williams. You got Joe Johnson, Gerald Wallace, the whole deal. Is it better than you were craving?
Oh, absolutely. First of all, the men that I work with every day, and all of the guys you mentioned, and to go along with those guys, Brook Lopez is much better.
Right.
Michael, he's bigger and stronger. He really attacked the weight room this summer, and I think it's having an effect on his output and his performance on the court. And, adding guys like Reggie Evans and Keith Bogans and Stackhouse and C.J. Watson, those guys, are really playing, great hard-nosed defense for us. And, we think Andre Blatch could be a steal for us, at backup center. So, that's a big part of it with the men that I'm working with every day. And then, like I said, I can't say enough about our building. It's like a palace. And, the basketball campus that we have, that a lot of people don't get a chance to see, is pretty special. And then on top of it, the energy that's in the building for our team. And there's not a lot of negativity from the fans, even when we're not playing our best. They're still really encouraging our guys. And so, hey, we can't get enough of it. We love it. And that's what a lot of other championship caliber teams have. They have a real home court, and that's what we've been starving for, and now we have it.
Congratulations, Avery, on the win yesterday. Good luck against Boston, and it was fun there last night. Thanks for coming on.
And, Michael, should I be congratulating you about something here that's happened to you recently?
It's going to happen in January. I'm going to become a dad for the first time.
All right.
All right, so I'll make sure my daughter comes to the Barclays Center.
Good, buddy. Well, congratulations to you too, buddy.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Don. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so now the debate starts, and a lot of people on Twitter are getting on this. Oh, you're jumping off the Knicks bandwagon. How could you do it? Nobody's jumping off any bandwagon. The Knicks have gotten off to a great start, but there are things that you have to be concerned about. One of them is health, and that's why you can't really sit here and go, gee, if the Knicks had Jason Kidd yesterday, they'd have beaten the Nets. Because when you build an old team, you've got to factor in that old players are going to get hurt. We'll talk about that.
Hey, partner, it's time for our listeners to get their freak in gear.
Well, what are you talking about?
Freak, as in SportsFreak365.com.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. SportsFreak365.com, the website that has all the licensed gear from all the professional leagues and colleges, too. Jerseys, T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, you name it, Donnie.
Yeah, but this is a site, Mikey, for us. It is made for sports freaks like you and me and all of our listeners out there, people who are sports freaks all day, every day, 365 days a year.
Oh, Dom, you mean sports freaks like you mean sports freaks like Mike Ditka? You know, he's staring at you on the Sports Freak 365 homepage. You have to check it out, Dom.
Well, listen, Michelle. You don't have to be Mike Ditka to be a sports freak. We're all sports freaks, whether we paint our face or go to the games or listen to this show every day.
Listening to this show every day is a joy. It always pays off, especially at SportsFreak365.com, because they're going to give you 25% off if you enter in promo code ESPN New York.
So, hold on a second, Daddy Mikey. I can get all sorts of New York sports gear at SportsFreak365.com, and I get 25% off for using promo code ESPN New York?
That's right, Uncle Donnie. SportsFreak365.com. SportsFreak365.com. Get your freak in gear.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
When you got four guys that are averaging in double figures with JR and Raymond Felton and Tyson, and then you add Melo to the mix, that's pretty good. You know, we're averaging 103 points a game. We got to stay on pace to where we are until we're able to get Amari and our rook back, two other pieces that should help us on both ends of the floor.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Hey, it's Cola. Coming up Wednesday on Mike and Mike, 9:30 Eastern. ESPN college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit will tell us who has the best chance of winning the SEC championship and facing Notre Dame in the BCS title game. That's all Wednesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
Some things are bigger than you even imagine they'd ever be. You know they're big going in, and it's bigger than you thought. Like divorce. I mean, you know it's bad. Got to split your finances. But some people's lives are ruined with divorces. It's bigger. It's got more tentacles than you even think going in. And you know going in it's going to be a nightmare. It's the same way with quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, we get they're valuable. No, Pittsburgh can't score without Big Ben. The Bears can't score without Jay Cutler. I mean, has anybody really watched what's happened to the quarterback position? The Indianapolis Colts were the worst team in the league last year. They're going to make the playoffs now. It's the same roster. A bunch of rookie receivers like T.Y. Hilton. If that doesn't provide proof how valuable quarterback is, nothing does. The Colts, the Bears, and the Steelers.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
It's always a good time.
Kay and LaGreca 550 here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Has anybody been outside? Is it still snowing? It was a lot of snow and rain when I came into the building about 1 o'clock. So I hope that if it is still inclement out there, that you're careful with your driving. I hope that everything's going well. The Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York is presented by our very good friends at Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. To see how much you save or could save, call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Knicks or the Nets. It's amazing when you say something good about somebody or something, then everybody thinks that you're on their bandwagon. Nobody's on the Nets bandwagon. We're sitting here. We've said this over and over. We hope that the Knicks are great this year. Why? Because we're selfish lowlifes. That's why. We want this station to do great. The Knicks are on this station. The more they win, the more people listen to the games on the station. So we're not rooting for the Knicks to lose. We're not rooting for the Nets. We're not rooting. I just love that good basketball is back in New York. I love the building that the Nets play in. I love Madison Square Garden. Doesn't mean that I'm jumping off one bandwagon to go to another. No. I think the Knicks are a really good team. They're much better than I thought they were. I thought that the Nets were better than the Knicks at the beginning, but I think the Knicks and the Nets are fairly equal. I underestimated how good the Knicks were.
This is sports radio. This is what you do. Whether you're sitting at a bar, whether it's on the radio, talking to a friend on the phone, who's better, Knicks or Nets? They got the same record. But we don't go by just record. What do we see? They finally played each other for the first time. I do think it's a little skewed because, Kidd didn't play, but I also understand the argument you brought up and people have brought up on Twitter. Hey, that's what you get for getting a 39-year-old to play guard. You're going to have to sometimes play games without him. So that's part of the evaluation. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But the fact is, these two teams are 9-4. The Nets won a game in overtime in their own building. I think they have a good chance to split the 4 games. They both have a chance to compete with Miami to be the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think both of these franchises can believe that they could be in the conversation to be in the Final 4 playing in the conference finals. But we don't take things at face value. We break it down. We talk about it. And the pendulum's going to swing back and forth. But this is what's fun. We're just not going to take the record and say they're even. We're going to break this down all year.
And one thing, and Don mentioned that I had said, and a lot of people on Twitter have said it as well, you can't sit and go, throw up your hands and go, oh, my goodness, they didn't have Jason Kidd yesterday and not going to have him in the game against Milwaukee. You factor that all in. You think the Yankees don't factor in that Alex Rodriguez is going to miss some games next year because of his age and that Derek Jeter is going to miss some games because of his age? When you build a team around older players, you've got to factor in that they're going to miss games. That's part of the deal. It's like a deal with the devil. You get the experience, you get the savvy, you get the know-how, and you get the brittle body. That's it. So just because Jason Kidd went down, don't be surprised. They're all going to go down. Marcus Camby started the season with a bad calf. That's the way it is. If you have an older team, the older players are going to break down. Roscoe in Brooklyn, what do you got?
Hey, Michael, what's going on? You guys are, you're jumping the fence because
I just feel like 1 week you're with the Knicks, 1 week you're with the Nets. Let's just hold the phone right now. Yesterday, J.R. Smith, what he shot, seven shots. What he had, like 4 or 5 points. Novak, 3 points. I mean, you talk about players that didn't show up yesterday, Novak and J.R. Smith. For you to even say that the Nets are even in the same breath as the Knicks, you're mistaken.
They have the same record. I don't know if you realize that. And by the way, when somebody doesn't shoot well, like J.R. Smith is held down, and Steve Novak, maybe it's because the Nets play good defense. Could that be it, Roscoe?
Roscoe, they're not playing horse. There's another team out there trying to stop them.
You're absolutely correct. And we didn't have. I mean, you keep bringing up. Okay, we didn't have Kidd. I understand that, but we didn't even have our ace lock man, which is Shepard. And Darren is not going to. He's not the second best point guard in the league. You got other point guards. I got Rondo.
You think Rondo is better than Darren Williams?
Yes, dude. Do you see the box scores on Rondo's numbers?
What were the two? Well, let me ask you a question. What were the 2 point guards on the Olympic team?
I understand that. You know why Rondo didn't get? Listen, it's all political. At the end of the day,
stop, Roscoe. Come on. You said you have a lot of point guards better. All right, so we Chris Paul, Rondo. Who else?
Listen, I'll break it down for you right now. Westbrook is better than him.
Roscoe, I love you. I got to hang up on you. Westbrook is a hybrid point guard. He's a point guard too. He turns the ball over a lot. He's a scorer. He's not a distributor. I'm talking about a perfect point guard who distributes the ball. That's his job. That's what Darren Williams does. That's what Chris Paul does. Rajon Rondo is more of a scorer, although I think he is in the same breath as those other two. I take those other two over him, but if you gave me him, I wouldn't be disappointed. But don't tell me Russell Westbrook as a pure point guard. He's not a pure point guard. I mean, that's the big argument with Oklahoma City. Can they ever take the next step with a guy like Russell Westbrook handling? He doesn't handle the ball like a real point guard. He's a great scorer. He's a great creator. He does not get the ball to other people that much.
Well, Frank, if you want to say the Knicks are better, fine. It's a great argument, but you can't say head and shoulders better. They got the same record.
It's Roscoe. It's Roscoe being Roscoe.
And you've... Listen, we're going to go back and forth on this all year long. That's what makes it fun. And we're not going to know till the end who truly the better basketball team is. But no, nothing definitive is being said now. And, of course, there might be changes because a lot of different things are going to happen. One thing I think we can both agree on, both of these teams are going to get better.
I think so.
Because I think Johnson will figure it out with Brooklyn, and then we'll find out what happens when Shumpert and Amari come back and when Kidd's healthy. So we'll see. But, nobody is way better than anybody when the records are the same and Brooklyn just beat them.
I have a question for Don, and I want you to think about it before you answer it. Can somebody who lives in Brooklyn and used to be a Knicks fan, can they switch over to the Nets, or would it make them automatically a fraud? Not root for both. If they're born and bred in Brooklyn, can they switch over to the Nets because now that's Brooklyn's team? Do you think Don's going to snap? Do you think he's going to have a Fireman Ed moment? Stick around and find out. And also, Chris Canty will join us in the studio at 6:15. Big show. Lots to do. Kayla, Greca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
With raised expectations, the Knicks are getting it done.
Lays it up, misses. Chandler sticks it back. 5 to shoot, right wing Kidd. Pull up 3. Got it.
How far can they go?
They're playing championship basketball. They're legitimate contenders. You got to give the Miami Heat #1 billing in the East. The Knicks are right there.
Hear about them, talk about them. Catch every Knicks game right here.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony. We are the home of the New York Knicks. We are ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
It's ESPN Radio Sports Beat time on a Tuesday. Hi, everyone. This is Mike Tirico. One of the stories of the day, the passing of Marvin Miller, the longtime head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, its executive director during the days that became significant in the sport, passed away after a battle with cancer. From 1966 to 84, a very long time, and a very changing time in labor relations between players, player unions, and ownership. Marvin Miller headed the baseball guys, put them out front. Free agency, barriers, and terms, conversations that were never had before now became part of the lexicon of American sports. He was a figure that for many caused anger and the strife that came with strikes or lockouts. As players' salaries were rising, so too were the rights for players. The haves and the have-nots started to take shape. Terms like collective bargaining, legal cases got in the way of runs, hits, and errors. It set the template for a lot of the frustration that fans carry about how much does a guy make? What's his guaranteed money as we get into this generation? And look at the National Hockey League labor dispute that today is in mediation. The players in the NHL are being led by Don Fehr, who followed the late Marvin Miller as the head man for the baseball labor dispute. In an individual game, he gave a collective, very loud voice to individuals fighting against owners. Labor rights in America paralleled this cause. He's a significant figure who never stepped between the white lines, and our colleague Tim Kirkjian said it on SportsCenter this morning better than we can. He said you cannot write the history of baseball without Marvin Miller right in the middle of it. So true. To the basketball court after this.
Texas.
Touchdown, Longhorns.
Kansas State.
Tough yards, number 7. He earns them.
Heisman hopeful Colin Klein leads the Wildcats in their quest to capture the Big 12 title and clinch a BCS bowl berth. Saturday Night Football presented by Windows 8. Number 18, Texas. Number 6, Kansas State. Saturday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC. College football lives here.
Brand names, gold standards for generations, 5 national titles each. Indiana, North Carolina, the iconic coaches and legendary players of the past. Right now, Indiana on the uptick. At the top of the charts, the Hoosiers play North Carolina, part of the ACC Big Ten Challenge. It starts tonight on ESPN. We'll get it going with a very good game. Michigan, number 3 in the country, taking on NC State, a top 20 team as well. With the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Great game last night between the Nets and the Knicks, won by Brooklyn in overtime. But the conversation today, is this now a rivalry? That was a question that Carmelo Anthony was asked after the game last night.
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, when we played him, we played him. That's not somebody we, looking at every day and tracking their stats and things like that. We worrying about ourselves. We control our own destiny.
The Knicks were forced to play this game without Jason Kidd because of back spasms. Now we've learned he's unavailable for the game in Milwaukee tomorrow night. The Nets will also be in action tomorrow in Boston against the Celtics.
All right, got some baseball news. There are reports out there that Andy Pettitte is close to a one-year deal with the New York Yankees worth about $11 million. Neither side is commenting. Also reports that Yankees are closing in on a deal with Mariano Rivera. Our very own Adam Rubin of ESPNNewYork.com writes that the Mets have offered a 7-year deal to David Wright, and others are reporting that that deal could be worth as much as $130 to $140 million. Well, obviously, the winter meetings are coming up, and there are a lot of rumors out there about free agents. And John Heyman and Ken Rosenthal reporting that the Dodgers could be interested in Zach Greinke, and they might offer him a 6-year deal worth $150 million. Bad news for the Philadelphia Phillies. Carlos Ruiz was banned 25 games for testing positive for using amphetamines. And a sad note, Marvin Miller, the first executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, he died today at the age of 95.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
That's us, 6:02 here on the Michael Kay Show. So, Don, you've had time to think about it. You live in Brooklyn your whole life. You love the borough. It's important to you. You feel that it's part of your soul. You've been a Knicks fan, but you don't want to root for both teams because you think that makes you a fraud. What if somebody in Brooklyn says, you know what, I'm going to support my borough. I'm going to become a Net fan.
I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm not on board with it. It's not something that I would do. But I guess you're entitled to change, but then that change has to be good, and for good. So it's not, all right, I'm going to be a Net fan, but then the Nets kind of fall apart and the Knicks get good again, and then you become a Knicks fan again. If you're willing to make that kind of divorce from your team, I guess I can understand it because of how important that borough could be to somebody who grew up and was born and raised in that area. But if you do make it, then you got to stick with it. So if the Nets go back to being a 12-win team and the Knicks go on to win 3 or 4 championships, you can't hop back.
So you're not going to kill them if they switch?
I don't agree with it. It's not something that I would do. But if you're willing to do it, I guess I can understand if you're willing to make that commitment fully. But really ask yourself, Michael, if you are going to give up on a team you rooted for your whole life, you're telling me that you're not going to feel like you're going to gravitate back to that team if they start winning and start getting better. So you would show me something. How about people that rooted
for the Dodgers and the Giants, they moved to California? Did they become frauds because they became Met fans?
No, because at the
Knicks didn't leave anywhere.
See, my father went through that. My father tried to continue to root for the Dodgers. They're out in California. But this is the late 50s. So he'd get the newspaper the next morning. The box scores wouldn't be in there because they played late. And not all the games are on television. Once in a while, he'd see them on a Saturday. It was almost impossible to continue to follow the team because you'd get the box score 2 days later. I knew somebody that actually got the L.A. Times delivered to their house because they wanted to continue following the Dodgers. But I can understand saying, hey, the team left me. They're 3,000 miles away. I can't watch their games. I'm going to go become a Met fan. But when a team is still right there and you grew up with them, you would really be showing me something if you said, I've been a Knicks fan my whole life, but I want to represent Brooklyn. I'm going to become a Net fan. And then the Knicks go on to win a bunch of championships and you stay true to the Nets. That would be showing me something. But 99.9% of the fans that would do that would jump right back on the Knicks bandwagon. And that I don't go for.
I think the Nets are going to get their fan base from younger people that haven't been Knicks fans for that long, that think it's cool now to root for the Nets. I just think I think that people that are Knicks fans are going to stay Knicks fans. I think younger people, maybe 15 to 20, maybe 20 is too old. You're already set in your ways. I think the younger generation might become Net fans, which is not a good thing for the future of the Knicks fan base. Jonathan in the Bronx does not think it's okay for a Knicks fan to become a Net fan. Why, Jonathan?
I just don't think it's an option to switch. I mean, it is an option. Every fan has their way, but you're a Knicks fan, you started out that way, and just because the Nets happen to come over, you can't swap. You got to stay true to orange and blue, you know what I mean? But
well, I mean, usually you stay true to your team, but if you want to leave your team to root for another rather than say, well, I'm going to root for both because they're both in New York, that's why Don gets upset.
Right.
When you become a fraud. But if you're saying, listen, the Knicks, I'm a Brooklyn guy. I want to be a fan of the Brooklyn Nets. And if you leave, does that make you a bad person?
And I'm factoring in just how powerful this borough seems to be to people who grew up there. Now,
yeah.
I'm not a Brooklyn guy, meaning I don't spend a lot of time there. I didn't grow up there. But talking to people who have, it is something special that I'm not sure another borough, another city, maybe in this country has the same vibe to. So you got to factor that in.
JP in Brooklyn, what do you think?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Listen, Spike Lee explained exactly the way a Brooklynite is feeling, how we, love and loyalty. We love Brooklyn, and we're going to support the Brooklyn Nets. I don't care. I'm going to get me a Brook Lopez jersey. I'm from Brooklyn, born and raised.
But you're rooting for the Knicks?
But I'm loyal to the Knicks.
But how you got to pick a team,
How could you wear a Brook Lopez jersey then?
Please don't hang up on me.
Why not?
I need to let out what I'm feeling and how much it hurts.
Talk to us, JP. But how could you have a Brooklyn Nets jersey?
I mean, you know what Michael Jordan did to me? How many nights I cried after games? You know what Reggie Miller did to me? To a Knicks fan? You don't know the pain.
But, JP, you can't have two teams. Pick a team. Pick a team.
No, never. Never.
Well, then you're a fraud, and live with that.
Fraud. You don't know the pain we're going through. You never experienced.
Wait a minute. Spike Lee's not going through any pain. He said, "I'm a Knicks fan."
That's it.
I'm a Knicks fan too.
But then, how could you wear a Brook Lopez jersey?
So what? I'm a Brooklyn fan.
Then give up on the Knicks.
But you're rooting for the borough of Brooklyn, but you can't root for the Nets. You could hope good things for the borough, but you can't wear a Brook Lopez jersey.
Why could Jack Nicholson do it? Jack Nicholson is a Laker fan. But if the Lakers is not in the playoffs, you will see him at a Clipper fan.
Then he's a fraud.
Well, most Hollywood people are frauds.
So he's a fraud, too. JP, if you want to be a fraud, be a fraud. I'm just saying, it is what it is. You can't root for both teams, so pick a team. If you love Brooklyn that much, then jump in with the Nets. If you have got a history with the Knicks, then just say, hey, it's nice that Brooklyn's got a team, but I'm a Knick guy. You can't have two teams, JP. You're not allowed. If you have two teams, then you're a fraud. So pick one, fraud or Knicks. What are you going to do? You got to come up with one. I don't know. There's no pain. If you love the Knicks that much that you cried when Jordan put a double nickel up against you and be in the playoffs all the time, then you stick with the Knicks.
But you know what? He should have felt better about it because I believe that Jordan was born in Brooklyn and then moved to North Carolina. So his thinking, that was a good thing then. If you're going to kill the Knicks, you might as well be a Brooklyn guy.
It's not a problem. You don't get to root for multiple teams. I'm sorry. So if the allure of Brooklyn is so powerful, then by all means, buy the Lopez jersey, root for the Nets. But then you got to give up on the Knicks. That's the way it works. Or just be a fraud. What, because Jack Nicholson does it? Good for him. He's a fraud. Billy Crystal to me is a fraud. If you root for two teams, you're a fraud.
Wait, well, who's Billy Crystal root for two teams?
He wore the Met hat in the movie.
But he explained that on the show.
And I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. There's other ways that you could have honored the money that the Mets had donated to Comic Relief without wearing a Met hat, telling a story in a script that you wrote about how you watched Mickey Mantle hit a home run. Does that make any sense? It's not hard, man. He wasn't just coming up with Saturday Night Live. He's an established and a multimillionaire in a movie. You should do what you want to do.
Here's Izzo in Queens. He has a complete opposite dilemma, Dom. What's your dilemma, Izzo?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. How you doing?
All right, so here's the issue. I am a Nets fan. I've been a Nets fan since 1998. The problem is I do not like Brooklyn. I'm from Queens. There's a strong rivalry, let's call it, between Queens and Brooklyn, but I just don't like Brooklyn. And now I don't know what to do. Should I root for the Nets? I definitely can't go for the Knicks. That just seems a little bit too counterproductive. But I don't know where to pick another team. Do I stop following the NBA?
I don't know why would you hate Brooklyn that much.
How could you hate the borough? What makes you hate the borough of Brooklyn?
Oh, come on. That's not really a question. I do. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I want to get inside your head, Izzo. What about Brooklyn do you hate?
I have people that I know from Brooklyn, just a mentality, the we're Brooklyn. If you watched the game last night, the Nets and Knicks game,
yeah.
The Brooklyn chants, the very much into ourselves, and it's kind of excluding itself from the rest of the boroughs.
Izzo, I'll tell you what, man. I'm sure a lot of the people screaming Brooklyn weren't even from Brooklyn.
All right, I don't know how old he is, but if he's been a fan since '98, I mean that's kind of an odd number.
Right.
90, well, a long time. But I don't know if he's 25 years old. I guess that is a long time. But if this is a dilemma for you, then you probably weren't that big a fan to begin with.
Well, that means he was 1 year old when he became a fan. 98 would be 12. No, 14
That's
years.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he might, but it just, you know what, it doesn't have that long of a history. If you're that big a fan, Michael, then it's not an issue. If it's an issue, then you probably weren't that big a Net fan to begin with.
Also, I want to calm a fire that's on Twitter right now about what I said about Rondo. I know that Rondo distributes the ball, but he has to score for the Celtics, okay? He has to score for them. D. Will does not have to score for the Nets at that level that Rondo has to score. I know all about the assists. He has his record of 10 straight, how many straight games with 10 or more assists. Rondo's great. I'm not taking any love from Rondo. I love Rondo's game. Love him. He's a little bit shaky at the foul line, which bothers me for a point guard. But the bottom line, he's an outstanding player. He's not Chris Paul. He's not Darren Williams. He's close. But he's not them. We're only talking about healthy point guards now, not somebody that's injured that might be as good. Guys that are playing right now. Rondo is third, a very close third.
And this is the Roscoe argument, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Roscoe said a bunch. So even if you gave Rondo as the better point guard and Paul, so that's a bunch?
Well, who
Two?
else? Who else?
Well, you claim Westbrook.
Yeah, Westbrook, to me, I could make that argument. He is not a pure point guard. He's just not. I think he's a great player, but that's why there's supposedly some friction between he and Durant, because he didn't get Durant the ball enough. So you're going to tell me he's a prototypical point guard? No. Darren Williams and Chris Paul are prototypical point guards. I think Rondo has to score more for the Celtics. He just does. And he does. He's a phenomenal player, and he creates his own shot. I'd love having him on my team. The other two guys, to me, are more prototypical point guards. We got Chris Canty coming up in the studio. Got to stick around for that. So it'll be any moment now. We also have to talk some baseball today. A lot of stuff going on in baseball, which I think is very, very significant.
Very significant.
We're not going to ignore that. By the way, if the Mets are offering David Wright 7 for $140, what is he waiting for? Does he want to be a Met or what?
Well,
$20 million a year? What's he waiting for?
If this story is true, and I have every reason to believe it is, you're right. But it's been disputed in different areas.
And no Met fan can say the Mets are cheap. That would make him the highest paid third baseman other than A-Rod.
Right.
So they're not being cheap. They're offering him top dollar, more than Evan Longoria's getting, and more than Zimmerman's getting.
And that was his thing. And he wanted a contract more than Zimmerman. So
it's so easy to knock the Mets. If they stepped up for 140 over 7, they've done all that they can do. And if he says no, then trade him. Kayla, Greg, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Golick. If you missed Tuesday's show, you missed ESPN NFL analyst Chris Carter telling us he trusts Jim Harbaugh to make the right decision choosing his starting quarterback. Download the Mike and Mike podcast for on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
Dear ladies, do you ever talk smack because you got fake points when your fake running back scored a touchdown?
Did I miss the waiter? 'Cause you just got served.
Not your style? Then the bold flavors in Dr. Pepper 10 aren't for you. 'Cause it takes 10 of the toughest calories in the world to contain the full power of Dr. Pepper's flavor. So if you don't get so excited about winning a pretend football game that you break bones on a high five,
My hand!
then you don't get Dr. Pepper 10. It's not for women. Dr. Pepper 10 is an equal opportunity beverage. Anyone can enjoy the taste of Dr. Pepper 10 regardless of status or non-status as a man, woman, or other.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only in Boyd and Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
It started with a whisper, and now it's when I kissed her, and then she made my lips hurt.
My guy Andrew Gunling has a little bit of a disagreement with me, Don, because he's broken out the career stats of Rondo, Darren Williams, and Chris Paul. Darren Williams averages 17.6 points per game and 9.2 assists per game in his career. Chris Paul, 18.7 points per game, 9.8 assists. Rondo just 10.9 points per game and 8.2 assists. And my argument to Andrew was, I think that Paul and Williams are better players. That's why they score more. But I've seen Rondo have 40-point games. I've seen Rondo go off. I think a lot of the reason that he doesn't score as much as he could is because they're afraid to have him fouled. Because he can't shoot free throws that well for point guard. Another point guard somebody on Twitter brought up, Tony Parker. Tony Parker's a real good point guard as well.
Very good. But he's also, a little bit older, and he's, although he continues to get the job done, very underrated player for sure. But your argument of that he's more of a scorer than a point guard, you could still have the opinion that Williams is a better point guard or a better player, but Rondo does show maybe better attributes as somebody who can be a ball distributor and play the position more as it's defined than Williams does. But you could still have the opinion that Williams is a better overall player.
And I love everybody shooting these stats or these tweets at us. Derrick Rose is hurt. You have no idea what kind of player Derrick Rose is going to be when he comes back. We have no idea when he's going to come back. It's a great argument. People are saying Kyrie Irving, give him some time, okay? He's really good. He might end up being a very good point guard. He's not on the level of D. Will, and he's not on the level of Chris Paul. He's just not. He's just not. That's all there is to it.
I remember when the Nets acquired Williams. Stephen A. Smith said he was the second best point guard in basketball, behind only Chris Paul. And I value his opinion. And he's only gotten better.
AMAC says Rondo is the best point guard in the league. Have to include defense, too, and I hate the Celtics. You have to include defense. Darren Williams was a great defensive player. Not good, a great defensive player. everybody's got strong opinions, and that's great. That's what makes sports talk radio.
And stronger on Twitter.
They are strong on Twitter. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadeAudi.com. Look at Canty.
Oh, listen, I
dressed up, suit and tie.
You should have saw him on mic'd up right after the game. I mean, the guy so wants to take our jobs. It's ridiculous. Matter of fact, I'm feeling safer now because he's going to go right to TV. He's going to jump. Oh, he's going to hurdle over radio. Right. But did you see him with Bruce Beck right on the field?
I didn't see it, no.
Oh, there was a glow.
You know, and right now he's got the Russell Westbrook glasses on, except that he actually has lenses.
Exactly.
What are you all dressed up for, man?
Well, you know, I do a little television on my day off, you know.
What'd you do TV-wise today?
Just did a little bit of work at the Wheelhouse at SNY.
Nice.
So, you know,
did you argue with those guys?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah.
Not as much fun.
We were talking about, you know, whether Matt Schaub's comments about not having Ndamukong Suh on the Texans. And, you know, I just told him, you know, hey, if Ndamukong Suh wanted to be on the Houston Texans, Matt Schaub would be at the airport to pick him up with a 10-gallon hat and a pair of cowboy boots.
Do you believe that Suh did kick him?
Well, the track record speaks for itself. You can't defend Ndamukong Suh on that. But, I mean, you know, he is a terrific player. He's one of the elite defensive tackles in the NFL. I mean, you know, what are you going to say? You can't deny that.
But you had more fun with us every week, right?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. You guys have to make sure that you keep inviting me to come.
Right. And you don't have to get dressed up on radio.
Exactly. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
That's the beauty
Radio's the way to go. So what? You guys look like a different team on Sunday night. What happened?
Well, we had an opportunity to get away with the bye week, get refreshed mentally and physically, and I think guys came back with that focus. You know, and we talked about it a little bit last week about guys having that renewed sense of superior purpose, superior focus, and not only the day of the game, but leading up to the game with our preparation work, with the practices and the meetings. You know, guys, you know, that locker room right now, you know, guys are really just committed to one another, and I think that you're starting to see a little bit of that all in come back into play.
OC denied this, but we'll ask you. The comments from Clay Matthews on a lot of the Packers that they lost the game. You didn't beat them in the playoffs last year. Motivate you at all Sunday?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. You know, that goes about as far as the first part of the first quarter. I mean, any kind of trash talk, and, you know, once the hitting goes on in the football game, that goes out of the window. It's just about execution and getting it done.
You guys seem like mad dogs going after Rodgers. I mean, that was about as active as that front line has been for the entire season. I mean, that was the game right there. The guy had no time to throw.
Well, exactly. You know, we understood that. You know, in order to be able to be successful against the Green Bay Packers, we knew we had to hit him at a minimum of 8 times. We knew that. We knew that going into the football game. So we had to stop the run. We had to get after the quarterback. We had to hit him at least 8 times in order to give ourselves a chance to be successful. Knowing what he can do with his legs, knowing what he can do with his arm, the pressure that he puts on our secondary, we just could not allow him to get comfortable back there.
Now you got a different animal coming up on Monday, because can you do the same things? Because he can make some things happen back there.
Well, I think the philosophy is the same. You have to stop the run. And when you talk about the Redskins, their running game and their play action pass game are so closely tied together that it makes it even more important that we stop the run. And, you know, to say that we were able to have the success getting to the quarterback against Green Bay, one of the things that we did not do well is stop the run. They had 116 yards on 26 carries. So that's something that we have to improve on as a defense, and we're going to have a challenge because the Redskins are the second leading rushing team in the NFL.
Do you guys look at the Redskins or the Cowboys as more of a threat now? The Redskins just beat the Cowboys.
Well, we look at the Redskins as more of a threat because that's the only game we can do something about. Mm-hmm. You know, we can't do anything about the Cowboys and you know what they've got going on. They're in the rearview mirror for us. You know, we're looking forward. So obviously, you know, the Redskins are a dangerous football team. They're playing great football right now. So we've got our work cut out for us.
But this is the dangerous time because even Justin Tuck, even though you disagree with him, said sometimes you guys do get a little, you know, cocky. You just beat one of the best held the best offense maybe in football to 10 points. So is there any concern that, all right, we're back to normal, everything's fine, and then revert back to what we saw in Cincinnati against Washington?
I don't think we can get complacent because the team that we're playing on Sunday hung 200 yards rushing on us, and the biggest factor in us having a chance to be successful the last time we played them was because of the turnovers. You know, and we were able to create a lot of turnovers, but, you know, we've got to make sure that we play good fundamental defense and give ourselves opportunity to be successful against that crew. I don't think that anybody's taking the Redskins lightly. You know, it's a tough division opponent. It's always a hard-fought game when you go down there. So I don't think that guys will be losing focus at all.
New York Giants' Chris Canty is with us here on the K-Show with Kay and LeGrec. I'll tell you what, I'm going to make you feel better about the rushing yards that you guys gave up, okay?
Okay.
Because Don and I spoke about this on Monday. I think that Mike McCarthy got scared and just called off. He did not want his guy dropping back to pass. So they just were handing off the ball despite the fact that they were down by 28 points.
Well, I can't argue with his logic. I mean, when you hate to lose your football team in that regard. You don't want guys to think that you're going to quit on them. But at the same token, if you lose your quarterback, your season's over. Mm-hmm. That's just the fact of the matter in the NFL. You lose your starting quarterback, you're gonna have a rough go at it. It's just the reality of the business that we're in.
Do you guys like it when you close in do you ever see fear in a quarterback's eyes? Was he a little nervous?
Yeah, we like to call it angst. You see that angst in their eyes. Once you hit them a few times, they get a little rattled and, they start throwing the ball a little quicker. And the best is when you watch the film and, you've hit him a couple of times and, seemingly there's nobody near him the next time he drops back to throw the ball, and he just gets rid of it quicker than he should. I mean, there's no pressure, but, those couple of times that you hit him before have taken their toll.
So he becomes Johnny Flinch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You got to love it.
Now, there was a 15-year-old there before the game, Make-A-Wish Foundation. He chose the Giants. He wanted to meet you guys, and then he tells you to go out there and play like champions. What did that mean to you?
Yeah, when Adam came and broke us down at practice on Friday, he said, I want you guys to go out there and play like world champions. That was his message to the team, and knowing what the young man is going through, knowing his fight and understanding that his wish is for us to go out there and play like he knows we're capable of playing. That's definitely something that motivated the team. Coach Coughlin reminded us of it on Saturday night before the game, and then again on Sunday morning. And so I think guys really took that message to heart and rallied around that. It provided that little spark for us to get going.
Do you believe that this Giant team is back on track after that win?
Absolutely. I think we're back on track. We're right where we want to be. We've still got everything that we want to accomplish right in front of us. But we've got to go back to the grind. We've got to make sure that our preparation is as meticulous as it was last week, and if not more so, because the stakes become higher.
Do you think you'll have Kenny Phillips in the game on Monday?
I hope we do.
He's a difference maker, isn't he?
That guy is a difference maker, man. Back there, we call him Soup, short for Superman. He's just all over the place. He really makes things go, and then we can get him and Stevie Brown and Antrell in the mix back there. We can do some things. We can be creative in a way that can give a lot of teams trouble back there.
Can you stay one more segment?
I'm with you guys, man. We always have a good time.
All right, now I got a good question. I want you to ponder. Don't answer it just yet.
All right.
Jamal Charles is getting a lot of heat from some people for asking for an autograph from Peyton Manning. Have you ever asked for an autograph from a player? Don't tell me yet. And do you think there's anything wrong with asking for an autograph from a player? And also, we're going to give you guys out there listening a very rare opportunity to ask a question or make a comment to a real live Super Bowl champion, Chris Canty. He's here. You know the number, 1-800-919-3776. K. LaGreca, the well-dressed Canty, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Greenberg on his beloved Jets.
This era of Jets football was mildly successful, vastly overhyped, completely unclassy, much too noisy, and never nearly as good as it thought it was. And it ended Thursday. It needs to be completely broken down and started all over again from the very top. And I really hope that the owner will do it, and I'm very worried that he will not.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. The Fantasy Minute.
I'm Christopher Harris. Colin Kaepernick has taken over the 49ers quarterback job and isn't looking back. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns, including one Sunday against the Saints, and has scored double-digit fantasy points in each of his past 3 games. Not only should you add Kaepernick if he's still available in your league, but you can strongly consider starting him too. Noshawn Moreno was a surprise starter for the Broncos Sunday, as the team apparently doesn't trust Ronnie Hillman in pass protection. Moreno got 24 touches against the Chiefs. While I'm skeptical Moreno will be super productive, he looks like the smartest bet going forward. He can be added in all leagues. Finally, how about those wideouts from tiny Mount Union College? Pierre Garçon and Cecil Shorts. Shorts has double-digit fantasy points in 5 of his past 6 games, while Garçon's foot finally started to look healthy on Thanksgiving Day. You'd probably rather start Shorts than Garçon at this point, but each guy has pretty big upside considering they come from such a small school. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
The Fantasy Minute. Progressive Insurance presents Flo's newest song. We compare rates to give you confidence.
We compare rates to find you a great deal, so you can be even more confident. Not that you need more confidence. I'm sure you're a great person with great posture. And you probably look really good in corduroy pants, which isn't easy.
Comparing rates to help you save. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Wednesday's New York Powerball jackpot is now $425 million. That's $425 million. Play today.
How much would I get if you won?
I would give you at least $2-3 million.
Really?
Absolutely.
Oh, what a guy.
It meant so much to me.
I was thinking about giving you maybe like $500,000 if I won.
No, you got to give $1 million. And then it trickles down from there. But don't have to worry about ever that happening.
Right.
Knicks lose to the Nets in overtime last night. The Knicks now turn their attention to a game in Milwaukee tomorrow. When they play that game, they'll do it without Jason Kidd. He missed the game against Brooklyn because of back spasms. It'll keep him out of the lineup in Milwaukee. The Nets will try to win another game. They'll play at the same time in Boston on Wednesday.
We got some baseball news. So the hot stove's starting to heat up. Reports are out there. The Yankees are close to a one-year deal with Andy Pettitte for what they say is going to be $11 million. Neither side is commenting. And also reports saying the Yankees and Mariano Rivera closing in on a one-year deal. Our very own Adam Rubin on ESPNNewYork.com reporting that the Mets have offered a 7-year contract to David Wright. No response yet on that one. Carlos Ruiz of the Philadelphia Phillies tested positive for amphetamine use, and he will miss the first 25 games of the season because he has been suspended. So that is not a good thing for the Phillies. Sad news in Major League Baseball. Marvin Miller, the first executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association. He helped battle to get free agency in baseball. The average annual salary has gone up to over $3 million a year because of what the work of Marvin Miller. He never got to make it to the Baseball Hall of Fame, but Marvin Miller passes away today at the age of 95.
Yeah.
6:31 here on the Michael Kay Show. Kay LaGreca and our good friend Chris Canty of the New York Giants in studio with us. Big story today is that, one of the big stories, kind of a fun story. Jamal Charles, the running back for the Kansas City Chiefs, who had lost this weekend to the Denver Broncos and Peyton Manning, made a point to wait outside for Manning to come outside before he got on the bus and ask for his autograph. Is that cool or not?
I'm cool with it. I think that, Peyton Manning is a future Hall of Famer. So I can understand, Jamal Charles is one of the younger players in the league. He probably grew up watching Peyton Manning, and all of his, excellence and, his great performances and stuff like that. So I don't have a problem with him waiting to get an autograph.
And have you ever asked for an autograph from an opposing player?
Not after a football game, I'm sure. You know what? Actually, not ever, actually. Right. But not that I have a problem with it or have an issue with it. You trade jerseys or whatever after the season is, so it's not really a big deal for players to ask for a jersey or memorabilia from another player.
Have you ever had an autograph from anybody, like a singer or an actress or something like that?
Not that I can remember.
Is there somebody that you want to meet that you've never met?
You've kind of put me on the spot there. I don't know.
That's what this is about,
know, dude. Yeah. Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton?
Really? I'd like to meet Bill Clinton.
Really?
Yeah. Bill Clinton. Why not?
125th Street. That's where his office is.
There you go. Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Bill Clinton.
Now, when you first came into the league, did you play against anybody you were in awe of because you liked them when you were younger?
You know what? I played against I practiced against Larry Allen, and I was just in awe of a man that could bench press over 700 pounds. I quickly got over that when I was in my first 3 technique against him and Flozell Adams, and they double teamed me. So got over that all and just tried to figure out a way to survive practices after that.
Ever been a quarterback that you just can't stand and you really want to just hit really hard?
Phillip Rivers.
Really?
Ever since college. He went to NC State and I just couldn't stand him. He was so smug and annoying. He talked trash to you, and you're like, I'm a defensive lineman. Don't you know I'm trying to hit you? Why are you talking trash to me?
Did you ever get a good hit on him?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Did you hear him,
college
groan? You hear him groan?
Oh, yeah, that's the best. That's always the best. That's always the best when you can do that.
All right, some people have some things to ask you. All
Let's
right?
do it.
1-800-919-3776. Jimmy in Manhattan, you're with Chris Canty.
Hey, Chris, Jimmy here from Manhattan, man. I'm a big fan. You guys did a phenomenal job last week, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Good. I had a quick question, man. With all the Fireman Ed situation, I'm a good buddy of the license plates guy. I want to know what's your thoughts of the Giants superfan in terms of the loyalty that he has with the franchise.
Oh, LPG is my guy, man. He's a good dude. He's a great fan. We need more like him. We appreciate his passion and his commitment to coming to the games both at home and on the road. So he's a great fan.
So LPG stands for license plate guy?
License plate guy.
Have you ever said anything to him? Have you?
Yeah. He's my guy.
See? And he's not giving up. Now, granted, he doesn't have anything to give up.
He has 2 Super Bowl championships.
How would you feel if he bolted on the team?
It would be weird. Like, wow, really? How can you quit? You're supposed to be the super fan. How can your super fan quit?
So this guy actually brings license plates to the game.
He wears a chain of license plates that have nothing but New York Giants, I guess, slogans or phrases on them.
Now, I'm gonna stir it up a little bit. I don't think he should be allowed in the stadium. I mean, those are weapons. Those are metal. License plates are metal. I'm sorry. They let you bring knives in there? No. You can cut somebody's throat with a license plate.
You love taking the fun out of stuff. Does he look like any kind of threat?
No.
Would that ever enter your mind that this guy is going to throw license plates?
Have you ever been to an airport lately when they're frisking a 95-year-old woman? She doesn't look like a threat, but, everybody's a threat. It's a different world we live in.
So the barrel guy in Denver, he could hurl that onto the 50-yard line. It could have killed John Elway. Don't let him in.
Out.
The dog pound, they're throwing biscuits in the end zone. That could take somebody's eye out. Get rid of it.
Absolutely out. Let's go to Patrick in Brooklyn. Patrick, you're next.
Guys, thanks for taking the call. Chris, awesome. I loved how you guys regrouped after that first touchdown that Rodgers threw. But you were right. Listening to you talk, it is about your preparation. I was wondering, what was the difference? And I know you don't want to use the hurricane as an excuse, but how were you able to differentiate the preparation right after Sandy, where you guys had to get out and get ready to play with all your families and all the danger, and then compared to this game where you had that extra week and the ability to relax and really prepare?
Well, we're not going to make any excuses about it. Obviously, it's tough on a lot of New Yorkers in the area being displaced because of Hurricane Sandy. That being said, we're professionals, so it's up to us to prepare and put our team in the best situation to be successful week in and week out. And quite frankly, we didn't get it done those past 2 weeks. But, coming out for the bye, just making sure that guys understood, what we were going to do, how we were going to approach the second season. I think that, the renewed focus and the renewed energy and the renewed dedication to preparation was really the key in us being successful. And it's going to be the key for us in the home stretch.
All right, Rob in Oakdale, you're on with Chris Canty.
Oh, hey, guys. Big fan of the show, and Chris, great job this year.
Thanks a lot.
I guess, how do you reconcile, the tough task that you have playing defense with the new rules about hitting guys, hits on the quarterback, hits defenseless receivers, but at the same time the league seems to be looking out for the long-term health of you guys? I guess, what do you say about that?
Well, I think the league is taking the right approach and making sure that the game is safer for not only the players that are participating now, but the players to come. And we set the example for football at all the other levels, so that collegiate football, high school football, middle school football, peewee leagues. We want to make sure that the players are putting on a good example of how to play the game in a physical, tough fashion, but also in a fashion that keeps everybody as healthy as they can be.
But how conscious are you as you're pursuing the quarterback, making sure that, A, you get him down, but also, B, you don't get flagged?
I tell you what, you want to get him down. You want to get him down. As my coach would say, you want to move him to the ground rapidly. But no, it's just one of those things that you have to be conscious of it now in today's NFL, because those fines, they double and triple. You know, they start at 15 and then they just go up to astronomical numbers. You know, they're going to make you take note of how to properly take down the quarterback or take down any kind of offensive player.
What's the most you've ever been fined?
$15,000.
How tough is that to write that check?
It's not tough because they take it out of my check.
Oh, really? So you never have to write the check?
No, you don't see it at all.
That's terrible.
It stings.
I mean, you didn't grow up rich, so that 15 grand is a lot of money.
15 grand is 15 grand, no matter how you slice it.
Pastor Leo is in Long Island, wants to talk to Chris Canty. What's up, Pastor Leo?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
I'm doing great. You know, every time the Giants seems like they're going to a little slump. You guys come out with some fire. I think you guys have got at least 2 more Super Bowls in you guys. I just want to hear what you think about your future.
Well, I'm feeling pretty good about it right now, but you know, obviously the NFL, there's ebbs and flows to it. We've got to make sure that we take 1 week at a time, and you know, we've got a tough opponent in the Washington Redskins coming up, and so that's what we're getting ready for. We're preparing for.
John in Floral Park is mad at you, Chris. Why, John? John?
Hello?
Hi. Why are you mad at Chris Canty?
Why? Because Aaron Rodgers is on my fantasy team.
Oh!
And I have never won my league before, and I'm on my way to winning. I got a decent team lined up. Needed a good performance from Rodgers, and he just put up like 10 points.
Well, that's the problem right there. You got the wrong guy. You got to go for number 10, Eli Manning.
Well, that wouldn't 3 games in a row with no touchdown passes didn't really help.
That's right.
Well, I'm just saying, you bet on the wrong guy.
Tough, you know, he's got to live with that. That was tough.
You were about to say tough noogies, weren't
That's it. You know, so that's life of fantasy for sure.
We asked OC this yesterday. I was at the Brooklyn Nets, New York Knicks game yesterday.
And you didn't invite me.
Wait a second.
Okay.
JPP was there. Tuck was there. Strahan was there. I asked OC.
I feel left out.
Well, I said, why aren't you there, OC? He said, people don't like me. Now, why were you not there?
I'm going to go with people don't like me.
Really? I mean, that was the place to be last night.
It was. And I didn't get an invite from you. I didn't get an invite from any of my teammates. What is going on?
I had a press pass, so I couldn't invite anybody. But those guys, they had people with them. You know, Strahan was sitting with his girlfriend. I mean, not good.
No, I'm not in the in crowd.
You should have been there. You know what? Go to the next Knick game now.
I will be.
Celebrity Row.
Absolutely.
And they put them on the camera, on the scoreboard. They all got cheers.
Yeah. Well, the Super Bowl will do that.
Yeah, but Tuck really played it up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, like he did the bow like he does
okay, yeah.
Would you milk it if you were on the big screen?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely. You got to take advantage of it.
Who are you, a Knick or a Net fan?
Knicks.
Never change.
Never change. The Garden is the Garden.
Yankee or Met fan?
Yankee.
China or Jet fan?
Now I'm a fan of who's paying my bills.
There you go. Was it tough going from the Cowboys to the Giants?
It was. It was a tough transition. I definitely underestimated it, but you know what? My dad was a happy man. He's grown. I grew up, you know, in a household. Everything was about the Giants, and you know, when I got drafted to the Cowboys, it broke his heart. But you know, I was able to come back home, and he was excited about it.
We met your mom last time.
Yeah.
Mom has one of the best handshakes I've ever experienced, other than Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
I mean, it's authoritative.
Yeah.
I'm sure she was tough on you.
Yeah, she did a lot of spanking with that when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Probably couldn't sit down for a week.
Very cool lady.
Yeah.
You're busy doing TV, radio. How's the foundation?
The foundation's doing great. We're gearing up for our Christmas toy giveaway. We're going to be giving away over 500 toys over the 5 boroughs in New York City at the end of the month. So we're really excited about it. I'm going to dress up like Santa Claus and have a big pizza party for the kids. It's going to be fun. Yeah.
I love pizza.
Yeah.
Can I come?
You can come. You're invited.
No, you were about to say, I'm sure you do. Did you see that? I was heading that way.
But you know what? He got himself out.
Yeah, exactly.
He had to do a change.
That's the cover 3 back pedal right there.
Now, one of our producers, Andrew Gunling, right there, is a huge Eagles fan.
Mm-hmm.
Are you thrilled that the Eagles are in free fall right now?
You know what? I really feel bad for Coach Andy Reid. I do. I mean, to lose 7 straight, and not only that, but the tragedy that he had to deal with at the beginning of the season. You know, just I couldn't imagine, you know, what he and his family have to deal with right now. It's just it's tough. You know, you know, it's an organization that has so much pride. You know, they're a historic franchise in the NFL. It's just, you know, it's tough to see them in that state.
All right, one more for you from Rob in Connecticut. Rob, talk to Chris Canty.
Chris. How are you? Huge Giant fan. You guys tend to play really well against passing teams, guys like Aaron Rodgers. Now you come up against a huge running team. What do you do differently to contain this guy and Alfred Morris?
Well, I think the philosophy has to be the same, which is stop the run. You can't rush the passer unless you stop the run. So, and with the Redskins, again, their run and play action are so closely tied together. They'll hit you with the run game, and then they'll come with the play action pass. So you got to try to negate that run game as much as possible so you can contain RG3 in their passing game.
Chris Canty is in a beautiful brown suit with an eggshell white shirt with a brown tie. Looks great. He's got the Russell Westbrook type glasses on, looking sharp. Stopping by the studio. He was just on SNY. Always on with us on Tuesday. Good luck on Monday. It's a big Monday night game.
Huge Monday night game.
Now, does that mean that you won't be with us Tuesday? You'll be with us Wednesday, or can you talk to us the day after?
I will be with you guys on Tuesday in studio.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Oh,
wow.
I'll be right here.
Big league.
He's still planning for life after.
Now, what do you think? He's going to be more Tiki or Strahan?
I hope Briz.
We hope more Strahan.
Because Strahan, by the way, now is bathing in dollar bills. I mean, he's got more money than he ever had as a football player. He's probably making, I'd say, $2 million from Fox.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably making $10 to $20 million with Regis and Kelly Lee or whatever they are.
But you wouldn't want his job because he's got to get up first thing in the morning to do that.
You know why I would take the job with Kelly? 1 hour. Then you could sleep the rest of the day. And Regis used to get there at 5 minutes to 9. So it's not like there's a lot
That's a smart man.
Yeah.
That's a smart man.
I would definitely take that job. That's a great. You could still do the Yankees and this.
But then the crisscrossing the country because he's got to fly to California.
That I wouldn't do.
We'll get rid of that.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of the Fox thing. I mean, take a job on CBS. Do they do it here?
Yeah, they do it right here. All right, well, negotiate his contract. Take it 10%. You'd take 10% of that money, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Chris, good to see you.
Good to see you guys, too.
I was doing the math in my head. I was. Anyway, we'll talk some about what David Wright has to do with money. Should he take the 7-year deal if it's for $140 million, or should he look for more? Kay LaGreca, and we thank the Chris Canty, ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This is the Mike Lupica Show.
The Giants' best game, their best, is better than Atlanta's best, Houston's best, San Francisco's, New England's, anybody you care to mention. The question is, are the Giants fully engaged now, and are they going to stay engaged the rest of the way?
The Mike Lupica Show, weekdays at noon, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only in Northern Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
All right, so You know, there are several reports out there that David Wright has been offered a 7-year deal. That's from our very own Adam Rubin, 7-year deal from the Mets. And then John Heyman of CBSSports.com is saying that the deal could be worth $130 to $140 million. Now, we don't know if it's close to being signed or whether or not he's holding out for more. But all I will say is this. The Met organization has done what it has to do. You can't ask them to do more. That would make him the highest paid third baseman in baseball history other than A-Rod. More than Zimmerman, more than Longoria. What more do you want the Mets to do? If he doesn't sign with the Mets now, Don, you can't blame the Mets. I'm sorry. They stepped up.
Then it's his fault. You know, and the ball is right now in David Wright's court. He's getting more money than Zimmerman. As you said, he's the highest paid third baseman outside of Alex Rodriguez. And I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with that. And if David Wright doesn't want it, then I think he's going to lose a lot of face, because I don't think the Mets can afford to just throw money at a guy because of the PR. Now, nobody wants to see David Wright go. Everybody wants to see David Wright stay, but they can't, pay through the nose for it either. I mean, this is a fair deal. If this deal is what's being reported is true, he's got to say yes to this. And if he doesn't, you're right. The Mets can't be looked upon as villains.
Right. And if he signs somewhere else for like $22 million a year, you cannot rip the Mets. They have stepped up. If these numbers are accurate,
yes.
And both Adam and John are usually right on point with their stuff. If these numbers are accurate, the Mets have done everything that I'm sorry, Met fans, you can't rip your organization. They stepped up, and they gave this guy a monster offer. If he doesn't want it, then he doesn't want to play it.
Then basically that's it. He wants out because he doesn't like the direction the organization's going.
And that's fine, too, if he doesn't want to do that.
Then say that.
Just say it. You know what? They offer because they didn't step up for Jose Reyes. They didn't. They didn't have the money, and they didn't step up for him. They're stepping up here. I don't think they're going to step up big time like that for R.A. Dickey, but they know that David Wright is the face of their franchise, and they're doing what they have to do.
And this may come at the expense of R.A. Dickey, depending on what he ends up wanting. But it sounds like they want Dickey back, and it sounds like with this offer, they want David Wright back. So it looks like both of them should be in uniform for 2013. We know David Wright's going to be. And if they don't get this deal done with Wright, then you have to trade him. Because you can't mess around, Michael, because if he really doesn't want to come back, as you get deep into the season, then you're going to find yourself being in the same situation you were with Jose Reyes. You end up keeping him, and then you lose him for nothing. So if he doesn't want this offer, then what I got to do, if I'm Sandy Alderson, I get on the phone and I'm trading this guy.
And here's my one other thing, and I heard this. It's just a pet peeve of mine, Don. R.A. Dickey has said, I'm not negotiating during the season. Really? Really? It would be that much of a distraction if you told your agent, you continue to negotiate. Don't tell me something until you come down. You know what I want. You know what they're offering. You come back to me when they do it. You're going to say, I'm not negotiating? Why? If I have contracts in my life, I always negotiate when something's going on when I'm on the air. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. And if you're R.A. Dickey, what happens if you don't have a Cy Young year next year?
I know.
You don't want to negotiate during the season. What if you have a terrible year?
All it is a threat to get a deal done before the season. Because the Mets are supposed to backpedal and go, well, he's not going to talk to us, which means we may end up losing him for nothing, so we better give him the deal now. So it's poker. Because now you throw that out there. So let's say we go into the season and the Mets want to talk. And is he going to say no? And what if he gets blown up his first 2 games of the season and the Mets want to talk? You going to say no? Because as the season goes on, and as you said, if he ends up taking a huge step back, now the money you would have gotten offered now isn't going to be on the table if he's 0-3 to start the season.
We got to talk about Marvin Miller, 95 years old. He passes away, first executive director of Major League Baseball Players Association. Don, his reach is beyond baseball. He made sports into the big money enterprise that it is. And because the owners always had it all on their side, and he made the players realize there's money for you. He made the players with the Catfish Hunter deal with the Oakland A's and Andy Messersmith as well. They became free agents. And once they were on the open market, they realized how much money was out there to be made. And why he's not in the Hall of Fame, I don't understand, because he has had such an effect, not just on baseball, but on every single sport, because you see the billions that leagues are worth. And I said it earlier, when Marvin Miller started, the lowest salary or the minimum salary was $6,000 in 1968. This year it was $480,000. So, I mean, the money just kept going up and up and up, and nobody went out of business. Hey. This guy was a pretty bright guy. He worked for the Steelworkers Union, great union organizer, and he got the players organized, and he had them strike, 3 strikes, 2 lockouts during his reign, and it all worked out.
Listen, he's great for the players, Michael, and he was outstanding at what he did. But was he good for the game? Was he good for the fans? Because you talk about how their salaries went up. Well, that's why ticket prices go up, and that's why we're paying through the nose for the different sports packages and all that. So what he did, no question, helped the players. At a time where the players actually needed help. Because those guys were making $7,000 a year, some of them. The owners had them completely as almost servants. You got drafted by a team, and you stuck there your whole career. There was no free agents. There was no ability to do anything. The second you complained, they traded you to Siberia. They needed Marvin Miller. But I ask you from a fan standpoint, can Marvin Miller be celebrated by the fan? Because a lot of the problems that exist in sports are because of Marvin's wins back in the day.
Is that problems in sports? I mean, it's made a bigger business. I think
I'm talking about the fan. Yeah, it's great for the owners because the buildings are worth more.
You don't think the owners would have been raising prices if the players didn't make more money?
Well, Michael, they have to raise them when the salaries go up as much as they did. And, of course, they were going to go up eventually anyway. But that big jump and the free agency and the small market, big market that exists in baseball.
Free agents have been great for sports.
It's great for us in New York because our teams can afford the free agents. Does it help in places like Kansas City or when Montreal had a team? Where their teams get picked apart every year because they can't afford the big salary. I'm saying is I can understand a fan out there saying, hey, he might have been great for the players, but was he really great for me, the fan?
LPG, license plate guy, tweeted me.
Oh, did he?
Somebody told him that we're talking about him. I heard. I'm kind of upset MK didn't know LPG. Mike, I'm ready to join you. Let me know. I don't go to Giant games. I watch them on TV. They don't show license plate guy on the air. Sorry.
Well, because there's something to actually see on the field, but what's happening with the fans. He should be happy about that.
So he's the anti-Fireman Ed.
Well, I'm just saying Fireman Ed becomes a big story because nobody wants to talk about what's happening on the field. I do, but apparently a lot of the people.
So you were aware of license plate guy?
Oh, yeah. I brought him up yesterday because you don't listen to when I talk except when I stop, so you know when to jump in.
Can I go now?
Dave Rothenface.
More disrespect.
Dave, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got on the show?
Well, you know what? First, let me bring this up. All right. Next time you give me like any kind of this is going to happen in a game, I'm going to bet the other way.
Okay.
Because we talked the other day, and I said Knicks Rockets. You go, I can tell you. I think the Knicks are going to beat up on the Rockets. They have something to prove.
Absolutely.
They're going to beat them up.
Absolutely.
Knicks lose by 28.
Yeah.
Then you guys are leaving the other day. So, Mike, what do you think about Packers-Giants? Oh, I love the Packers. I think the Packers are going to win this game. Giants don't score more than 17. Giants win by 28.
Yeah.
Michael.
You know what? I shouldn't even have this job. I don't even know why.
About time you go. You don't go after him any other time but now. He calls you Rothenface.
But that's not
Michael.
It's not disrespectful.
But this is, you know what? You know what he's doing now? He doesn't like this.
Dave Rothenface.
So now he just jumped on me when I made 2 bad predictions.
About time.
I've made good predictions too. I said that the Patriots were going to crush the Jets. Crush them.
Well, would you consider 30 really crushing, though?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just kidding. Yes.
You're right.
It was uncomfortable.
You know what? You miss 100% of all the shots you don't take.
Oh. Is that Michael Jordan's old adage?
No.
It's very nice. It's very sweet.
Successories poster I have in my office at home.
I'm not giving you a hard time. I'm just playing around. You guys are so serious. You know what, Don? You're just trying to you're a rebel rouser, is what you are.
Oh, what do you got on your show? That's the most important thing.
All right. Ray Lucas is coming in studio in a little bit. Yeah,
Ray.
I know. We love Ray Lucas.
Yeah,
we all do. I'm sure he'll have a lot of positive things to say about the Jets this evening.
How could you? He's not a liar. He's not a phony.
That's right. 7:30, he'll check in. He's with us in studio for an hour and a half. Your guy, Tim Legler. 9:30, right? You're a big legs guy.
We haven't had legs on in a while.
No, not all season.
You have a message for him? Should I pass something along?
Hello.
How about a little something for the Caster and Donster?
All right, I'll make sure to mention that. Mike Mazzio, talk a little Brooklyn Nets at 9:45.
Mike Mazzio showed me something. He was tweeting throughout our Avery Johnson interview.
Oh,
what Avery was saying and giving us credit, too.
That's good.
So I love the Maz.
All right, so you're a fan. So far, with what I have coming on, you're a big fan.
I might be listening.
All right, Tom Rock to talk Giants at 10:15.
Love Tom Rock. Great Twitter guy.
So you like the guest list tonight?
Yeah,
I'm going to tell Jeff that you're a big fan of what he put together
very
tonight.
Very big, yeah.
All right.
Is this Candelmo helping you out?
Yeah, of course.
Phenomenal, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
That's all you got?
They call him Candelmo, not Can't-Delmo.
That's
right.
I like it.
That's my little thing. It hasn't stuck yet, but
stuck
I'm trying.
now. It's stuck now.
Dave Rothenface.
All right, goodbye.
So Dave Rothenface is coming up in just a moment. Stick around for that. We thank you for joining us. We'll be back again tomorrow at 3 o'clock. In the words of Billy Joel, life is a series of hellos and goodbyes. I'm afraid it's time for goodbye. And see everybody. Have a great night. Dave Rothenberg's on next.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
When you got 4 guys that are averaging in double figures with JR and Raymond Felton and Ty Tyson, and then you add Melo to the mix, that's pretty good. You know, we're averaging 103 points a game. We got to stay on pace of where we are until we're able to get Amari in our rook bag, two other pieces that should help us on both ends of the floor.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson, every week, all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's the Herd. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. There's traffic, there's parking. It'll be packed with everybody mailing holiday gifts and packages. What a headache. That's why I recommend Stamps.com. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Don't even try it. I have. You'll regret it. Everything you do at the post office, you can do right from your desk. Like buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or any package the instant you need it. Then the mailman picks it up. So easy, so convenient. Right now, special offer. When you use my name, Colin, it's a no-risk trial plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio mic, top of the home page, and type in Colin. Stamps.com, enter Colin.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
I'm Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Knicks and Nets kicked off their season series in grand fashion last night, with the Nets coming away with an overtime win. While many would already call the Knicks and Nets a rivalry, Avery Johnson isn't ready to call it that just yet.
I think it's growing into one. I don't think you'll officially become a quote-unquote rivalry until you play in the playoff series, where it's a knockdown, drag-out playoff series. But it's slow. It's better than it was in the past.
Now, Avery was a guest earlier today on the Michael Kay Show. Both New York and Brooklyn are off tonight. Knicks back in action Wednesday night against Milwaukee. Nets also return to action tomorrow up in Boston. NFL news, multiple sources reporting the Giants have signed free agent running back Ryan Terrain after losing Andre Brown to a season-ending leg injury. MLB news source reports that left-handed starter Andy Pettitte is close to a deal with the Yankees. That's Buster Olney, our very own, that says that. The deal will be in the range of $11 million over 1 year. And our very own Adam Rubin is reporting that the Mets have offered third baseman David Wright a 7-year extension.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, a lot to get into tonight. Ray Lucas is going to stop on by for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. He'll sit down with us at 7:30, and he's going to have some interesting stuff to say on these New York Jets. Last night in Brooklyn, and I've heard, you know, it's weird. You ask people, what was the percentage of Knicks fans and what was the percentage of Nets fans? Ryan Rucco was on with me last night. He said, it was like 65%. For the Nets. It was the majority were pro-Nets, 65-35. Bill Daughtry was there as well, said 65% for the Knicks. How do you get such opposing views about who people were rooting for when they're at the same game? But anyway, I thought it was an entertaining game. I thought you saw the value of Jason Kidd not being there for the game last night. Knicks fall. They're now 9-4. On the year, as they have lost 3 out of 4. And the bottom line is, truthfully, is the Knicks just don't have that second scorer right now. Raymond Felton, 3 for 19. J.R. Smith plays 40-plus minutes, gives you 2 for 7. Rasheed Wallace, 2 for 11. So certainly not a great offensive performance for the Knicks last night. They lose in overtime. Tomorrow in Milwaukee, where Brandon Jennings is going to be all excited to score his 45 points. Washington Friday, Phoenix on Sunday, Charlotte next Wednesday. So not the toughest run coming up now for the Knicks. And the Jets, and of course we know about the Jets and 49-19 and how disappointing it was. And the only positive I guess you can say about the Jets right now is that this schedule is as easy as humanly possible. You can't script an easier 5-game run at the end of the season now for a team. I mean, think about this now. It's the Cardinals who have lost 7 in a row. It's the Jaguars who have won 2 games. It's Tennessee who's 4-7. It's San Diego who's 4-7, and it's at Buffalo who's 4-7. The Jets don't take on a team that has a better record than they do the rest of the way, and they're 4-7. So we'll keep a close eye on the Jets, and yeah, I guess if you believe that they can win their last 5 in a row and find their way back into this race and go to 9-7 and have a puncher's chance at the postseason. I don't know that that's the case, but we'll certainly discuss that. You know what we haven't discussed in a while, and I think it's deservingly so right now, is the Giants. And, the Giants are almost so functional and so take care of business in such a quiet and profound manner that they don't deserve a ton of discussion. But I think today that they do. Because you look at this club, and to be a Giants fan now is almost one of the easiest responsibilities that a sports fan could actually have right now. Because the Giants check in at 7-4. They're rolling along. They have not even a big win against a good football team. They destroyed the Packers. They destroyed the Packers on Sunday night. And it wasn't even a competitive game. And it got to the point in that second half that the Packers basically raised the white flag and said, we don't want to play this game anymore. We're going to run the ball. We're not going to put Aaron Rodgers in any kind of position where he's going to have huge pressure for the rest of the game. We're not taking any chances. And they didn't. And they basically ran the ball, conservative passes to Randall Cobb, and that was it. And the Giants win this game 38-10. And you look at how they won it. And here's the scary thing for the rest of the NFL. This Giants team right now, and this is, I think, what you hang your hat on if you're a Giants fan. I don't think you expect them to win another Super Bowl because when you're at that level where you're, in that same range as everyone else, I don't think you expect your team to win. But is there any one club right now that the Giants could play in the postseason that you would say, well, they can't win that game? I mean, could the Giants not go down to Atlanta and beat the Falcons? Could the Giants not go out to San Francisco and beat the Niners? I mean, they did that last year in the postseason and this year as well. Could the Giants not beat the Bears? Could the Giants not beat the Packers? Right now they own the Packers. So I don't think there's that one game that you look at that the Giants can't win. And this is a team, and here's the thing, and we had said, well, is Eli tired? Or they saying that they're a little fatigued and they could use the week off. Maybe you should listen a little closely to what the Giants have to say. Because this team right now has a week off. They come out and play grand football on Sunday night. I mean, they owned the Packers in that game. Eli was tremendous. Victor Cruz, he dropped one ball but played very well and scored a touchdown. And I think very important, which is kind of under the radar as far as the Giants are concerned, is Akeem Nicks seems to be getting healthier and healthier. And that, for me, is very important. Now, a record was broken Sunday night, MetLife Stadium, as Eli Manning has now thrown the most touchdown passes in the history of the franchise. He's up to 200, and God knows where he winds up. Probably has 5 to 7 pretty good years left. Eli Manning on actually being considered a great Giant.
Anytime you're mentioned with Giants players, Phil Simms and Charlie Connerly and some of those quarterbacks, it's an honor. So the thing I'm most proud about is the way we played and getting a win. This was a big game. We needed to come out and play well and get a win. Finally got back to playing offense, defense, special teams, all playing at a high level, playing as a team. Hopefully we can build off this momentum.
You would have to think they could. And the thing with the Giants, when you're a Giants fan, is you kind of scratch your head. And the more you feel you know and the closer you watch this team, the less you really understand about them. It's like, for the world of me, I thought the Giants were going to go into Cincinnati and beat up on the Bengals and right the ship and go into a bye and that, it would be kumbaya and everything would be fine. And they get destroyed. Their worst game of the year, they play against the Bengals.